Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for checking in. I know there would be more people are coming shortly, but let me start with our introductions. The conference today is entitled, as you can see, Post-Pandemic Supply Chain Adjustments. And there are many. Agriculture certainly has been faced with some difficult adjustments. Interest rates have risen, and of course, to counter inflation, and some would argue that they've created inflation. Certainly as food prices have gone up a lot. But there have also been external shocks. Certainly the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has affected us all. And of course, as people are trying to cope with the rise of interest rates and cost of living, we've seen more strikes and labor activity to try and catch up. Added to these macroeconomic effects, we'll need to address some other changes. Certainly, transport costs have been rising because of carbon taxes. And of course, we have unusual weather problems that are with us all the time. So the environment is also a big factor in terms of what's been happening in this post-adjustment or post-pandemic adjustment. This morning, the discussion ranges from food prices and inflation to the longer-term impacts of climate change. Subsequently, we're going to turn our attention to the alternative fuels and the use of food products such as canola oil in terms of combating some of the emissions that are coming from our transport systems. At lunchtime, we'll get a farmer's view of the climate change policy. And then in the afternoon, we're going to turn to some modal issues. We'll be looking at agricultural trucking and also a new marketplace invention to ease and reduce the cost of transactions. Finally, the last section will turn to the Eastern Grain Corridor, and we'll have a wonderful panel to look at the Great Lakes and Seaway shipping system, including the port, the carrier, and of course, the Seaway manager. So an exciting day ahead of us. But before I invite Dean Silvestre to bring greetings on behalf of the University of Manitoba, I'd like to thank the sponsors of the 28th Annual Fields on Wheels, CN Rail and the Port of Thunder Bay, the Port of Vancouver, the CPKC Railway, and Seaway Highway H2O. So at this point, if Dr. Silvestre is available, I'd like to ask him to come on and give us some welcome from the university.
Thank you so much, Barry. Thank you for the introduction, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 28th Fields on Wheels conference. This is a dream that emerged 28 years ago and has been phenomenal in terms of contributing to transportation discussion, agriculture, logistics, and supply chain. And as the Dean of the Asper School of Business, I'm thrilled to welcome you to join this conference organized by the University of Manitoba Transport Institute and enriched by the collaboration of the Asper School of Business and the Faculty of Agriculture and Food Sciences. We are pleased to welcome experts from across disciplines today in industries and the academy to lead engaging discussions related to post-pandemic supply chain adjustments that we all know are not simple, very complex matters to deal with. The pandemic specifically highlighted the need for more resilient supply chains for food, as efficient supply chains are integral part to keeping food affordable and accessible. Even as we adjust to adapt our supply chains post-pandemic, climate change continues to create challenges for maintaining affordable food prices. Cross-disciplinary exchanges of knowledge like this one allows us to tackle these pressing concerns, these multidisciplinary concerns, by engaging our shared expertise and affirming our commitment to devising truly sustainable solutions. The Asper School of Business and the University of Manitoba are proud to champion sustainability-focused research and teaching to ensure that future leaders enter their field, prioritizing environmental stewardship, sustainable development, and innovation. Thank you for joining us today, and please enjoy this fantastic programming that the Transport Institute and Barry's team put together today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dean Silvestre, and I appreciate you being available with us this morning. I'm going to be chairing the first session, and the way we're going to operate the session is we have each speaker has roughly 20 minutes for their presentation, and then we'll have some questions in each case. In order to operate the questions, we have only a chat on this system of Zoom. So if you could direct your questions to the chair, I'll be the first chair, so direct them to me. And then subsequently in the next session, direct them to Hedley Auld, who will be chairing that session, and so on. Without further ado, let's get started. Our first speaker, which I'm pleased to introduce, is Michael Van Maslow. He's a professor in the Department of Food, Agriculture, and Resource Economics at the University of Guelph. Mike is interested in how people think about food and recent work focusing on labeling, alternative proteins, novel food products, animal welfare, and antibiotic use. A very wide range of interests, Mike. Mike's interest also considers the structure and performance of food value chains, including farm practices, as they evolve in response to changing consumer preferences and other factors. He has written for the Globe and Mail and other publications, and is often quoted on radio and the media. You may have heard him earlier last week on CJOB, speaking about his talk. He is a frequent blogger and a strong presence on broadcast, print, and social media. Mike is committed to sharing research and perspective in a manner that helps to inform public policy and private strategy. Mike has also introduced his food-focused podcast, so you might want to try and find that, to discuss issues of interest in the food space. And his presentation today is The Drivers of Food Inflation and Implications for Supply Chain Resilience. Thank you very much for being with us, Mike, and over to you.
Well, thanks for having me, Barry. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a Manitoba native, although I live in Ontario now, and a U of M alumnus. So it's exciting to be at least virtually with you today. So let me just share my screen here. So Barry invited me to talk a little bit about the drivers of food inflation and the implications for supply chain resilience. And to a degree, you know, Barry has covered some of the high level things already just in his introduction. So I'm going to go into it in a little bit more detail. I'm also going to talk. To me, there are multiple drivers here, and what we see sort of in the common policy discourse is trying to find that silver bullet that will address food price inflation, and we can't find it is the reality. So let's talk a little bit first about what we're seeing relative to food price inflation, and the numbers actually now look a little better than they did a few months ago, but we've had sort of generational and sustained levels of food price inflation that we haven't seen for a long time, and currently we're seeing 5.4% year over year. I would argue that inflation is very poorly understood, and food inflation is very poorly understood, at least when it comes to the media that I speak to. You know, people will say, "Oh, food prices were up 5.4% last month," when the Stats Canada numbers come out. And the truth is that that's a year over year change. And the reality is that in 4 out of the last 5 months, we've actually seen grocery prices go down. They just haven't gone down to levels below what they were a year ago. So I think it's important to remember that context, to remember and understand that not everything is going up universally. There isn't just sort of this crank on prices that everything's going up simultaneously, and that those numbers reflect what's happening in a month. There's considerable variation, and I think that helps us understand sort of the fact that different things are going up differently. And in fact, if you look at pork, is up less than the 5.4%, and if you're in the pork business, you'll understand why that is, given some of the struggles we're having in that sector. And ham and bacon are actually down 7.5%. So that 5.4% is an average. There are some things that are up much more than that. There are some things that are actually down, and I think that's in some important context as we talk about some of the drivers of inflation. I think it's also worth talking a little bit about the fact that consumers are looking for someone to blame. And I'm going to talk for a couple of minutes a bit later about the sort of the grocery industry and those sorts of things. So it's not just consumers, but governments and others are looking for someone or something to blame for food inflation, so that we can make it better magically. And I would argue that that there isn't a silver bullet. That most of these issues are beyond the control of most of governments, of grocers, and of others to make a difference. So what is contributing to inflation? We heard Barry talk earlier about the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has had a substantial impact. If we look at wheat and oil seeds, the impact on trade flows, we've taken that largely sunflower oil and wheat that we've seen coming from Ukraine in the past come out of the market. And that affects the world price. We are price takers, and we've seen flour, pasta, bakery products go up substantially. Vegetable oils go up substantially. It hasn't affected availability in this country. And some of the countries, particularly in the Middle East, that were direct customers of Ukraine, we actually saw food shortages in the short run. As we know, supply chains take some time to adapt when product flows change. And frankly, while we've seen some adaptation and we've seen some adjustment in commodity prices, this impact is likely here for a while. And it's been exacerbated by policy in other countries. We know India then said, we're going to try and protect our urban poor, and we're going to control export of wheat. Argentina did the same thing. We know Malaysia put controls on export of palm oil, which is a substitute for sunflower oil. So it wasn't just the war in Ukraine, it was some of these other policies that exacerbated. Those of you in the session here today will know directly about oil and fertilizer, and that's driven costs in the food system. The freight costs are quite easily passed on, or quite directly passed on to consumers, notwithstanding some market power from the grocers. But fertilizer costs have driven costs for farmers, but because we're often price takers in some of these commodities, it means margins have been squeezed, and that isn't sort of always directly passed on to consumers. So what else? Well, there's extreme weather. Simply, we see extreme weather disrupting supply chains. We can look back a couple of years to the flooding in British Columbia, but we're also seeing it more directly impacting production of food, which reduces supply and drives costs up. So we saw flooding and viruses in California. I know the next speaker is going to talk about produce. That's something that we've seen. We know it's been dry in parts of Western Canada. We're seeing some liquidation in cattle herds, which will probably drive some price increases into the future. India banned export of non-basmati rice recently, again in response to weather pressure on rice supplies. So it's happening everywhere, and it's happening with greater frequency. When I talk about inflation and food prices, and I get asked to look into my crystal ball for the future, I say really the only thing that we know for sure is that we don't know. The only thing that's predictable is unpredictability, and we're really to a large degree at the mercy of this weather. This isn't new. I think that we're just seeing it more frequently and more extreme. I think back, 7 or 8 years ago when we were talking about $10 cauliflower in the winter due to a weather event in California. It's just that we have this sort of aggregation of impacts, not only of weather, but of the war and of other things that are disrupting and causing sort of this cascading increase in food prices. The Canadian dollar has been lower, particularly in the last year. That matters at this time of year when we're importing and paying for things in American dollars, and so it's interesting. I've had people say, well, interest rates are going up, but that means food prices are going up, and the truth is that interest rates are intended to go up to try and moderate inflation generally, and I'll say in a few minutes that that's less likely to impact food for a variety of reasons. But the Canadian dollar is probably lower in the last year because we haven't increased interest rates at the same rate as we saw happen in the U.S., which affected the Canadian dollar. There have been other factors too, and I could go on. Could go on and on about different factors that play a role, and I'll talk, as Barry said, in a minute about carbon tax. One of the things we're hearing a lot about, it's been in the news a lot, is grocers, and I would argue that this is governments and other pundits looking for a scapegoat. While I am not a particular I am not going to say that the grocers are good corporate citizens. I would argue that they are not necessarily contributing significantly to food price inflation. The graph that you'll see here is a graph of income as a percentage of total revenue over the last 5 or 6 years for the 3 main Canadian grocers and 2 significant grocers in the US. And it's imperfect. I will acknowledge it's imperfect, but we can look at what's changed because if they're driving inflation, you would expect these percentages to change. And I think the first point to make is when Galen Weston testified to Parliament that, if we made zero money, inflation still would have been positive in the last few years, positive and significant. So I think that is a point to be made. If you look, the blue line there is the blue line in this histogram is Loblaws, and we can see that it's been up and down. 2017 it was 5.3. 2018 it was 2.1. 2020, before we saw this inflation, it was 4.5. Then we saw 5.5 and 5.9 in the last. This is taken from their own annual reports. Now that looks like we've seen sort of a 1% jump for Loblaws, and I would argue that that's largely because of pressure back on their suppliers, and we heard Galen Weston say that we haven't accepted so their increase in profit percentage is largely at the expense of their suppliers, which is not a good thing, which is a demonstration of market power, but doesn't necessarily reflect in higher grocery prices, particularly if you look at the orange line there, which has been Sobeys, which is the second largest player in Canada. Sobeys has been, 4.2, 4.6, 4.5. So no indication that they're making a larger percentage over costs so that they are driving food prices beyond what their price increases. And it's hard to believe that Loblaws would be able to extract more from the consumer side of the market, given the position of Sobeys there. The gray line is the big one. The tall one is actually Metro, which is the third largest grocer in Canada. I would argue that their difference is driven largely by their pharmacy business rather than by their grocery business. And some of these differences, even between Loblaws and Sobeys, will be driven by what markets they're in, which sort of brands are doing well within their portfolios. and also the fact that Loblaws has a significant separate pharmacy business, Shoppers Drug Mart. You know, in the annual report, they brag about administering millions of doses of vaccine and doing millions of tests, which clearly would generate revenue as well. So while these percentages are a little higher in Canada, which may suggest that there's some room for improved competition, it doesn't look like grocers have driven food price inflation. So should we be doing something? We're hearing a lot about grocery code of conduct. I would argue that a grocery code of conduct would be a good thing to do. It would set parameters around the relationship between grocers and their suppliers, but it wouldn't do a lot for food prices. And if anything, I'm going to agree again with Galen Weston. It'll be inflationary. I don't think it would be significantly inflationary. Probably not as much as he argues. You know, I think what he's saying is this is how much money would come out of our to a degree out of our bottom line, but their ability to pass that on, which they would be tempted to, will be limited because other companies have said we deal with our suppliers differently. There's a question of more competition. More competition is always good, but we have to think about sort of economies of scale, economies of size, and even in the Competition Bureau's report, we heard them say that some of those European discounters have said that they aren't keen to come to Canada because they think they'll compete. So again, I'm not sure that will do a bunch for prices. We heard Barry talk a little bit about the carbon tax. I think it's having an impact, but it's relatively modest on food prices. So people like you in the logistics businesses are feeling it significantly, but it's relatively modest. 0.1 to 0.2% of food price inflation. Now we have to acknowledge that that's going to go up as the carbon tax goes up. But in the context of sort of this generational food price inflation, it's been relatively modest. I think the other thing to remember is that the majority of Canadian households are actually getting more money back from the carbon tax than they're paying in. So it's worth looking at whether that net increase is covering sort of the cost increases they're seeing. There are agricultural carve-outs. There's a significant debate now about what's happening in the Senate relative primarily to grain drying, to a degree to barn heating for those that use natural gas. But again, it's there. It matters, and it matters more for individual businesses who are carbon intensive, but it's not making a whole lot of difference, I would argue, in food prices. The other big one we hear is government spending and debt. It is important, but it's less so for food. And if you look at where interest rates have gone, and we're all feeling the impact of those interest rates, those are really intended to go onto the demand side, affect the ability to lend, affect cash flow in the ability to borrow, affect cash flow in households. And so we can defer the price, the purchase of a new car, of a new computer, of a new phone, of hard goods. We can defer a vacation, all of those sorts of things. We can't defer food purchases. And so interest rate policy and demand type policies don't really have a whole lot of impact on food prices. So I think that's worth taking a look at. Not to say we shouldn't be having that discussion, but it's just not that important in the context of food prices. So what can we do? Well, I think in terms of supply chains, resilience matters, but I think what we need to think about as we move forward here is resilient to what and for whom. And let me explain a little bit what I mean there with my little time that I have left. If we look at I study supply chain resilience. If I look at what other people have said, it's the ability of the supply chain to return to normal quickly and adapt. But we have to think about, we have a significant recency bias. If we look at what happened during supply chain disruptions, during lockdowns, due to COVID, everyone said we should localize supply chains due to these disruptions, shorten our supply chains. But we need to think about, if we take diversity out of the system, sort of diverse suppliers out of the system, we become more susceptible to climate change. So we have to look at what the relative risks are, what are the costs of those risks, and then balance our response, because increasing localization might help protect us from supply chain disruptions, but it may make us more susceptible, frankly, to climate change risk and production disruptions. I think the question of resilience for whom is interesting. If we look at what happened, for example, when beef packing plants closed down during COVID, we saw McDonald's have to say, well, we can't guarantee Canadian beef for a while. But really, we saw a very modest bump in beef prices as a result of that, and really, almost in no cases did we see sustained shortages of product. The supply chain adapted. We have an integrated protein supply chain. We could get product from other countries, and so really, the supply chain looked very resilient to those closures, except for beef producers who had a product that was continuing to cost them and was reducing in value. And so if you ask a beef producer, it wasn't that resilient. If you ask a consumer, it was resilient. And I think we need to really think about how we evaluate that in terms of stakeholders. And then there's this discussion about increasing capacity. Maybe we should have more packing plants. Well, we all know that the Canadian packing plants are smaller than the US ones already, and we've seen plants come up in Canada and disappear. So we have to, again, balance resilience with cost. What is the actual risk, and how can we adapt to it? So I think I'm getting to the end of my time, Barry. I hope I didn't go over. I'm going to close here with some shameless self-promotion. I think we'll have a few minutes to answer some questions, but if you have questions, that's my email. That's me on the declining platform once known as Twitter. And as Barry outlined, foodfocusguelph.ca, you can see my blog and podcast, lots of discussions about food issues. So thank you for the time, and looking forward to some questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mike, and welcome back to Manitoba, at least virtually.
Yeah.
There are some questions starting to come in, but I do have one for you. We've observed grain prices have declined quite a bit from where they peaked, and certainly the trucking costs have been going down for the last 8 months directly. So and oil prices are going down. But does food price have a ratchet effect? In other words, it goes up and it never comes back down. They just level off, and they'll absorb their costs for a while and move up again, or do you think we'll see food prices coming back down?
Well, I think again, I would argue that we've seen in 4 of the last 5 months, we've actually seen modest price decreases. It's just that we're still high relative to a year ago. So I think we are seeing some of that relief already. The other thing is that there's usually a delay in reflecting food price decreases to commodity and other decreases. Some stuff is pre-booked, and so it takes a while for that inventory to come through the system. And frankly, food prices are often stickier downwards. And so I think that not only is there the delay as inventory moves through the system, but if people were squeezed on the way up, then they try and build those margins back up as they come down. And what's interesting is, Barry, I've argued since the beginning, all of this discussion of evil grocers. If grocers are going to profit from food price inflation, I would argue they'll profit more as prices come down and they adapt more slowly than they did when prices go up. So I think there is room for optimism, Barry, but there are a number of reasons that those delays, that it might not come as quickly as we'd like to see.
Yeah, and certainly some of the things that we do see, you mentioned the US Canada exchange rate. Most people I've seen suggest that the US dollar is overvalued by maybe 10%. And
Yep.
so as the US dollar, Canadian dollar exchange rate comes more in line, which means I think maybe an 80-cent Canadian dollar, that would help our food prices as well.
It would help, particularly in the winter when our exports are at their highest. I think if you look at what we often forget is we also see seasonal variation in food prices. So we expect some variability in food prices throughout the year. Food prices are higher in the winter than they are in the summer. Well, not for everything. There are some, beef, for example, is often a little more expensive in the summer as demand goes up. But generally, our food prices are higher in the winter and come down in the summer. And so those peaks in the winter will be moderated if the Canadian dollar improves relative to the US dollar.
A lot of moving pieces. This one may take you out of your comfort zone, but the question comes up about, in the financial world, Bitcoin has come along and has some investment going into Bitcoin affected the dollar. Is that anything that's those, I guess, turbulence within these markets matter?
Well, I think uncertainty matters. And what we're seeing is greater potential for volatility. I'm not a Bitcoin expert. I think maybe it's having less of a role in exchange rates than it did a year or two or more ago, as when it was sort of at the cusp of, or at the peak of its influence. But I think that there is real there are a number of things that mean we're going to see more variability, and I would expect more variability in food prices going forward.
Yeah, another questions come in more or less regarding the idea of the carbon tax, and that the Bank of Canada has said, well, it doesn't really have any particular effect, I suppose. And we do see it finding its way through everything. Is that a fair statement? I mean, you mentioned that you didn't think it was very effective either. Is that just the level of the carbon tax, or is it how it's being, compensated for that matters?
Well, I mean, I saw that comment in chat that the comment in chat that there are people who say that it's having a bigger impact. It's not just the Bank of Canada. There are a number of organizations. Trevor Toome at the University of Calgary has published a couple of papers saying that for food price, not to say that the carbon tax isn't hurting some businesses, but that the impact on food prices is relatively modest, and I would tend to agree with that. Now, 0.2% in the context of historical inflation rates is not insignificant, and I think if we look at where the carbon tax is going to go, we will see more impacts on food prices going forward. I just don't think it's been that big an impact looking backwards.
Very good. Well, Mike, I don't. Oh, here's another one just came in. Maybe you can read it in chat yourself. A regulation of the railways. I think this is really talking about regulation, and does regulation have a role in all of the food price raises?
Sorry, let me just read it. Great.
I may not be doing justice to the question.
It's interesting to look at the impact of regulation. I see the previous question also asked about supply management. So policy will have an impact without a doubt, and we have to balance I suppose it's, you know, I think it's not my place to say which regulations we should have and which we shouldn't, but we need to balance the objectives of regulation. Again, you can go back to the carbon tax. The objective of the carbon tax is to change behavior, not necessarily to raise revenues. It's to change behavior. Now, it's more difficult for farmers to change behavior without alternatives. And I would argue that if we're going to get, like we did for heating oil in Atlantic Canada, if we're going to do carve outs, maybe we say this is going to happen for 10 years, and eventually you're going to have to pay, which would allow people to adapt, or find alternatives. But if people can't change their behavior, then it just becomes a revenue source, and frankly will then contribute more to costs. So yes, regulation will increase costs, and so increase prices. We have to balance that with what the objectives of that regulation is.
As you say, that things will change behavior. Certainly prices change behavior. And the question is, are people buying cheaper cuts and, you know, economizing that way?
Yeah, so we see consumers responding to higher prices in a number of ways. We see, we see at the margin. So we've seen an increase in food insecurity. So people at the bottom end of the income scale are just buying fewer calories and having to go elsewhere. But we see a significant impact of trading, what I call trading down, buying cheaper cuts, maybe doing one meal a week without an animal protein. And so we see changes in behavior. We've also seen people shopping differently. We know that there is a difference between different types of stores and prices. And even the big grocery chains are saying our discount stores are seeing a significantly higher volume of business, which may actually help drive their profits, because while prices may be cheaper, I think margins may be a little higher in those lower price stores, because they need turns, they need return per shelf space. So yeah, there are lots of things that people are doing differently. One of the things that I'd argue that we should be doing differently, but aren't to a significant degree, is changing some of our purchasing habits. We as Canadians are very much creatures of habit. If broccoli was in your basket last week, it's likely to be in your basket this week. You know, everyone sort of, oh, that night is fish night, or that night is burger night. And the ability to adapt to seasonal produce or to more storable Canadian things. I like to tell the story. I'm a first generation Canadian, grew up with European parents who ate stuff that was familiar from home. And my wife and I just the other day bought a great big red cabbage for $6 and ate 3 meals from it. And so there are ways, but not everyone can do that. And not everyone knows how to prepare it. Not everyone is open to it. But if we adapt our purchases, which some people are doing, we're seeing that there is that people are able to sort of buffer themselves at least a little bit.
Mike, thank you so much. I think at this point I should reserve more questions until the end, so please don't go away. But let me introduce our next speaker, and perhaps this will raise some questions for you as well. So our next speaker, which I'm very pleased to introduce, is Pamela Kolochuk, CEO of Peak of the Market. Pamela Kolochuk was named CEO of Peak of the Market in July of 2021. She has a CPA, MBA, and is a certified change leader with over 15 years of experience in senior financial leadership. Pamela is renowned for her innovative growth strategies and for creating engaged and productive employee teams. Pamela was also born and raised on a dairy farm south of St. Cloud, Manitoba, and has been part of agriculture since that time. First working for large Canadian grain companies and now with Peak of the Market. Her talk is From Seed to Plate, Navigating the Produce Supply Chain. And Pamela, over to you.
Thank you, Barry. So good morning. I'm Pamela Kolochuk, the CEO of Peak of the Market. Thank you very much for the last presentation. It kind of led right into talking about produce and seed to plate and what's going on in the supply chain in produce in Manitoba and North America. So as Barry said, I was born in Manitoba into the ag industry, and I've been working in the ag space since I graduated from Asper. So Peak of the Market, some of you may know about Peak of the Market, some of you may not know. So Peak of the Market is, we grow, pack, and distribute fresh, high quality produce across North America. Most of the produce that we distribute across North America is grown right here in Manitoba. We are driven by a dedicated group of growers and staff, and we fill produce aisles with everything from asparagus to zucchini. So while we're known for potatoes, we also grow many other things in Manitoba. And we've been around for more than 80 years, so we've earned a reputation of ensuring the produce grown exceeds the national standard for safety and quality, and that customers receive superior service. So I have a little video to show you in regards to how Peak supply chain works from seed to plate. So I hope this works with the sound.
Peak of the Market is rooted in excellence and defined by 80 years of producing quality vegetables for our community. It's the passion and commitment by both growers and staff that make Peak of the Market the brand consumers search for in their local store. Growers are our foundation. Their compassion for growing with care, cultivating only the best, and preserving the land for the future is what sets them apart. It's the passion for their work that shines in the quality that is harvested. That same devotion is shown by everyone trusted with the care and handling of Peak of the Market products. Through a collaborative and open approach, diversity and inclusion are encouraged, and all ideas are patiently considered. Innovation, research, and a collective commitment to excellence are the ingredients that have served our community so well for over 8 decades. At every step along the way, all of us at Peak of the Market pride ourselves in the business at hand, growing the best products in the most sustainable ways to feed fellow Canadians for many years to come.
So while many of you may drive by 1200 King Edward and wonder what's going on behind these walls, we're owned by 11 growers. We pack product here in Winnipeg, and we distribute product across North America from our facility in Winnipeg here, and we have one in Calgary as well. Our 11 growers are all based in Manitoba, mostly in the South Winkler area to the border, as well as we have a few growers that are around Portage la Prairie, where we grow things like carrots and cauliflower and those types of things. So while most people think that only potatoes are really grown here and maybe carrots and onions, we grow many varieties of reds, yellows, russets, whites, and fingerling potatoes, along with creamer potatoes, which many of you see in the Little Potato Company bag, as well as onions, carrots, and then all of these items are grown right here in Manitoba. So from a supply chain perspective, with weather and things that are going on, being in a province where we have winter almost 8 months of the year, Mother Nature plays a huge impact on our ability to supply fresh produce to North America and specifically Manitobans. We grow the most fresh acres of potatoes in Canada right here in southern Manitoba. So when we talk about fresh potatoes, it's potatoes that you buy in your grocery store that you would cook and eat at your table. We work closely with our group of growers to make sure that we have, and our customers, to make sure that we have the right product grown and we have the availability for a 12-month supply program. So in Manitoba, we grow enough potatoes to supply 80% of the Western market with potatoes all year round, and we export 40% of what we grow. So just to give you a bit of an insight on how potatoes are grown in Manitoba before they get to your grocery shelf, here's a little video at Southern Potato Farms.
I'm Marlon Cool. I'm a potato farmer with Southern Potato Company, and we grow potatoes for Peak of the Market. You know a potato plant is happy when it looks like these. These plants are nice and green, the rows are filled out. We're just looking for a nice, lush, healthy canopy and good health underneath, meaning good root systems and nice looking little potatoes. The potato growing season starts well before the season. We're looking at planting already now for next year. Ideally, spring planting would be in late April or May, followed by hilling shortly after and constant monitoring and crop scouting throughout the season until harvest, which is about September. Our potato farm is sustainable and we'll continue to focus on that. We implement different practices such as cover cropping and looking at soil health and whatever we can do to improve that. We're also looking at the latest innovative research and ideas and test them. We're always looking for ways to improve. Soil organic matter is how much material is in your soil, and it can be measured through a soil test. It's important to maintain that for soil health, as organic matter helps move nutrients within your soil and certainly is a measure of how healthy your soil is. I love growing potatoes because it combines a bunch of my passions, which include farming and working outside, working with great people, and working in a great industry.
So as you can see, growers are essentially the base and priority of our supply chain. Growers ensure that we have product to sell, and what they do to ensure that we have good quality product as well as sustainable product is making sure that they have land that can continue to grow for years to come. In Manitoba and across Canada and even North America, growers are decreasing, they're not increasing, and as they consolidate, the acres are not necessarily increasing. So we need to make sure, as Peak, we're making sure that farmers are successful in what they're doing and helping them distribute and sell their product and ensuring it's getting to, consumers. So we distribute and pack grower product as well as work with retailers and food service across North America in order to ensure that it gets to the consumer's plate. So the supply chain process at Peak involves sales, sourcing and procurement, transportation, inventory management, and order fulfillment. So to give you a bit of an idea, this is a flow chart of our supply chain process. This is a simple supply chain process, product movement flow chart for Peak. Most of our product comes from farm. So about, 80% of our product is grown right here in Manitoba. And then we import 20% of our product from across Canada and the US and Mexico in order to ensure that we have product that can be on produce shelves 12 months of the year. So we want to make sure that freshness is key. And as you can see, we use a lot of truck transportation. No produce moves by rail. And it moves quite a bit depending on which retailer we're dealing with and whether or not they move product out of province in order to get to their DC, or if they're moving product direct to the store here in Manitoba or in Alberta. So we have distribution and packing centers, as mentioned, in Winnipeg and Calgary in order to optimize order fulfillment. And our reach right now, as you can see, is in every blue state and province across North America. So our reach includes in the US over 30 states. And by being located where we are centrally within Canada, even though Calgary is a little bit to the west on the other side, it ensures that we're reducing our sustainable footprint in regards to the fuel that's being used and the amount of product that we're moving around. We partner with growers across Alberta as well as Saskatchewan and BC in order to help move their product into grocers and food service across Canada and the west side of the United States. So with distributing produce, it comes with a number of unique challenges. Since COVID, workforce has been a huge challenge in produce. The workforce is much more transient than it has been in the past. People are looking for a 4-day-a-week job. They're not looking for full-time hours necessarily. They want to work from home. And when you work in produce, you're distributing produce, you need to be in the distribution center. You need to be committed to what we're doing. We are open 24 hours a day, 364 days of the year in order to ensure that our consumers have access to product on the shelves. we want to make sure that whenever a consumer goes into that grocery store, that they have the ability to buy the product that they want and that they're never having to ask for it from the produce manager. The other thing has a huge impact on peak and our growers is Mother Nature and climate change. It's having a huge impact on the produce industry as a whole, as we see drought happening in southern US as well as California, which impacts other products other than potatoes, as well as the drought that's happening in Alberta, and then the impacts to soil that's happening in PEI and Ontario and Quebec. Our growers spend a lot of time ensuring that their soils are of perfect condition to grow crops. We rotate our produce grown in our fields once every 3 years. So we only grow produce once of the 3 years in order to ensure that that land has the ability to rebuild its nitrogen and growing conditions. We also want to make sure that it's can last forever, right? So if we don't continue to be able to grow product in Manitoba and end up in a situation that's happening in California where we're starting to have food deserts, it's not going to be good for Canadians or North Americans if we can't continue to grow food in Canada. So climate change and addressing climate change and sustainability is something that is very close to everything that we do at Peak and everything that the growers do. Another challenge that we have is regulatory compliance. So it was mentioned in the last, I think it was a question in the last presentation in regards to regulations and impacting price. Depending on what the regulation is, it definitely impacts price. We have regulations that come down from government in regards to food safety and new rules that are coming all the time in regards to Canadian Food Act and the Food Safety Act, what's happening between Canada and the US, and how the regulatory compliance in Canada and the rules associated here are different than what the rules are in US. It's actually easier for us to export product to the US and sell to the US than it is to sell in some places in Canada. So it makes the US more enticing for us to sell there instead of keeping the product here in Manitoba, which isn't great. You would hope that the Canadian government wants to keep Canadian food in Canada, but we don't always feel that that's the case, especially with some of the rules that are coming out in regards to the grocery conduct, and other things in regards to PMRA and pesticides that are being used here, are not being able to be used here, and they are in the United States. The other thing is seasonal variations in supply and demand. So this has a big impact on climate change as well. So, depending on the growing season, how well the growing season was, this really has an impact on prices in the grocery store as well as ability to supply product 12 months of the year. That's why sometimes you see asparagus all year round, sometimes you don't. Same as things like radishes and celery. It's really dependent on the ability to supply based on the demand that's coming out. And another thing that's cropped up, I would say, in the last couple of years is retail standards and expectations. So while government is trying to make rules in regards to climate change, carbon tax, grocery conduct, code of conduct, retailers are also coming out with their own standards and expectations. So Walmart has a standard that they've come out as of 2025. Anyone who sells to Walmart has to be using fully recyclable and compostable product. That means all packaging used on all produce has to be fully recyclable and compostable. The other thing that's coming out is reducing your footprint from a fuel standpoint, from a impact on soil standpoint. So we do reporting on all of these things in regards to like how much nitrogen we put in the soil, cover crop, the energy we use in our building, how much energy we use this year versus last year. Are we recycling paper in the building? Are recycling cans? We have to report on all of those things in order to be compliant with Walmart. We have to hit a specific standard that reduces our carbon footprint. So we've been able to meet that and have completed that for 2025. But that's just one store or one retailer that's coming out and doing this. Now Loblaws has come out and has created their own standards that are similar to Walmart, but in some cases different, that we have to meet and report on. And all of those takes time and energy on behalf of Peak or anyone else that's selling produce or farms in reporting back to these retailers. So as mentioned, as a player, within the produce supply chain, it's important that we're as sustainable as possible by still remaining profitable. So, our commitment to sustainability means having a positive impact on people, the environment, and our community. And at Peak, we not only have our own internal sustainability goals, but we have to meet our goals of our customers, as mentioned. Now, changing all of your packaging to be recyclable and fully compostable is not inexpensive. And the retailers are not taking on those costs. The produce suppliers are taking on those costs. It's very hard to pass on costs of requirements of retailers back to the retailer, which is one of the reasons why the Grocery Code of Conduct was started, was because of the fact that the grocers are asking us to do all of these things, but we're not getting any reimbursement or recognition in return. In regards to, reducing food waste. So sorry, going back to packaging. So at Peak, all of our packaging is fully recyclable and are compostable. You'll notice that in the grocery store now, we now have all brown packaging if it's in a paper bag. In the past, Peak used to have bright purple or brown or blue bags, and anything that has high ink concentration is not recyclable. So we've transitioned all of our packaging to be brown with black writing in order to ensure that it's recyclable and compostable. In regards to reducing food waste, is something that we have to report on as well to our retailers. We do not put any food in the garbage at Peak. Our preference is to feed people first. And if we can't do that with our products, then we're feeding animals. So we work with organizations across Canada in order to supply food that is not necessarily retail standard. And when it is not edible, we provide it to farmers that are surrounding Winnipeg and close to Peak here. The other thing we do is we do a lot of research and innovation. So we have a research site in Winkler, and that's where we explore potato varieties, impacts on climate, impacts on, resistance to climate changes, resistance to drought, improving agronomics, improving yields, because as we have less land to grow on, we need to be able to grow more food. So we're also a member of the Potato Sustainability Alliance that is in association across North America. It's a collaboration of key players in the potato value chain where we're defining, measuring, and advancing potato sustainability. The potato industry is a huge industry across North America. So we have, players like McCain's, Simplot, Peak, Little Potato Company, and others that are part of the PSA. And we focus on nitrogen use efficiency, irrigation use efficiency, greenhouse gas emissions, pesticide risk, worker safety, and waste and recycling. So where do we see the future going in produce? A lot more automation and robotics in order to support our supply chain. If you visited Peak before, or you want to come and visit Peak, you can always reach out to us. We have robots and a lot of automation here at Peak in order to be able to reduce our workforce. So nobody is lifting packaging as product is packed, so palletizes and packs the product. As we continue to move into the future, we're seeing more and more automation in regards to that. When you go to our farms have state-of-the-art automation in regards to washing and grading product and storing product. The other thing that we're looking at in produce is the analytics and artificial intelligence. So as we look to AI, how can AI support us in creating a better product to grow, whether it's in Manitoba or Alberta, that's more sustainable to our ground, but also has more yield and is more drought resistant as we continue to move forward. It can help help with breeding new varieties of potatoes and new varieties of vegetables in order to meet the changes that are happening within climate. And there's going to be a continued focus on sustainability initiatives. I mean, sustainability is the hot topic anywhere you go these days, whether it's government, farm, or retailer. And it's going to continue to be pushed to ensure that we are, having the least impact on the environment as possible, so that way we can continue to grow food for the rest of, the Earth's life at the end of the day. We need to make sure that we are able to continue to grow food here in Manitoba and in Canada, and we are hoping to continue to be leaders in that area in produce. So that's a little bit about, Peak and the supply chain. It's just a glimpse into what we do, but I'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Pam. That was actually really interesting to explore all the various aspects of the produce in Manitoba. Certainly, one of the things that has struck me over time is the growth in the variety of number of potatoes. You showed 5, and I'm a potato lover. So when I came west, I was impressed by the quality of Manitoba potatoes. I think they're much better than what we find in the East. Now, that may be now a Western bias I have, but in any case, I'd love to see these new varieties of potatoes. Has that diversity, how's that benefited the growers and the peak of the market?
So while, there's reds, white, yellows, russets, creamers, and fingerlings, there's hundreds of varieties of potatoes that we grow. So when a consumer goes and looks at it in the grocery store, it's a red potato to them. But it's not a red potato to many of the people that work here, because the variety of that potato is dependent on, look, skin, storage ability. So when we're looking at, and I would agree, I may be biased, but it's the truth. Manitoba potatoes are seen as a premium potato across North America, which I think is what makes us successful as Peak. And, it's our claim to fame here. It's really the rich soil that's grown in that's in the Winkler area, that black sandy soil that supports the growing of it. But it's also the varieties that we grow. Tracy spent a lot of time looking at varieties and working on varieties that will stay dormant and in storage for 12 months of the year, right? So while we grow many varieties of the same color, the storage ability of it and the look of it and how it can go through storage is the most important, because we store right here in Manitoba, right? So if you think of like the football field, we have multiple like hundreds of football fields of potatoes that are stored in southern Manitoba. And as we take products out and wash it and coming out of the bin, it needs to look the same as it did in September, right? So that's key to ensuring that a consumer has a consistent product.
Well, I would agree you're doing a good job because, again, by my standard, the potatoes are pretty good all year round, which is pretty amazing. One of the things that, in fact, it was just one of the comments that came in, it was just a surprise of how much is actually grown here. We tend to think of the prairies as a grain growing area, and we don't think of produce as well. But I guess under irrigation, Alberta as well as Manitoba has a quite a substantial produce industry. One of the questions that came up was, what is the share that the growers get? We know in the food dollar, on average, producers only receive maybe 10 or 15% of the consumer's dollar. The rest of it goes to all the aspects of distribution and so on. Any feel for what that might be like in the case of produce here in Manitoba?
I would say in produce in Manitoba, the growers are getting from what we're selling to retail. And I would say that inflation is all part of retail, because while we're not increasing our prices are increasing at the grocery store. 80% of the dollar goes back to the grower in Manitoba.
Well, good. That's very substantial. I guess, of course, with produce, most of the value added is at the farm, so that would make sense. Some questions have also come in about, pesticide resistance, microplastics. Are there concerns like this in the industry?
There definitely is concerns in the industry. This is, Tracy, our VP of Research, is on the PMRA committee and works closely with CFIA and the group that, approves and disapproves pesticides being used in Manitoba, as well as Canada. What we're seeing in Manitoba, though, is most of you in you grow potatoes in your garden, you know about the potato beetle. And Manitoba has seen the most resistance to pesticides from the potato beetle. The Colorado potato beetle is seen more in Manitoba than anywhere else in North America. And it's a development of pesticides in order to be able to remove that bug, or I don't want to say kill it, but at least reduce the amount of potato beetles in Manitoba, because it's something that's seen here that's not seen in other areas of the country.
I can believe that. And one of the other questions that came up had to do with the cost of compliance. And it was interesting that you mentioned, it isn't just government compliance, it's really supply chain compliance. That probably is costing more than any kind of government regulation that's involved, or is it not? I mean, what's the sort of feel about that?
It costs way more than government compliance. And we're you eat it, right? Like, in order to work with retailers and sell to retailers, it comes as a cost, right? And while you look at companies like, Pepsi and Coke that are paying for space on the shelf, produce essentially does the same thing. We just don't stock our own shelves. But we are paying a huge fee in order to have produce on the shelves in retailers in Canada.
Yeah, that's one of those little secrets that most people don't realize is out there. Is that the suppliers are paying the grocers for the shelf space. It's shelf space. To what degree has local production kind of protected us from some of the food inflation? I mean, do you have any sense as to whether prices across the country our potatoes are much higher where they're not grown, or is it just something you wouldn't have tracking?
I would say potatoes across the board are pretty flat. While prices have gone up, it's usually due to demand and supply. It's not about inflation per se. What's going to be happening, this year is that we have a huge potato volume, huge potato supply in russets. And what we're seeing in the United States is actually that, you can buy a 10-pound bag of russets for $2. So people are actually changing their buying habits and their eating habits, and they're eating russets instead of reds and yellows, which, if you're a potato connoisseur, I would hope that you're not switching to russets, because they're meant for other things besides mashed potatoes. So that's what we're seeing in produce. I mean, your supply is really going to drive your prices. When you see celery going up in the stores because there's frost someplace, or it didn't grow, or we have drought. Same comes to cauliflower, asparagus. A lot of things that are out of season are going to be higher because they're coming in from further away, right? Like, I know there was a mention of carbon tax earlier. Carbon tax has a huge impact on produce pricing because everything travels by truck. So it's impacting your food costs. The further it comes from, the more expensive it's going to be, right?
Yeah, there was a question in the chat about electric or hydrogen powered trucks or whatever. I guess it's still too early in that evolution of trucking to have much impact at this point, but certainly that is going to be part of the future. So there will be.
I hope so. I know that they're testing an electric truck in Winnipeg right now. The issue becomes how fast it can get someplace without having to recharge, right? So when you're hauling produce, you want it to get, the furthest we go is Calgary before we have to, bring in different produce and move on. We try not to transport produce farther than, I would say 2,000 kilometers. That's pushing it. And you want to get it there as fast as possible and as fresh as possible. So if electric truck is going to take twice as long to get there, it's not going to work for produce, unfortunately.
There's a couple of comments that you made of, storage being a big factor, but also irrigation in order to be more resilient for climate change. I know there's been some talk in Manitoba about more irrigation. Is that something that the growers seem to think is going to be happening, or is it just a desire?
It's what's needed in Manitoba. If we're going to increase our acres of produce acres, we need more irrigation. All of the irrigation that we have today has been built and paid for by the growers themselves. But at this point in time, we're tapped out. So we build our own reservoirs to ensure that we have water for irrigation is the goal is to have it all summer. This summer we didn't have enough for all summer. Two years ago when we had the huge drought, we only had enough water in our reservoirs until the second week of July. So then, it has an impact on the ability to grow and your yields on your plants, whether it's potatoes or other produce. They need water to grow. And if we don't have enough water in our reservoirs, it's, we can't supplement that if it's not raining enough. And with the amount of climate change that's going on, I think it's supposed to be 6 degrees outside today. It's painful to produce to see that it's 6 degrees outside. We need it to be cold. We need to have lots of snow. And we can't have it be 8 degrees in December, because that's just going to reduce our ability to grow come April and May. The other thing we do is we also tile, right? So, you have a cyclical cycle when it comes to Mother Nature, where you have too much water and then you have not enough water, and maybe 1 year in the 5 year perfect, which is rare. So all of our land is also tiled. So that tile ensures that the water, when it's super wet, is taken away from those roots as fast as possible to ensure that the roots don't rot or the product doesn't rot when you're looking at something like carrots, right? Or beets or stuff that's going down into the ground. So this is all investment done by our growers as well. There's been no contribution from government for anything regarding, tiling or reservoirs or building irrigation sites or dams or those types of things. It's very different here in Manitoba than it is in Saskatchewan, Alberta, where government is paying for a lot of these things to happen. And here in Manitoba, we're doing it because we have to. We don't have a choice. In order to be successful in our industry, we have to do what we need to do to continue to grow.
We had a very good session about 2 years ago, which is, by the way, available for everyone who wants to see it, on irrigation across the country, and some of the aspects of irrigation, the misconceptions and so on that people do have that of what it's a good or bad. I think we've only really time for one more question. And it sort of deals with this issues of regulations and subsidies for farmers. Could farmers pull more water out of the air is one question, which I guess, we'd love to do that. But also, the cost of regulations, and have they increased? So I'll put that last question to you.
And yes, the cost of regulations has increased, as well as labor, as well as, fuel, fertilizer, all of those things that contribute overall to the cost of the vegetable that's showing up on your retail space aisle and in your cart, right? So, it's impacting us as well as every industry. We'd prefer not to have any more regulations impact us, and have the government look at agriculture and produce as a necessity instead of somebody that they can continue to pull money out of. So that way we can continue to feed the world, right? Like, that's what we're here for, and that's what Canada does best, whether it's through grain farming or produce farming. We're huge contributors to that, the grocery store and the plates of people, consumers eating. So the government needs to take a step up and realize that they need to do something to prioritize ag in Canada in order to ensure that it can be sustainable for a long time.
Well, thank you very much, Pamela. It's been a pleasure to have you here, and don't go away. We'll try and get a few questions maybe still at the end. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Thibault Demamil, who is an associate fellow at the Scholl Chair, International Business at the Center for Strategic International Studies. Thibault's work at the Scholl Chair includes researching the role of immigration policy and innovation, advanced technologies, export controls, transatlantic cooperation on climate and trade policy. His works have been featured in Politico, Inside U.S. Trade, and Reuters. During his time at graduate school, Thibault has worked at the Office of U.S. Trade Representative, the International Trade Administration, and U.S. Chamber of Commerce, among others. Thibault holds an MA in International Relations from Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies and a BA International Relations with honors from New York University. His title of his talk is Climate Change and U.S. Agricultural Exports, How Future Weather Patterns Will Impact U.S. Competitiveness. And Thibault, I was really pleased to hear your interview on CJOB a couple of days ago. Certainly an interesting area of talk, and one that most of us haven't thought too much about, is the longer term impacts. So looking forward to your presentation.
Hi, Barry. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm just going to share my screen. All right, my computer's being a pill, so I opt for a very minimalist style when it comes to slides anyways. So I don't know how much they would have helped, but I'm going to put in my contact information in the chat. So please, if anyone wants to contact me and ask me for any questions, definitely happy to clarify whatever information I bring in here today, and I'll try to fix my screen, but in the meantime I don't want to stall the entire presentation in a conference, so I'll just start speaking about CSIS study and our findings. So Barry has already very kindly introduced me, but I'll just again introduce myself. So my name is Thibaut Denamiel, and I have worked in several areas of trade in the United States specifically. So as you mentioned, I worked at the Chamber of Commerce at the International Trade Administration, which facilitates exports from the Department of Commerce in the U.S., as well as the International Finance Corporation on the multilateral side, and the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, which is part of the White House. So now I work for the Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS, which is a large bipartisan Washington think tank that specializes in national security. It approaches a broad swath of subjects. We have some regional teams, like our Middle East team. We have some thematic teams, like my international trade team, that do some programmatic work and some research work. And we usually tie it back to national security, but we touch a whole lot of subjects within that umbrella. My specific team again is the Schultz Chair in International Business. Our curse, our blessing is that we do a whole lot of work that can be very varied, although most of our projects are research based. We look at anything from international minimum taxation at the OECD to financial sanctions and export controls, and also agricultural exports, which is obviously what I'm going to talk about here today. So a few months ago, we started conducting this study, which is the basis for this presentation, looking at how climate change would affect agricultural production on the long term and in turn agricultural exports. The study was focused on the United States because CSIS again is national security centered, and we wanted to understand how agricultural exports, which is a historically major source of soft power for the United States, will be affected by the changing climate, but the general findings can be applied to multiple regions. And we did aim to consider a global angle as well. So we don't try to be entirely US centered. So our study takes a few cases. We've looked at the effects of climate change on agricultural productivity for 5 different types of products. We've looked at wheat, soybeans, corn, cotton, and livestock. I'm going to go through each of those. So this was supposed to be my 4th slide on the importance of agriculture. I'll be very brief because I think this audience already knows very well the value of agriculture. Nevertheless, I'd like to give a few factoids to illuminate the importance of the study and this conference in general. In the United States in 2021, agriculture and food-related services contributed to almost 6% of US GDP and provided almost 11% of US employment. And worldwide, almost 45% of the population lives in households where agricultural activities represent the primary source of employment. So food systems are essential to sustain economic growth and development. The World Bank has reported, for example, that agriculture is at least twice as effective as other sectors of any economy in raising incomes amongst the poorest segments of the world's population. And obviously, agriculture is essential to feeding a growing population, which is projected to get to almost 10 billion people by 2050. Obviously, agriculture can make global prosperity, but it can also break it. Risk associated with poor diets and food insecurity are the leading cause of death in the world. Shocks to agricultural production and supply chains can drive prices up and provoke famine and poverty for millions of people across the world. For example, between December 2019 and February 2022, the producer price index for grains rose by about 74%, including the impacts of COVID-19 on corn and wheat prices. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has already been brought up, also caused another shock to grain availability. Before I go into the general productions and the case studies, I wanted to bring some attention to individual severe weather events. So the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has reported how, given that rising average temperatures are associated with widespread changes in weather patterns, extreme weather events like heat waves and large storms are likely to become more intense and more frequent. For example, according to the Carbon Brief, over the past 20 years, 71% of extreme weather events observed by climate scientists were found to be more likely, or more severe at least, by human-caused climate change. And that was particularly pronounced, about 93% of them, for extreme heat weather events. So climate change is therefore set not only to increase general projections of weather patterns, but also the occurrence of severe and sometimes catastrophic weather events, and many of these, such as hurricanes and droughts, are bound to have a deleterious effect on agricultural products. So, for example, again, using a U.S. example that can very much be adapted to other regions of the world, in Southwest Kansas, the plains experienced one of their worst droughts in recent history. Some parts of southern Kansas, as well as northern Oklahoma, experienced their driest March on record. The wheat crops in that area are not only integral to feeding cattle, but also sort of make the region the epicenter of the U.S. bread flour production. So consequently, the price of flour, bread, and other baked goods, but also meat, rose sharply throughout the country and a little bit around the world after the drought. So let me just get into trends in major U.S. agricultural exports. So projections show that warmer temperatures are generally a double-edged sword when it comes to crop productivity. In some places, climate change can lead to more growing degree days when conditions are favorable for crops. However, in all places, climate change will increase killing degree days during which temperatures are too hot for crops to grow. So in other words, while climate change generally spells trouble for agricultural output, different crops will be affected differently. So as a result, crops affected by climate change can be divided into two categories: the one that receive a climate boost if yields are increased compared to what they would have been without climate change, and those that bear a climate burden if yields are decreased compared to what they would be without climate change. So burden on crop yields occur when extreme heat decreases more crop yields. Another major trend, and that one is not to be taken as a rule of thumb, as it's already been pointed out in this conference, or as an absolute rule at the very least. It's just meant as a generalization, but we'll see a general shift northwards. The boosts and burdens that I just mentioned of climate change on agricultural output vary according to location and can lead to obviously regional shifts in production. So due to the northward shift of warmer temperatures, regions that were once unsuitable for arable agriculture could now potentially, not all the time, become suitable, leading to a movement north and higher elevations for a good majority of crops. So projections, again, vary on the extent to which areas will become more climatically suitable for agriculture. However, the common thread is that agricultural production will continue to migrate northwards and upwards, whereas many southern, central, and eastern regions are projected to become more, or rather progressively less suitable due to the increase of killing degree days. For example, some experts predict that the famous US corn belts, due to climate change, which are made up of central and eastern US states, will become unsuitable over time for cultivating corn by the end of the century. All right, now let me go into individual crop case studies. And again, I apologize for the lack of slides, but please reach out to me if you want any more information, or if you want me to repeat anything, you can put in the chat. So the first case study that we had was wheat. So when it comes to the historical effects of climate change on US wheat production, the results depend entirely on the different varieties of plants. So between 1960 and 2018, winter wheat breeding lines declined by 3.6% per 1 degree Celsius warming, whereas the Czech variety, which was the point comparison for the study, declined much more by 5.5% per 1 degree. So despite warmer temperatures, future US yields for wheat are projected to rise in some regions due to anticipated increases in precipitation and carbon fertilization. So in addition to that, climate change will bring about multiple weather changes that will have different and sometimes contradictory effects on output. Coming back to the case of Kansas, for example, projections show that the state's total freeze days will be lower by 17% by 2030 and 23% by 2050. And spring precipitation will tend to increase by 5%. However, by the same year, by 2030, 8% of Kansas counties will experience a drop in winter wheat yields of over 5%, where they would 5% less than they would have been in the absence of climate change. And that's because, again, it's coming back to that idea of boosts and burdens. Despite the benefits to wheat yields brought about by the gradually lowered freeze days and increased precipitation, models also predict that the total amount of spring killing degree days will rise statewide by about 60% due to climate change by 2030 and 96% by 2050. So in other words, the state's wheat exposure to extreme heat will likely have a much larger negative impact on yields and benefits brought about by climate change. So when it comes to exports, they're currently projected to stabilize at around 26 million tons over the next decade. And because other nations will fare better in the global wheat production market, the United States' share of world exports will decrease from about 13.5% in the past few years to 12% by the end of 2030. That being said, only the EU and Ukraine are currently set to exhibit a rising world export share by 2030. Obviously, the latter, Ukraine, depends entirely on geopolitics, but that's what's being projected right now. The European Union's share will increase from about 60% to almost 20%, and Ukraine's share from 6% to 10% throughout the 2020s. It's important to note that 2030 is sort of a key year when you're talking about these climate boosts and burdens and these general projections, because with 2030, obviously not a concrete point in time necessarily, but still a good benchmark to think about. There will be more severe changes to wheat production under greenhouse gas emission scenario outlined by different agencies like the IPCC or NASA. According to that sort of benchmark, wheat yields in African and South Asian countries will decline entirely by 15%, 16% respectively by the middle of the 21st century, which would be obviously quite drastic. Now, soybeans are the next case study, are particularly vulnerable to the effect of climate change. US soybean yields are projected to decline by up to 25%, a quarter from their normal upward trends by the end of the 21st century. But negative effects, more so than wheat, because it's so vulnerable to the existing aspects of climate change, are already going to be felt in the short run. For example, half of the counties in Minnesota, which is the United States' third largest soybean producing state, will see yields drop by over 5% from what they would have been without climate change, and 17% will experience declines of double that. The state, again, will receive sort of a variety of boosts and burdens. Models predict that total growing degree days will increase statewide by 12% by 2030 and 20% by 2050, but also instances of killing degree days will rise more, and they will rise much more significantly than the boosts. They'll rise by 55% by 2030 and over 100% by 2050. So exports are nevertheless expected to rise in soybeans, at least in the short run, both globally and from the United States. But that's more due to nations' investments to continue to boost yields rather than naturally occurring phenomenons. For example, worldwide production will increase by a fifth in the next decade. So you're not necessarily going to see less of soybeans, but you're going to see increasingly less efficient production of soybeans. So like soybeans, corn is also being threatened by the ongoing already and impending effects on climate change. Sorry. So estimates vary more significantly for corn and for other crops, although they all vary, but the common thread is that it's a fairly bleak picture. For example, the IPCC believes that corn yields will decline by a quarter by the end of the century under a high greenhouse gas emission scenario. Stanford likewise has found that in the next 50 years, we'll have 15% less efficient yields when it comes to corn. So U.S. production will very much suffer, just like the rest of the world. And corn production is already down. It was down almost 10% in 2022 from the previous year. Iowa, which is famously the United States' largest corn producing state, will see corn yields that are lower than they would have been without climate change by 2013 at 5%. More than half of these counties will see yields that are 10% lower than they would have been by 2030. So while U.S. exports again are expected to increase in absolute terms by about 11 million tons in the next decade, share of world exports will decrease from the 33% that the United States currently has to about 30%, given the heightened challenges for the United States corn production. The U.S. will mainly lose out, and this is where the geopolitics of CSIS comes in, because they see this more as a zero sum. The consumer doesn't necessarily see it as a zero sum. They'll mainly lose out to Brazil, which is the only major exporter with a projected increase in market share when it comes to the global corn production. All right, the second to last case study that we have, corn, which is right before livestock, is projected to grow by about 2% annually because it's grown in a warm and humid climate, and the effects of climate change will undermine yields in some area. They'll give boosts in some others. Nevertheless, by 2040, about 40% of corn producing regions will see shorter growing seasons due to the rising heat, and droughts could affect about 50% of global crops by 2030 as well. That's not necessarily seen in the United States as much as it is in other regions. The effects of climate change on corn are expected to be most severe, specifically in two regions of the world, and that would be the corn fields that are alongside the Nile River in northern Sudan, especially, and the corn growing regions in western and southern Asia, as well as southern Iraq and central Iran and southern Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the Middle East. So in the United States, some studies have found some already experiencing lower productions, and those lower yields are set to continue still. Our last case study, livestock, is particularly interesting because changes in climate change will obviously affect it directly and indirectly. For example, the impact of climate change on grain crops like wheat and corn will also threaten the feed supplies for grain-fed animals. But in addition, rising temperatures caused by climate change will have direct impacts on these animals, as deviations of even 2 to 3 degrees Celsius cause heat stress and increase vulnerability to diseases and reduce fertility, reduce milk production. And the deviation of between 5 and 7 degrees Celsius results in often in deaths of the animals. So a study conducted in 2021 estimated losses of about 2% in U.S. dairy production, but they also gave room to much more of an increase, about 7%, an equivalent of $2.2 billion a year by the end of the 21st century. But other studies are much more dire. They predict that the dairy and meat industries will lose about $40 billion per year due to heat stress by the end of the century. And obviously the effects of climate change on livestock and animal products will not just be felt by the United States, but by other global producers as well. In some cases, it's already very much happened. Australia is a really good case for that. The Australian dairy industry used to be a major producer the global stage, with about 16% of global dairy trade in the 1990s. But they've continually shrunk, and now they measure only 6% of global dairy trade in about 2020. So one of the things that the study also aimed to highlight, and that's sort of important in our policy recommendations that are outlined at the end of this presentation, is agriculture's effect on climate change, which is often intertwined with the inverse. Solutions often need to take that into account in order to be most effective. So right now, the agricultural sector generates about 19 to 29% of the world's total greenhouse gases emissions. The current status quo presents sort of a vicious cycle in which agricultural practices contribute significantly to the climate change problem, which in turn render our agricultural practices less and less efficient, meaning that all else equal, increasing amount of carbon and methane emissions will be needed to produce the same output. It also means that as more arable lands become impractical for farming, farmers will have to shrink the globe's remaining forests to have access to viable growing areas. That reduces, obviously, the world's ability to absorb carbon efficiently, at least through green means. And another important facet of the agricultural sector's unsustainable practices lies on waste. That's particularly relevant in the United States. About a third of the world's food produced is currently lost or wasted, and in the US, about 40% of food produced goes to waste, around 120 billion pounds of food each year. And while the US Department of Agriculture estimates that about 30% of food in the US goes uneaten at specifically the retail and the consumer level, food loss also occurs throughout the supply chain, including at the farm level. So I wanted to present some data on price increases, and Michael has already discussed food inflation with much more gravitas than I ever could, but I just wanted to share some of our insight when it comes to the long term. So because of the boosts and burdens issues, crop yields are going to become less and less efficient. It will take an increasingly high amount of land, time, and manpower to maintain and grow the world's agricultural output. However, because countries are pouring money into this problem, or are set to pour money into this problem, for example, via the US Farm Bill, we're not necessarily going to see a global decrease in output right away, just again, a decrease in efficiency. So you might see the same products in grocery stores, but there will have been much more money and effort put into putting these products there than there might have been before. And that is, of course, provided that businesses and governments effectively migrate crop production to adapt to the changing climate conditions. So are we going to see an increase in prices? Most likely. Estimates vary enormously based on the multiplicity of factors I've already touched on. For example, European Central Bank researchers have concluded that climate change has already pushed up food prices and inflation overall, and continued global warming is set to increase food prices between 0.6% to 3.2% by 2060. 2021 study by NASA is more negative about the problem. In just over a decade, inflation is projected to increase by about 3 percentage points in a best case scenario for climate change. In a high emission scenario, that inflation impact could be as high as 3.5 percentage points by 2035 and 7 percentage points by 2060, which is obviously significant. So if we consider the short term for Canada, I know all of you know about the Canada Food Price Report, so I will not be repeating it, but the findings of the study can also be sort of replicated there with a few changes in the factors. The last thing I want to discuss, and then I'll turn it over for some questions, is the policy proposals that we had to tackle the issue. Our policy proposals were specifically tailored to the US Farm Bill, which is a 5-year-long spending authorization bill that comes back to the Green New Deal, the New Deal, rather. almost a century ago at this point, that is reiterated or should be reiterated at the end of each of its authorizations. So every 5 year, a US Congress passes a new farm bill. That being said, again, the findings can be sort of replicated in other nations' spending bills on agriculture. So aside from insurance, climate-related components are scarce in the Farm Bill's current projections. So we wanted to put more of an emphasis on those. So the first thing that our researchers came up with was first launching a Farm Bill program to assess what regions of the United States are going to see their agricultural production capabilities expand or shrink due to changes in climate. Even under moderate emission scenarios, the cultivation geographies of all the crops I just mentioned are going to shift north in some capacity. And more severe emissions are going to even exacerbate these changes. Given that the US has the means and territory to shift production of major crops in the short term, it should consider how to efficiently phase into that transition throughout the 21st century. The second proposal that we had was to identify ways of incentivizing sustainable agricultural practices that are more climate friendly and climate resilient. The former would be, for example, expanding investment in climate smart agriculture. And the second would be to incentivize ways in mitigating food waste, which is prevalent everywhere. It's particularly prevalent again in the United States. Farm level food waste specifically can be mitigated through several avenues. For example, investments in R&D can drive innovation to pest management solutions. Surplus channels that sell below grade crops, what's rated as below grade crops, would help redistribute products that don't get sold on the market. And surplus in some crops could be used to produce biodiesel. One of the last two policy proposals that we had was relevant to a program called SNAP, which is a US food assistance program that's relevant to the Farm Bill specifically. Again, it exists in a lot of countries around the world. And that would be to leverage that food assistance program to incentivize alternatives to carbon intensive goods. So SNAP, that program in the United States, helps feed about 47 million people every year in the United States alone. So the program could be adjusted to gear incentives towards less carbon intensive goods that contribute to climate change, such as beef. Alternatives to these goods could be available as a discount through the program, through the SNAP assisted shoppers, as a way to encourage our consumption and reduce purchases of more carbon intensive counterparts. And the last policy proposal that we had is more of a mitigating one. It's one that, again, already exists in the Farm Bill, but definitely deserves some attention nevertheless. And that would be to enhance crop insurance coverage. With the rise of killing degree days and severe weather events, such as hurricanes and droughts, the share of crops that will fail is just set to increase. As a result, more farmers will require expanded insurance coverage for their crops to remain financially viable over time. And in addition, these insurance coverage programs are sometimes inaccessible to smaller farmers. They're concentrated in large part to top producers, so it would help to expand it to the smaller farmers as well. That being said, insurance without guardrails may provide incentives to continue farming on fragile lands, especially as climate change is said to have an outside effect on production. So crop insurance coverage should come with clauses stipulating that beneficiaries of those programs should aim to phase out unsustainable farming practices that can lead to, for example, soil erosion and higher carbon footprints. So that's what we had. We're definitely takers of ideas all the time, especially as the Congress keeps on debating our current farm bill. So that is the extent of my presentation. Again, thanks for bearing with me. Apologies that my laptop didn't work with me. I'm just glad I was actually able to speak with you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Thibault. That was great. In fact, one of the things that stands out to me is we've just come through the COP28, and I don't remember any reporting talking about, the issues of food production in the future, or where we're sitting like that. Why hasn't this topic become more mainstream, do you think?
That's an interesting question. I think it's because, well, COP28 was, for one, focused on more high-level diplomatic achievements, which one could argue that and you could obviously include that in the in agriculture. You could include agricultural production in that. But I think it was seen as one of the niche details that they weren't able to actually get to this time. I also think this problem just hasn't received as much attention when it comes to policy making as it should. And again, I'm talking from a US lens specifically here. But I think that can be applied to a variety of countries. Again, in that farm bill, the effects of climate change on food production are almost non-existent right now. It's sort of evident that it's just not on policymakers' radar, and a whole lot of the people who are debating at COP28 sort of come from a similar crowd. And so I think that may just be an issue of actually bringing it to the forefront of their attention.
It's interesting you mentioned these killing degree days and what that means. My understanding is a lot of our crops are much closer to that limit than most people think. Rice being one that is particularly vulnerable. I do recall speaking with one of my friends a few years ago, and he's in Wichita. And I said, "Oh, and how's your garden going?" They said, "Oh, I got no tomatoes." I said, "What do you mean? It's, you got the heat, you got the season. How can you not have tomatoes?" He said, "Well, he found out that the temperatures have to get low enough at night for the flowers to set. And by the time we got to that point, there wasn't enough season to grow tomatoes." So, just these ideas of climate and temperatures are something that we haven't really thought, at least I haven't thought very much about, and maybe most people have. So, what does it really mean to get high temperatures? We know it's hard on people and hard on animals, but we don't think about the fields and crops quite the same way. One of the things that you mentioned was 2030, seeing a 5% drop in yields in Kansas. That sounds to me pretty substantial. That's not very far away. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, you did hear that right. And I mean, not only is 2030 looking a little bit dire, the following years, 2050, usually present even more dire consequences right now, especially under high greenhouse gas emission scenarios. And that depends a little bit based on who you ask, IPCC or NASA or EPA. With IPCC actually usually being slightly more positive in their scenarios and other researchers, which tells you something. But yeah, it's quite significant, right? And what that tells you, depending again on how businesses adapt and how governments adapt, how much money they pour into this issue, that these yields are going to be less and less efficient, and there's just that much more capital that's going to be needed to keep on feeding your population and keep on exporting your food, right? And obviously Kansas is not the only example in that. I think it's not even necessarily the most dire example. When we talked about Iowa and corn, for example, those yields, I think for a majority of counties by 2030, we're going to decrease by 10% or more, which is obviously incredibly significant as well. So that varies across the crops. Some of them are going to fare better than others, but that's something that general theme is going to stay true consistently throughout. And coming back to your comment about killing degree days and growing degree days, and how we're going to reach that threshold fairly quickly. Yes, and I think sometimes people who want to be more optimistic than maybe they ought to be, sort of look at the growing degree days and see, see, we're going to see an increase in some capacity on the days that are going to receive warmer temperatures. Yeah, but killing degree days are set to increase much more significantly more quickly, and that influence is going to be outsized compared to the growing degree days.
Well, your point about things moving north sounds good for Canada, and there is certainly a very large area in northern Ontario called the Clay Belt, equal to the agricultural crop production of Manitoba. Actually, 1.5 times Manitoba's crop area could come into production, but most of that land doesn't have the same kind of soils or buildup that you'd have in terms of your yields. And I'd like to point out to people that it's a little tough plowing granite, which is what we got a lot of the north. So the opportunity to compensate for moving north just doesn't seem like it's reasonable.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I'm fairly hesitant in bringing up that northwards migration, because it's not at all an absolute rule at all. And I think that the Canada's example brings to mind another example that was very much at the heart of the national security debate, and still is actually, and that would be Russia, right? Whether it would actually benefit in some manner from climate change. And people were, in the national security circles, one would say worried. That's not necessarily always the right words, because crops being grown is always a good news for the world in general. Nevertheless, it was a question, right? It was quickly concluded that climate change wouldn't work out for Russia's agricultural sector nearly as much as one might think, because they just don't have the soil for it, the majority of their territory. And that's probably something that's going to be replicated throughout northern regions of the world as well. So that compensating through that northern migration is an incredibly optimistic lens through which to see the problem, especially since sometimes it's going to be about a trade-off, right? You may be able to grow some things on that northern land that you're not going to be able to grow when those other products migrate. And then where do the former go? That's going to be more difficult to establish.
Of course, we're also quite concerned that other things move north too, pests and so on. So it's not just necessarily climate. But one of the questions that came in asked whether farmers in the U.S. receive any credits for sequestering carbon. Is that kind of activity there for trying to encourage climate change to be diminished?
Yes, that's not necessarily included in the Farm Bill. Well, that's not included in the Farm Bill. And again, that's supposed to be reauthorized this year. So maybe there will be more climate change considerations. Maybe we'll have changed something about the policy discussion. Who knows? But other large subsidy packages have taken a more climate considering approach to them. The biggest one obviously being the Inflation Reduction Act. And the Inflation Reduction Act is mostly about looking at the energy transition, right? It's not necessarily about agriculture at all. It's more about critical minerals to build EV batteries and reshoring EV battery production to the United States and things like that. And it's a whole issue in the trade world in general, obviously. But a much smaller part of the Inflation Reduction Act also includes sequestration. And they're still defining exactly how to give out these credits, especially since there isn't much of a cap on them. That being said, it's starting to become part of the conversation. It's again a very minimal part of the Inflation Reduction Act. The IRA is this enormous package, almost $400 billion, potentially more, but depending on how much people take advantage of the tax credits. And I think the sequestration is about 30 million of that, so a much smaller part. That being said, it's becoming a part of the solution, and maybe we'll see more of it in the future.
Most of us, I suppose, our immediate personal concern is what's the price of food going to be and so on. But I've also been hearing talk about mass migration. the fact that you mentioned in Africa, crop yields dropping, that we're going to have a lot of people on the move just because they simply cannot live where they are now. Again, the time frame for that is always a question mark. 2100 is still quite a ways out. But even by 2030, 2040, it seems like there's going to be an increase. We're already seeing a lot of pressure for people to come into Europe or other places. Did you get into any of that aspect in your study of what's the impact on population moves?
We didn't necessarily look at that in our study. I'll speak to it a little bit nevertheless because I have opinions. But I mean, obviously, it's going to be a large logistics problem, and I would argue that 2100 isn't necessarily that far away, especially since when it comes to populations in islands where the water levels are going to rise, that's not necessarily related to agricultural production, but it is related to people's movements. I think that kind of large mass migration is going to come much more quickly than the turn of the century. And it's going to be a management issue, obviously. That being said, and that's not necessarily the most politically salient thing to say in the United States, although people are starting to see that there's a problem. We are seeing a lot of labor shortages in this country, and I think in other developed countries as well, especially as they're undertaking these large industrial policies, these large state-led investments. You're seeing a whole lot of lack of workers to actually implement these subsidy packages. For example, with the United States large infrastructure investments in 2021 of about 1.2 trillion, you're going to see a shortage of construction workers of about 300,000 every year. And I think well-managed increased immigration can actually help these countries that are going to face significant labor shortages deal with those. And obviously it comes with a feeding issue, it comes with allocating the jobs efficiently issue, but I think if it's done well, it can be part of a solution.
Well, certainly everything's connected to everything. And even are those construction jobs going to be there if we don't have money to pay for it? Because when you talk about a 5% decline in wheat yields, we generally look at that as being maybe a doubling in terms of price change. So a 5% decline in supply is maybe a 10% increase in price, and that's going to feed all the way through. So maybe our current fascination with food inflation today will look pretty minimal in the future if we start seeing crop yields changing dramatically as they could. I don't have any more questions in the chat except one about the question of again pests and disease and fungi and so on impacting agriculture and how that might be more in the future. But I think we've more or less have covered that a bit. In any case, we are at the end of our session. Thibault, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. And Pam, if you're there still, thank you very much. I know Mike had to leave as his battery was dying, so he didn't. Sorry, Pam, we didn't get you back in the action again. But your comments about irrigation, I think if we're going to look at climate change, how do we create most security? To me, that's the best bang for the buck in terms of security, is to make sure we have water for our crops, because without that, we're not going to survive. In any case, I'd thank you very much, folks. I'll pull this to an end, and I'd like to introduce the next chair, which is Hedley Auld. Hedley's been a friend of the Transport Institute for as long as I can remember, and a great supporter, a former executive with CN Rail, and now comfortably retired, I guess I'd say. So Hedley, I'll turn the floor over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. Good morning, everyone. In your conference program, this next session has been entitled Sustainable Aviation Fuels, but I suspect that our two panelists' presentations will in fact be broader in scope than this title might indicate. They'll be talking about new transportation fuels that emit less carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases over their life cycle, from production through processing and through the supply chain to end use than traditional fossil-based transportation fuels, such as gasoline, diesel oil, or jet fuel. Our panelists will cover a range of new novel types of transportation fuels being introduced and used for surface transportation, marine navigation, and indeed for aviation. They are described variously as sustainable or low in carbon intensity, or clean or renewable fuels, and some simply as biofuels. Driven by the need to address climate change, rapid changes are taking place in this low carbon transportation fuel space. These include new government policies, regulations and incentives, new R&D, and significant new commercial investments. All these factors are speeding up the pace of adoption of clean fuels in the transportation marketplace. Higher biofuel consumption and production levels are spurring strong growth in North American demand for feedstocks, including new domestic markets for industrial use of oilseed crops grown and processed in Canada. So to talk about these changes, our panelists today are Fred Gatala and Chris Vervaet. Each will make their presentation, and I think then we'll open it up for a question period. Please use the Zoom chat room to submit questions or comments you may have during their presentations. So first of all, Fred Gatala is the Director for Carbon and Sustainability for Advanced Biofuels Canada. This is a national industry association established to promote the production and use of advanced biofuels in Canada. The association's members are global leaders in commercial production of advanced biofuels and technology development. This association also publishes a very useful annual report, Biofuels in Canada, that explains and tracks the impact of renewable and low carbon intensity fuel policies in Canada. Fred also has 13 years of experience in climate change policy and services. He leads the association's work to establish biofuel carbon value, life cycle analyses and regulations, and sector engagement in sustainability initiatives. He earned a bachelor's degree in finance from George Washington University and has an MSc from UBC, where his research focused on carbon policy. So please join me in welcoming Fred Gatala to Fields on Wheels to speak to us today from his home base in Vancouver on the topic of Canadian clean fuel policy, current status and future directions.
Thank you so much, Hedley. Great to be here with everyone. I'm just going to flip over into share screen. Thanks for the introduction. Fred Gatala, Director of Carbon and Sustainability with Advanced Biofuels Canada. I also chair our Sustainable Aviation Fuel Caucus, which is a group of our members that are specifically pushing on low carbon aviation fuel policy in the Canadian provinces at the federal level and learning from what's happening in other jurisdictions so that best practices can be brought to Canadian jurisdictions and adopted. So pretty broad presentation. I'll try to get through most of it. So here's our member slide. We're about 38 members now, about 45 billion liters of global installed low carbon fuel capacity. So we are everything ranging from traditional or conventional methyl ester biodiesel through to renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel, advanced renewable fuels that say, for example, ferment flue gas and turn it into ethanol. Lots of pathways, lots of ways to make low carbon fuels. We began as the Alberta and British Columbia Biodiesel Associations expanded to become the Western Canada Biodiesel Association, now much bigger canvas with Advanced Biofuels Canada. Diverse technologies and products within our membership. So a key part that I draw here, because I just went through some of the main low carbon fuels like renewable diesel, biodiesel, etc. It's all of the co-products that come out of the low carbon fuel production facilities. We've got everything from glycerin, that's a byproduct of biodiesel production, animal feed, which can be a recipient market for glycerin, but everything from renewable naphtha that comes out of the renewable diesel production process, and that is a gasoline blend stock now. So the bioeconomy is alive and well in the production platforms of many of the low carbon and synthetic renewable fuels that are being produced. So we exist to push on policy. We focus on gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and heating oil. So we are predominantly a liquids-focused organization. Of course, members have projects that put renewable content into the gaseous and solid streams, but it's all about policy. These low carbon fuel options, they need to be pulled into the market, and what pulls them into the market is policy that makes room for them within the transportation fuel mix. And then once there's room for these different fuels to have a footing in the market, then we progress down the cost curve, then we get economies of scale, then we find additional value-added co-products, and we participate in broad-scale decarbonization of transportation fuels. On our website, I'll just flash up a couple of resources that we have. If you are interested in learning a lot more about Canadian renewable and low carbon fuels, please visit the website. We've got dashboards, we've got reports, we've got Power BI enabled graph sets that are very useful, because Canada is not the US in terms of having the same access to information like the Energy Information Agents Administration, EIA, puts out on a weekly, daily basis. Canada doesn't have it, so we've stepped in to try to make the most information available as possible. Here is the key slide of where we're at in Canada. So you've got provinces. I'm a dual citizen, US, Canada. One of the first things I learned when I moved to Canada is that the provinces are extremely strong in their domain over energy and environmental policy, way more than many of the United States. Some would say California, a bit of an exception, but provinces generally have a lot more domain over energy and environmental policy, which is why we see a really useful patchwork of different types of low carbon fuel policies across Canada. Why is a patchwork useful? Generally, you don't say like patchworks are useful, but in the fuel space, they are quite useful because you have different manners of implementing policy that best reflect the priorities of the jurisdiction. And there's a lot of learning from your neighbors. Some of the policies, like the renewable content requirements in Ontario and Quebec, those have renewable fuel standards with greenhouse gas modifiers to like basically sum it up. Whereas in BC, you have a low carbon fuel standard that just earlier this week, they updated the regulation for it to get to 30% below 2010 levels by 2030. So significant progress with that CI schedule. So what you have here is red is renewable content requirements in gasoline, reverse. Red is renewable content in diesel, blue is renewable content in gasoline. Bold numbers reflect the CI reduction if it's a low carbon fuel standard. In Alberta, they have a minimum greenhouse gas threshold in order for a fuel to be eligible. That's 25% below the fossil baseline. That's why they're in parentheses. You'll see Saskatchewan and Manitoba, straight up blend mandates. There are no greenhouse gas modifiers in that program. And you'll see in Ontario and Quebec, you have minimum thresholds that affect the amount of compliance value that low carbon fuels and gas and diesel provide to the obligated party. Federally, clean fuel regulation is one of the most significant things that a lot of folks in the Canadian clean fuel space spent the last 7 years participating in the development of. It has a carbon intensity reduction schedule for diesel, gasoline. Previously, it did include jet fuel and heating oil and heavy fuel oil within regulatory scope. Now it's just gas and diesel, but those other types of low carbon fuels can generate in credit creation. I've got airplanes there. What does that mean? It means that jet fuel is an eligible source of compliance credit generation in the provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec. British Columbia, with their new updated regulation, does obligate now a carbon intensity reduction in jet fuel, also mandates renewable content in jet fuel. That is the first aviation-focused renewable fuel policy to take effect in Canada that puts obligatory requirements on that fuel mix. I will just take a moment here to give you a 101 on renewable jet fuel. It is the new entrant on the block in terms of low carbon fuels, but here's the key point. It is jet fuel. The renewable is just characterizes where the carbon comes from, but it is the same as jet fuel, which means that when SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, which is one of its terms, when it is certified against ASTM D7566, and then when it is blended with petroleum jet fuel that's certified to D1655, when you get that blend recertified to the ASTM 1655 spec, it is jet fuel, which means that it's entirely fit for purpose, and you can use it up to the blend limits that are established in the ASTM specification, which for the predominant type of sustainable aviation fuel is 50%. There are a number of pathways to produce sustainable aviation fuel. As anyone who understands a bit of chemistry, you'll know that lipids are basically 3 kerosene molecules tied together. So you can use industrial processes to create renewable diesel, renewable jet fuel, all kinds of things that work in that use a distillate-based kerosene type molecule. You can make them out of many different materials. And so that's why the pathway that is bold here, which is HEFA, hydrotreated esters and fatty acids, is the predominant pathway in existence and in use now. And it would be the one where Canada probably has the most opportunity for impact because of our oilseed production strength. Zoom in on British Columbia. It's got a carbon intensity reduction requirement for jet fuel, which is right here, 10% CI reduction by 2030. And it's got a renewable content requirement step up from 1% beginning in 2028 to 3% in 2030. It's breaking news because the reg is out this week. It was released by order in council. It was approved by cabinet last week, most likely, and published earlier this week on the OIC website. So that's major. We see the obligated market being about 66 million liters in 2030. But if the carbon intensity reduction for jet fuel was to be met purely by sustainable aviation fuel, we would be about 10 to 12% in 2030. Because of the low carbon fuel standard policy structure, debits created from fossil fuels can be covered by credits from many different sources: renewables and gas, renewables and diesel, renewables and jet fuel. So it adds aviation fuel into the denominator of that policy. So here's what it looks like. British Columbia has an opt-in for 2 years, next year and the following year. CI reductions then start in 2026, and the volume requirements occur in 2028, 29, and 30. We forecast that the provinces of Ontario and Quebec maintain an opt-in eligibility, Saskatchewan as well, opt-in eligibility, and that Canada, there's a lot of working groups going on right now regarding sustainable aviation fuel at the federal level. So given that aviation fuel was in scope for the CFR, given that the Minister Alghabra and part of the action plan for aviation decarbonization 2 years ago, Transport Canada put up with consultation with industry a 10% SAF use target by 2030. So a lot of work to see what could be done to bring that into effect. Yesterday, ABFC gave a webinar called Canada's Biofuel Surge. I've lifted a couple slides from here because I think they really hit home the amount of penetration we see in low carbon fuels in Canada. So you see a bit of a COVID flat spot, and then we're picking up in 2022 with estimated numbers. We got ethanol, biodiesel, HDRD. For the first time, the Biofuels in Canada report includes co-processed fuel, and we quantify the amount of gasoline displaced by electricity. You can see an increase in renewable content, not just coming out of COVID, but relative to since the report series started with 2010 data. We see a strong uptick in low carbon fuel use. And one of the reasons why is we see more renewable fuels being used than are required by the sum of provincial regulations. And that just happened recently. So what is that? That's likely the effect of the federal clean fuel regulation pulling in more renewable fuels to generate more compliance credits that help the primary suppliers who are obligated under the regulation prepare for reducing their carbon intensity through the regulation. So the CFR at a federal level is really pulling what we see, the data suggests, is pulling more renewable fuels into the market, certainly on the gasoline and diesel side, because sustainable aviation fuel participates in the federal clean fuel regulation from credit generation. We expect it to also pull SAF into the federal picture, also supported by BC's LCFS that obligates jet fuel. Key part, we are living in the age of affordability where that is absolutely top of political concerns. This shows the net impact of cumulative renewable fuel blending on prices across Canada. You see on the gasoline side, a wholesale cost reduction. There's, of course, taxes. These include carbon taxes that are levied on gasoline and diesel. In Quebec, there's an avoided cap and trade cost. So when you net all of that together, it's about a 0.01% increase in fuel cost due to the sum of renewable fuels being used in Canada. And that slight cost is because of the diesel side. Diesel, renewable alternatives to diesel are slightly more expensive. Ethanol is a cheaper molecule than gasoline, especially when you include the octane benefit. We've got a lot of room for growth in Canada with an expanding clean fuel sector, many emission reductions, new high quality jobs, economic growth, and a cost of measures to unlock this investment that is positioning Canada's sector to be competitive with US renewable fuel production under the US Inflation Reduction Act. That is a strong focus on what the sector that includes the refining sector are looking at to try to have enabled through federal policy that makes Canadian production competitive to the US. I'm just going to zoom over the clean fuel regulations. Very significant policy. One of the key parts of it is the land use and biodiversity criteria, which is useful in the sense that it insulates the regulation from perceptions that it can promote unsustainable renewable fuels. Renewable fuels are very tied to the agricultural system. The level of tracking, slight data requirements, confirmation that the crops are grown under the rule of law in Canada serve to differentiate crops from the Canadian agricultural sector from those that may be imported from jurisdictions where there's less adherence to requirements for environmental performance when crops are grown. ABFC's website has a number of materials on it that show basically the real-time trade balance of where Canadian renewable fuels are. So we have exports in the dark brown bar, imports in the dark blue bar, and this shows that for renewable fuels total, we are largely import dependent. Much of that is from US corn-based ethanol that is the predominant supply of renewables in the gasoline pool. We export a fair amount of fuel, especially on the biodiesel side to the United States. But that's our trade balance that we keep updated in real time. We drill down a bit to show where the imports are actually coming from. The US Gulf Coast is the site of many new or more renewable diesel production facilities. So we're able to pull fuel from the US Gulf renewable diesel into Canada. That's supplying a lot of our market now. Of course, there's an intent to have domestic clean fuel production capacity. We have new facilities being stood up here that are here. Just a little quick tour through my slide deck to make everyone dizzy. But the ones that are stood up now are obviously Parkland with their co-processing, Tidewater, the Bria renewable fuel facility in Come By Chance. Those are all large renewable diesel projects that are positioned to supply the Canadian market with domestic production. So carbon tax reform is a major area that Advanced Biofuels Canada is focusing on. The carbon tax currently applies to, in the province of British Columbia, applies to renewable fuels in addition to the fossil fuels that they displace. So what we have is a calculator that shows, because carbon taxes and even excise taxes, they're applied volumetrically. When you have clean fuels, and in the case of ethanol, that has a slight energy density difference. That is one of the key parts that we
just lost your screen there.
Yeah. Are you seeing anything now? I think my finger slipped and I hit a button, which is fine because I was just wrapping up.
We can see you, Fred, but not the slides.
Perfect. That's I gave my slides the proverbial hook, I guess. So anyway, instead of fumbling around, I'll just state that what is the rationale for low carbon intensity fuels as we progress towards 2030, especially as we have zero emission vehicle mandates being put in place provincially, also federally. What's the role for low carbon intensity fuels if we're all going to be driving EVs very soon? And the answer to that is transportation emissions are such a significant source of emissions. They're a beast. And we've got to use all available tools to tackle that source of emissions. So that does include zero emission vehicles, electric vehicles. It also includes decarbonizing the fuels that we're using in the internal combustion engine cars right now. We don't have enough time to wait for fleet turnover to be the key to unlocking decreased emissions in the transportation sector. So that's why our members produce fuels. They produce fuels in response to policy, and it's up to the policymakers to recognize the role that decarbonizing the internal combustion engine plays in helping us reach the significant emission reduction targets we have. So I don't want to take any time from my co-panelist. Chris Vervaet is fantastic in speaking and slides. So Hedley, maybe I'll pass it back to you, and then I'll stand by for questions after we finish all the presentations.
That's fine, Fred. I think what I'll do is just, let me see if I can interpret for the audience here, many of whom might be new to this whole field, some of the abbreviations that you've used in here. And I've had to get up to speed over the last couple of days since we spoke about this topic area. Let's go back just to the very beginning. I think of biofuels beginning with ethanol mandates in the US, and which led to a real ramp up in corn ethanol production, and really created a new market for US corn producers who had traditionally been supplying the food market and the feed market. The industrial use market suddenly just really grew. But what was the mechanism that drove ethanol back 10 to 15 years ago? Was it the mandates at the federal or state level?
A lot of it was for displacing MTBE that was put in as an oxygenate. Also, finding octane. Ethanol is a great source of octane that is very price competitive or below other petroleum-based octanes. But yes, much of the ethanol production capacity was stood up to supply the US renewable fuel standard market and then the RFS2. Some of the earlier volumes in the US market were from Brazilian sugarcane ethanol, but then corn and ethanol production really advanced and became extremely efficient. Started with thermal coal being the main process heat, now natural gas, and now you have ethanol facilities using carbon capture and sequestration. But yeah, I think where you started, Hedley, these are policy-driven markets. Our transportation fuel mix has been exclusively, really, since, horses and buggies, fossil fuels. And so this represents diversifying the fuel supply through requiring low carbon fuels to be used.
Now, the statistics that you were showing that in gasoline across Canada, there are volumetric mandates set by province that vary province to province. It looked like, for example, in Manitoba, it was as high as 10% is the mandated ethanol content. It goes as high as perhaps 15% in the US. Like there's an upper limit as to what gasoline could take within automobiles or within the supply chain itself. Is that correct?
You're seeing a lot of E15 now. That is the next step for ethanol. E10 is pretty much across the board, but you can get to E15. Of course, there's E85 stations and flex fuel vehicles available to use that higher content of fuel. The Brazilian hydrous and anhydrous ethanol markets have gotten significantly past the E15 level. So there's a bit of engine design that has to occur on the ethanol side. Renewable diesel, why you've seen it take off so much is that it is diesel fuel. There's no changes required. But creating these markets for renewable fuels, it doesn't just change the fuel production process. It has led to a increase in production, increase in efficiency on the agricultural sector side. And so what you'll see is modern renewable fuel policies like the federal clean fuel regulations, they require that the production not come from expanding land use at the expense of grasslands and forests. The European Union's Renewable Energy Directive started that approach. The US Renewable Fuel Standard incorporated it, and the Canadian CFR also has it. These policies aren't designed to encourage the clearing of additional land, which is why you have things like the land use and biodiversity criteria in effect.
Let's step through that then. Again, you were saying that Canada has adopted just in the last year the clean fuel standard regulations, which themselves were modeled on, shall we say, a British Columbia model, and then in turn, really the pioneer in this was California then. And can you explain how it works? How is carbon intensity measured, and what are the targets set, and then what are the compliance credit mechanisms that work in these?
Big question. The carbon intensity is the currency of low carbon fuel regulations. What they require is that you reduce the carbon intensity, which is expressed as grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule of fuel. Liter of diesel, like 36 megajoules of energy. You need to reduce the carbon intensity per megajoule of fuel, which is a really efficient way to design a policy because it keeps the metric constant. A liter of gas versus diesel versus jet, different energy content. So you basically have to reduce that through blending renewable fuels, renewable diesel, biodiesel, ethanol. Also, you can create credits from installing and operating EV chargers, co-processing, where you put renewable content into a refinery. And there's pathways. The BC LCFS website has a lot of this detail, but there's pathways that use hydrogen, RNG, CNG, basically anything that reduces the amount of emissions from transportation fuels is generally eligible to create credits under the policy. It is what seems to be the pervasive modern approach to low carbon fuel introduction through policy means.
And we're newly into this at the federal level. Is there any evidence now of the supply or the demand for compliance credits that has come out so far, or is it just too new?
Another very good one. So ECCC has not published official credit balance statistics. The first official report is coming July 31st, 2024. They have presented in webinars what the estimated credit balance is based on approved carbon intensity scores. Initial reports are that the market is functioning. Credit prices are what we hear in the 100 to 250 per ton dollar range. Of course, those may be marginal credit transactions, meaning that not all compliance is achieved through purchasing and selling credits. Renewable fuel purchasers that blend the fuel aren't going out to the credit market to buy credits, right? So it's not necessary that the credit estimated value reflects the cost or the price of renewable fuels or credit creation. Rather, it's the value that the marginal credit is able to achieve from the market, because primary suppliers may not be blending the renewable fuels at present compared to the amount of compliance obligation they forecast coming their way in a couple of years. I think I just confused myself with that, but basically the market is working. There are no published prices, but the trade is very active.
Let's just stop there, and then let's just bring on our other speaker, Fred, and just if you'll stand by, because we'll continue with the question and answer afterwards. It's pretty clear that the efforts to reduce carbon emissions will have an impact on agriculture directly and indirectly, notably by increasing opportunities for oilseed crops grown and processed for industrial use. So to talk about this, our second panelist is Chris Vervaete. Chris is the Executive Director of the Canadian Oilseed Processors Association, or as we know it, COPA in Western Canada. He represents its member companies on matters pertaining to the oilseed processing industry. Chris is also a senior executive with the Canola Council of Canada and provides leadership on topics impacting all segments of the canola value chain. Before joining COPA and the Canola Council, Chris spent several years with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, including a posting as an agricultural counselor in the Canadian Embassy in Beijing. Earlier, he worked for the Canadian Federation of Agriculture and for Bunge Global. He is a native Manitoban. He earned his BSc in agribusiness from the University of Manitoba and an MSc in agricultural economics from the University of Guelph. And his work with COPA and the Canola Council has focused on growth opportunities and challenges in the canola industry as the world transitions to a lower carbon future. He leads the value chain's efforts on renewable fuels, working closely with government and industry partners on key regulatory initiatives, including Canada's new clean fuel regulation and the US renewable fuel standards. So again, please welcome Chris Vervaete to Fields on Wheels, speaking us today from his home base in Winnipeg on the topic oilseed processing overview. So Chris, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Just great, thanks.
And thank you for having me again for Fields on Wheels. It's been a few years since I last presented. And Barry, when I first provided you with the title of my presentation, I've had an opportunity to make it a little bit more catchy and relevant to the discussion for this panel. So this is what I'm going to be presenting today. It's really going to be focused on crush expansion in Canada and the shifting utilization of canola and what that means to the trade flows. So I have about 10 slides I'm going to walk everybody through. So this slide just outlines the footprint of canola processing in Canada. So currently we have 14 facilities in Canada, spanning as far east as Quebec and as far west as Alberta. All of these facilities do process canola, and approximately the capacity in 2023 was about just north of 11 million metric tons of canola processing. I should note that the plants that are out east in both Quebec and in Ontario process soybeans as well. But the focus of my presentation will be very much on canola because that is where we see our biggest footprint, and it's also where we see the biggest growth opportunities for our industry. So when we look out over the next 5 years, we see some significant expansion of processing on the horizon. Over the last 3 years or so, there have been 5 new investments announced by the member companies that are listed at the bottom. All of these investments have been announced in Saskatchewan for canola processing. That's not by accident. Saskatchewan happens to be the province where most of the canola in Canada is grown. So the farmers in Saskatchewan represent about 50% of all of the canola production grown in this country. Saskatchewan is also very ideally located from a central logistical point of view. So access to both east and west and south market destinations are quite convenient from Saskatchewan. So if all of these new investments that have been announced come to fruition and they're built, stated on the capacity that was announced in the various press releases, we see capacity growing by roughly 7 million metric tons. So that's 60% increase from what we see today, reaching about 18 million metric tons of processing capacity over the next 5 years or so. And that would bump our total footprint of facilities from 14 to 17. This slide kind of provides a little bit of context in terms of where we've come from back about a decade or more ago to where we are today, and then where we think we're going to be in 2025 and onwards as it relates to canola processing and what that means from a relative point of view for production as well. So back in 2010, we had production of canola of around 13 million metric tons. And our crush was approximately half of that, about 6 million metric tons of crush. Over the years, we've seen steady growth of both production and crush. And essentially what's happened is as production has increased, we've seen more value-added processing come online. And really what's been interesting is that it's always been around half of production. So whether you're looking out at 2010 or you're fast forwarding to 2022, about half of what was grown in Canada was processed in Canada. But as per my previous slide, we see some pretty big shifts coming our way in the industry as it relates to expansion. So taking a bit of a guess here, so I don't want people to take these numbers to the bank. We're always making estimates as economists and policy analysts to see what might be possible in the future. So that's what that last set of bar charts on the right-hand side are. They're just estimates of what we think could be possible. So we might see 23 million tons of production of canola by 2025 or a bit later. And then the capacity that I talked about on the other slide, if we do see all the investments come to fruition, we could see crush reach about 16 million metric tons. And that would represent about 70% of what is produced in Canada. And as per my previous comment, this is significant. We've always been around half. So to move to 70% of value-added production in Canada really is a significant step change for the industry with many positive benefits as it relates to, again, more of that value-added processing occurring here in Canada, more delivery options for farmers. And I'm now going to unpack the benefits from the point of view of being a feedstock provider in low carbon fuels. So Fred already provided, I think, a really good overview of renewable fuels, what they are, how they're made. So I'm not going to go into too much more detail on those aspects, but only wanted to highlight, again, a bit of a guesstimate from our point of view where we see demand for both bio and renewable diesel going in the years ahead. My discussion on some of these subsequent slides are going to focus primarily on biodiesel and maybe even more so on renewable diesel. I think I heard Fred say the distinguished piece or the differences between those fuels, but maybe just for the benefit of everybody, biodiesel is more of that traditional renewable product that came online in significant scale, I'd say probably about 10 or 15 years ago. The new kid on the block is renewable diesel. It is not the same as biodiesel. Renewable diesel is a 100% drop in fuel. So it is chemically indistinguishable from fossil fuel. So when we talk about biodiesel and we talk to our farmers and we talk to some of those that use diesel, there is often some limitations to biodiesel. A 5% blend rate, maybe a maximum 10% blend rate if you're doing it in some warmer climates. Those types of challenges or issues do not exist with renewable diesel. Renewable diesel, again, is a 100% drop in fuel. So if you're running your tractor on fossil diesel today, you can replace that fossil diesel 100% with renewable diesel. So not to belabor that point, but I think it's important to distinguish these two products. And again, the renewable diesel being the new kid on the block, and where we see a lot of opportunities for future growth. And that's what the chart on the right-hand side is intended to demonstrate. And this is both between Canada and the US. My presentation is going to focus on opportunities on both sides of the border. So we see a sharp increase based on that graph I just put up on the screen as it relates to the increase in demand for biodiesel and renewable diesel, again, with an emphasis on renewable diesel. This is what the build out of renewable diesel production capacity looks like in both Canada and the United States. So in Canada, there have been 7 facilities, probably more, but these are the 7 facilities that I know of or that I have found in terms of public information that are either already built or are under construction or are being considered for construction. If everything gets built the way that they've been announced in their press releases and from public information sources, we could see 4 billion liters of capacity of renewable diesel in Canada in the next 4 to 5 years. To put that into some context, it's almost zero today. There's one facility, the one that's on the far left there with the green dot, Tidewater, that has recently commissioned their renewable diesel plant, the first one in Canada. But there's a lot of potential for increases. I think Fred mentioned one of the companies, Brea, which is on the far right-hand side of our country in Newfoundland. That facility is under construction. We have Imperial Oil's facility that's also under construction. So there's a lot of potential to get close to that 4 billion liter capacity in the years ahead. Now, just to turn your attention to the right-hand side of the screen, and this is always the case when we talk about the United States, it's always on such a bigger scale. The build out of capacity for renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel in the United States is nothing short of remarkable. All those dots that you see peppered on the continental United States there represent where renewable diesel facilities either already exist or are under construction. So more than 25 facilities are already operating or are under construction in the United States, representing approximately 30 billion liters of capacity. So the production of renewable diesel in North America is really starting to take off. So I've thrown up a bunch of numbers, right? Billions of liter here, billions of liter there. I'm going to try to put it into perspective in terms of what that means for feedstock. So this particular slide shows what one renewable diesel facility would require notionally if they were going to source 100% of their feedstock supplies from canola. So here's a facility that has an annual production capacity of 1 billion liters. Sounds like a big number, doesn't it? 1 billion liters for one facility. But that is not at all unusual when you look at some of the different facilities that are being constructed today in both Canada and the United States. There's several facilities that have that type of production capacity today or have that type of production capacity in terms of intent for the years ahead. So 1 billion liters, again, let's say they're sourcing 100% of their feedstock from canola, would require approximately 1 million metric tons of canola to feed that plant. That would be equivalent roughly again to about 3 crush plants, kind of a standard size crush plant that you would see in Canada today. And when you take that back down to the farm level, that would be equivalent to approximately 2.5 million metric tons of seed. So I hope this adds a little bit of perspective in terms of how big of an opportunity the renewable diesel boom could be for feedstock providers and for farmers in the years ahead. So just to provide a snapshot of canola utilization in renewable fuels. And again, I'm focusing here just in terms of canola that is grown and harvested in North America, trying not to distinguish between Canada and the US. In fact, it's hard to distinguish between Canada and the US because the data is hard to come by. So I'm aggregating, Canada and the US in terms of canola utilization in renewable fuels here. So again, in 2022, we see about 2.5 million tons of seed equivalent that find their way into the renewable fuels market. The US is the largest market in 2022. We see the EU and their biofuel program still taking some canola from Canada. And then we see Canada there in red. If you fast forward to 2030 and all of the biofuel programs and regulations continue to strengthen, and there's still the political will to decarbonize transportation fuels through renewable fuels, we expect to see a lot of growth in both Canada and the United States. In fact, we see nearly a 300% increase potentially with regards to canola that is used in renewable fuels by 2030. Again, I want to put some of this into perspective. So that's what the right-hand side of the slide is intended to do. We're not stagnant. Things don't stay the same. So we're not going to continue to see production of canola stay the same. We do anticipate opportunities for increased productivity. We see opportunities for cover cropping of canola in places in the United States. So as an industry broadly, regardless if we're in Canada or the United States, we're optimistic that we're going to see an increase in production of canola in the years ahead. And what we've done here again is take a guesstimate out to 2030, we could see canola production increase by about 10 million tons, reaching 30 million tons by 2030. And if we're going to be incorporating more of our canola into renewable fuels, we see that maybe being about 25% of production by 2030. Leaving 75% still being utilized by our, let's call it, traditional markets of food and feed. So the point of the slide on the right-hand side is really to emphasize that the fuel opportunity is coming and we're excited about it. There's a lot of good things that are going to happen for our value chain as a result of it. But our food and feed markets aren't going anywhere. They're going to continue to be the dominant market where canola flows to. So just a quick snapshot of historical disappearance of Canadian canola. Again, I'm taking the US out of this equation just for a second and focusing on Canadian canola. Over the last 5 years, again, it's pretty even Steven in terms of where canola production goes. About half gets crushed and half is exported to markets around the world. When we look at the situation for meal and oil disappearance in terms of where those products flow, it's still predominantly going towards exports, which is indicated by the orange pie. And the blue pie is where we see our domestic market picking up the slack. You fast forward in terms of that outlook I keep talking about, the 5-year outlook. If we see all the crush capacity come online and we see them utilizing the capacity to the best that they can, roughly 16 million metric tons of seed would be crushed. We have 7 million metric tons of exported. This is based on an assumption that we get 23 million metric tons by around the 2025 time period. So a substantial shift. Again, this is picking up from basically the second slide I presented and just showing that we're going to be a bigger piece of the pie as it relates to the crushing of canola here in Canada. When we look again at the disappearance, where is that oil and meal going to go? Really, we don't see a significant change. There's definitely going to be a bigger market opportunity in Canada for canola oil. So the actual gross tonnage of our domestic market will increase, again, primarily because we see opportunities for canola oil and renewable fuels in Canada. But really, the distribution doesn't change much. The punchline really is that exports are still going to be our bread and butter. It's going to be something that our entire value chain still relies on heavily. Okay, a couple more slides here, and I'd be remiss if I didn't unpack a bit on the logistics of, changing trade flows and things of that nature. So this is how we view things changing in the years ahead. The yellow arrows depict more canola oil moving to the US and Canada, again, primarily being driven by demand for renewable fuels. We're going to have a lot more meal on our hands once all this crush capacity comes online. We don't think that we see that canola meal finding a home in either Canada and the United States. There's certainly a potential for some more volumes to move to both Canada and the US destinations for meal, but ultimately it's going to have to find a home offshore. And when we say offshore, we're talking about Asia. So that's what the brown line depicts, the movement of the canola meal, likely through ports like Vancouver and perhaps Prince Rupert as well. What we're going to see is less seed exports. So we'll still see seed exports, again depicted in dark gray, going off the West Coast primarily, but it's going to be less than what we've been used to in the years previous. So to round out my presentations, and again, recognizing this is a conference that is intended to talk a little bit about the aspects of logistics and supply chains, I just thought I'd throw up some bullets here to talk about some implications, and hopefully it precipitates a little bit of discussion amongst the attendees as well. So I think it's been clear from my slides that more canola as oil is going to be shipped to North American destinations, which does have an added benefit of reducing pressures at port locations. Something that I've heard at this event actually in the past is that we've got congestion issues in port destinations such as Vancouver. If we keep more of the canola as oil in North America, that could alleviate some pressure there. But there is a however to that comment. To my earlier mention of canola meal, it's going to need to find a home. So we're still going to have to move a heck of a lot of meal off the West Coast. North American destinations for oil have both shorter and longer hauls. A lot of folks that I speak to on this topic of expanded crush will often mention, boy, that's great. We're going to have this market in our own backyard. You'll be shipping canola oil to a renewable diesel customer that's maybe only 50 kilometers, maybe as short as 10 kilometers. This is going to be a massive efficiency. I say yes to that. So that is definitely an opportunity and an interesting aspect of more efficient movement of canola oil, for example. But some of our US shipments and some of our US customers on renewable diesel could be as far as 3,000 kilometers away. So Fred mentioned that there's a real mix and a concentration of renewable diesel facilities in the US Gulf. Those are going to be some of our customers. There's different modes of shipment, of course. We could use barge. There's different ways to get the product there. But if we were going to use rail, that would be a 3,000 kilometer trip one way from central Saskatchewan, for example. So yes, there's going to be efficiencies on shorter hauls, but there's still going to be a lot of long hauls for our product to get to market. Maybe just the last comment here, less seed exported through the West Coast means less unit trains. So unit trains is something that often gets talked about even on this conference, and how that's been such a boon with regards to efficiencies. Can't argue with that. So maybe we don't have as much of those efficiencies because we're now moving value-added products. But meal exports, especially if we're going to be moving it to the coast, that's still going to be moved by unit trains largely. We don't see that changing. And there's also opportunities for larger car blocks of oil. All of our oil shipments traditionally have gone through manifest in smaller blocks. But if we see some of these large customers come online that are requiring large volumes at a time, I think there's still some efficiency gains by moving oil in larger blocks. And perhaps we might even see our first unit train of oil one of these days. So I think I've spent at least more than my allotted time, Headley, on the subject, but I do hope there's time for a question or two.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. That's an outstanding presentation. It really covers many bases. I'm just going to turn to the chat room. There have been some questions coming through, specifically on sustainable aviation fuel. Question to Fred from Robert Parsons. Do you see that, Fred? In the near term, sustainable aviation fuel based on oilseed appears to be the most realistic option to decarbonize aircraft. Availability has been the issue, but now appears to be more of the niche requirements, including more stringent regulatory concerns and compliance. And at your meeting yesterday, the data shows new production is coming online, but little of that appears to be going towards sustainable aviation fuels. What additional incentives or policy improvements may be needed to get more activity towards sustainable aviation fuels. Fred?
Dr. Parsons, thank you for the question. That's absolutely correct. Renewable diesel production is the predominant focus of the new projects. That's because there are regulations that require the renewable diesel. SAF or low carbon jet is the new entrant. So we see policy creating that firm demand is one of the key parts to bring in more SAF production. Remember, SAF can be produced from the same production platform as renewable diesel, slightly different distillation, different isomerization. You just need a slightly shorter molecule. Once you have an RD plant, doesn't take tremendously more capital to swing it to upwards of 90% SAF. So we see RD as being the first phase and then SAF being the second phase. Many of the projects have announced it as such. I'll just hit your other question here, Robert. Thanks for pointing out the CGSB versus ASTM. Absolutely correct. CGSB points to the ASTM spec, especially for 7566 synthetic aviation fuels. So that's a good point out.
There's another question here earlier from Paul Larson, and I think that you were, Fred, you were possibly anticipating his question. Is the argument that crops should be used to produce food and not fuel in a world of increasing food security still in play? And I gather that what you were saying in one of your slides about low quality land, and that a factor that is taken into account, is it correct, that in the carbon intensity calculations, the scorecarding of substitutes, is the land that is taken into account as well? But there's also this competition for food acreage, if you will.
Should have a webinar just on this issue. Food versus fuel is a pervasive piece. Ever since the commodity super cycle in 2008, when a lot of funds went into the commodity markets, that issue is inextricable from renewable fuel development. I generally go, and everyone will know this, it's not food or fuel, it's always food and fuel. You look at the main agricultural feedstocks that are used for bioethanol, renewable diesel, biodiesel. You always have meal coming out the back end of those facilities, whether it's dried distillers grains, whether it's canola meal, etc. So these are projects and programs that use a part of the agricultural production. On the ethanol side, it uses the starch and sugar. These things are not things you want to be feeding to the animal generally. So it's a very good way to soak up the additional starch and sugar. And then that meal goes back into the supply chain. So there's very good data that shows, that like renewable fuel production can be net positive for calorie generation through protein and other pieces that go into the supply chain. It's hard to talk about food scarcity for humans without pointing out that we now have more diseases from over too many calories than we do too few calories. It's just I have family in India. I go visit the doctor. Dad works in a hospital. It used to be way back in the day, like people coming in because they weren't able to get enough nourishment and calories. And now people are coming in because they're not able to get enough vitamins from the oversupply of bad food that they're eating that's largely starches and sugars. Anyway, bit of a rant there, but we also can't talk about food versus fuel without talking about the 1/3 of food that is wasted at different points in the supply chain. And developed countries, we don't like to eat food that has a blemish on it. So we lose, our food waste occurs closer to the consumer. What's in your fridge right now? Is there anything growing food on it? Maybe. That's really pervasive in the West. In developing countries, of course, we lose more crops closer to the field. So there's a lot of slack in the global agricultural supply chain that can be tightened up. That is not to dismiss real concerns over food insecurity that exists. The data shows that those are predominantly from extreme poverty, being local to conflict, and other things that are not related to overall global supply and demand of calories for nutrition. However, that's a bit of the defensive answer, but the offensive answer is that modern policies must take into account how land is cleared and not permit feedstocks that are from recently cleared land to be eligible, which is why the Canadian Clean Fuel Regulation, it doesn't allow feedstocks in that don't comply with the land use and biodiversity. And please note that that includes palm. Palm is currently an ineligible feedstock under the federal Clean Fuel Regulations because of its land expansion pieces.
Let me just give a quick one to Chris here, again from Robert Parsons. You'll see in the panel there, Chris, in some places like Europe, the GMO, non-GMO distinction is quite important for food oils, veg oils. But what about for hydrogen-derived renewable diesel? Is there no constraint?
There is no constraint. So the reason that Canada has traditionally sold canola to Europe is because of the European biofuel program there, the Renewable Energy Directive. So because it's going into energy and the meal is not under the same level of scrutiny, shall we say, in terms of the GMO issue in Europe, that's how that works in Europe. So there's absolutely no issues selling our canola into the EU market for the purposes of renewable diesel. Same thing as it is with biodiesel today.
That's fine. And now I think I'm just, we're a bit over time here, but so I'm just going to finish off with one final question. Chris, the last slides, your last couple of slides, you showed about the changing logistics patterns involving the Western Canadian crush plants. And one of your earlier slides was showing the expansions that are taking place in the crush plants. Places like Yorkton are really getting built up. That northeast corner of Saskatchewan is going to be the home for about 4 or 5 million tons worth of crush, which is that going to exhaust the draw area for canola grown even in that rich canola growing zone of Saskatchewan? And what do you see the implications for the logistics system on the inbound side for these plants?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think when we see not just Yorkton, but we look at the plants that are being built today in Regina and the ones that are still proposed for the Regina area, it's really that southern part of Saskatchewan where we're going to see the big draw. And I think what we're going to see more of, this is something we see already today, but what we're going to see more of is to pull seed by rail from other regions in the prairies to those places where we see a concentration of crush, like you said, in Yorkton alone, up to 4 or 5 million tons of seed crush. So there's going to be a movement by rail, I think, to those types of locations. Again, that happens today to some extent, but it's going to happen likely in a bigger way in the years ahead. We'll continue to purchase, the crush plants will of course continue to purchase local seed, and that's primarily done by truck, but that rail component is going to be a bigger part of the puzzle, shall we say, in the years ahead.
Well, maybe that's a good place to wind up here, Barry. I think that perhaps a memo for next year, we might invite an old friend of mine, Francois Belanger, who's the head of sustainability for CN, because I've been monitoring his activities, and CN is doing a lot of testing of renewable diesel over the last 2 years in upstate Ohio on testing out these kind of blends and actually high percentages of it. So possibly these trains that are going to go into Regina or into Yorkton are going to be refueling at these locations with renewable diesel as well. So there'll be a direct and indirect effect on this. So I'm going to send it back to you, Barry, at this point.
Thank you very much, Headley, and thank you, Fred and Chris. This was a great presentation and a great session, and certainly, Fred, to echo your point, so yeah, we could speak a lot more about this, and I think it'll come back up again in the future. It is difficult in a webinar to know what to do with lunch, but I think we should give everybody a chance to have a stretch and break, grab a cup of coffee, and let's return Winnipeg time at 12:25, and we'll hear the farmer's perspective on climate policy. So with that, I will turn this over to our moderator to show our sponsors, and please come back and make sure you join us at 2:25, or sorry, 12:25. Bye for now. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're not quite up to railway standards, but we are going to try and stay on time as best we can to allow our speaker to have a full time to make this presentation. I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Gunter Jochum, who is the president, or I'm not sure, are you still president or past president of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers Association? Gunter's family moved to Canada from Germany in 1980 to provide more opportunity for their family in the agricultural industry. Gunter and Crystal raised 4 daughters and are now in the process of transitioning the farm to the next generation. Gunter obtained his diploma in agriculture at the University of Manitoba, and we always love to see our alumni come back, Gunter. He is keen to engage in activities that strengthen the ag industry to ensure the sustainability of farming for future generations. Gunter maintains a strong presence on social media advocating for agriculture and enjoys being active on the wheat growers as a voice for Western Canadian farmers. And this is very appropriate. The title for his presentation is A Farmer's View of Canada's Climate Change Policy. So, Gunter, thank you again for coming, and floor is yours.
Thanks, Barry. Thank you. Yeah, I am still president of the Wheat Growers Association, and always working hard to get the farmer's point of view across. So good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Dr. Barry Prentice for inviting me to speak to you about our farm and how our government's climate change policies will affect the sustainability of our business and Canadian agriculture in general. My parents immigrated from Germany to Canada in 1980. Our farm in Germany was above average size for the area. We grew wheat, barley, rapeseed, peas, and corn on about 250 acres, and we had a 40-acre woodlot and raised 300 head bull calves for meat. In this slide, you can see on the right-hand side what the farm looked like in 1969 and how it progressed to the year before we left for Canada. And the next slide here, this is the village where I grew up in. And since my siblings and I were interested in farming, and over 80% of our land was rented, my parents made the decision to move to Canada. When we left Germany, our village had 11 families, of which 10 were farms. And today the village still has 11 families, but none of them are farming. So German policies to keep families on the farm and engaged in farming didn't work as they had thought they would. Instead, a lot of consolidation happened, and the few farms that are left still depend on government subsidies and programs to survive. I just want to point out, we were in an area of Germany that wasn't necessarily like the Red River Valley here in Winnipeg. So it was more on the fringes of real good farmland. However, that being said, there's lots of agriculture still happening in that area. When we arrived in 1980 on our farm, 20 kilometers west of Winnipeg, Manitoba, we noticed the farming practices were a lot different from what we were used to in Germany. In Germany, we did a lot of tillage passes, and many other passes across the field from seeding until harvest. And in many cases, this is still happening today. In Canada, on the other hand, we noticed they already used direct seeding practices on many farms. However, there was also a lot of summer fallow across the prairies back in the early 80s. This is just a slide of the very first couple of years on our farm here in Canada. And we did embrace direct seeding. It saved us a lot on work, fuel, and moisture. The use of one-way diskers, as pictured in this slide, had us scratching our heads because you could only use them one way going around the field in circles and finishing in the center of the field. We noticed most, if not all, fields that had been seeding using diskers were starting to become somewhat bowl-shaped, which seriously impeded surface drainage. And if anyone knows what it's like to farm in the Red River Valley, our fields are very flat and surface drainage is very slow, and any kind of ridge will keep the water on the fields. In 1985, we upgraded to an air seeder, which improved the field finish and helped in leveling the fields and improved drainage. It also helped in seed placement, being a lot more exact versus the disker that we used up until 85. In the mid 80s until late 1990, they proved to be the most difficult in my 40-year farming career. Chronic low grain prices, the Canadian Wheat Board, multiple wet weather events made me question my career choice over and over, but we stuck it out. There were some decent policy moves by the government that helped farmers to weather the storm. We also took steps on our own to improve the sustainability of our farm. Yes, I use the word sustainability because it was very important to us before it even became a buzzword a couple of years ago. Come to think of it, every farmer I know works very hard to be sustainable. We diversified into hogs and a U-pick strawberry operation. By 1997, however, I decided I'd had enough of chronically low hog prices, and we sold off the hog farm. In 2000, my brother-in-law and I decided to work together and utilize our workforce and equipment more efficiently. We were able to take our crop off with fewer people and less equipment. This collaboration worked so well that by 2005, we decided to combine all aspects of growing a crop, from seeding to harvest. We operated both farms as if it was one large farm. We were able to reduce our equipment from 2 large tractors and 2 drills to 1 tractor and a drill, 1 sprayer, and 2 combines instead of 3 combines, yet still maintained each farm as a separate entity. The strawberry operation showed a lot of potential, but it was also a lot of work with a lot of human resources problems. But we persevered and grew that to 30 acres. In 2011, during the flood of a century, our U-pick operation was unfortunately wiped out. And here we go. Because of 3 months of flooding. This picture here shows the field 2 years after the flood, when we had a minor flooding event in June. The strawberry operation was right in the very back of this field. And in 2011, actually, the whole field was underwater right up to within about 100 feet of the bins here at the yard. There was no government help or insurance other than strawberry plant replacement, which is the smallest cost of operation. Imagine having a crop failure and crop insurance only replace the seed and nothing else. Needless to say, we decided to close the U-pick operation and focus solely on grain farming. In August 2012, the Canadian Wheat Board was disbanded, which was probably one of the happiest days of my farming career. It was one of the best decisions the Canadian government at the time made. It is decisions like that which Canadian farmers miss. Instead, we are dealing with policies based on ideology with very little scientific backing. Take the carbon tax, for example, a policy introduced in the spring of 2019. It was supposed to be a revenue neutral tax, but a quick analysis by some of our members and APAS showed it was actually a huge financial burden on Canadian farmers. As you can see, the carbon tax in 2022 worked out to $4.52 per acre, and by 2030, that cost will increase to $15.55 per acre. Last year, we received 7 cents per acre fuel surcharge tax relief based on all our eligible sales. So you can see that the carbon tax is not revenue neutral, and the tax relief is not adding up to what we actually have to pay. In fact, it's a major revenue source. Discussion around Bill C-234 revealed that the carve out of the carbon tax on grain drying and heating barns alone would have meant a shortfall of $700 million. It really makes you think what the government is thinking in how it thinks it's okay to penalize food production to that extent. The carbon tax came in order to change the habits of consumers and grain farmers and whatnot. But what is actually really happening is food prices, the cost of living, everything is increasing. And yes, it is not all due to the carbon tax. However, the carbon tax does play a role in it. And what is happening, how do the consumers react to it? We see in the last few months, we've seen strikes. People are upset at the increased cost of living. Nobody's really going out and changing their consumer habits. So it really makes you wonder how well the carbon tax actually works. And Canadian farmers actually are net negative when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. So let's explore that a little bit more in this graph here. In this slide, you can see total farm emissions in 2016 were about 60 million tons of CO2 when growing our crops. While growing the crop, 11 million metric tons was stored in the soil, and the crop itself, the grain that we harvest, amounts to about 79 million metric tons of CO2. So about 150% of our CO2 emissions are captured if you include both soil and grain. So farmers are doing their part when it comes to the environment. We export up to 80% of the grain grown in Canada. So 80% of that carbon that we store in the grain gets exported and released somewhere else in the world. So it is not really a Canadian farmer problem, and Canadian farmers should not necessarily get penalized for storing that grain, which for storing that carbon in the grain we grow, which then gets released by the consumer elsewhere in the world. But our government doesn't acknowledge this. If we look at European emissions versus Canadian overall emissions, in 2016, the European ag emissions were around 375 million metric tons of CO2, and Canadian ag emissions around 60 million tons of CO2. And if we spread these emissions out on a per hectare basis, we can conclude that Canadian agriculture is at least 3 times climate friendlier per hectare than EU agriculture. The Global Institute for Food Security took a closer look at emissions for various crops. Let's have a look at canola. Here in this graph, you can see Canada's baseline is the gray line near the bottom of the slide. And you can see France has 113% higher emission than Canada. Germany has 152% higher emission than Canada. Russia, 24% higher. And the Ukraine, a whopping 245% higher emission than Canada when it comes to growing canola. Now, when you look at Saskatchewan or Western Canada, to the left of the graph, you can actually see that the difference is even greater. In wheat, the story is very similar. You can see wheat has a very similar trend. Canada is a clear winner in growing grains with the smallest emission footprint in the world. Unfortunately, the Canadian government doubled down on farmers when they followed Europe's disastrous farm to fork path. It's not that Canada adopted the farm to fork path, but they adopted some aspects of it. In December of 2020, the government introduced a voluntary fertilizer emission reduction target of 30% by 2030. The wheat growers immediately called out the government, saying this was an unrealistic goal based entirely on ideologic reasons rather than scientific reasons. Upon diving deeper into the fertilizer reduction target, it was pointed out that the government relied on fertilizer sales as their baseline and not an emission baseline. Furthermore, the scientific community pointed out that it is not as black and white as it is not a black and white science in how fertilizer emissions happen in the field year in and year out. There are just too many variables from year to year and within the growing season. Therefore, the only way to achieve the target would be by cutting actual fertilizer use. Countries with the highest reduction of agriculture greenhouse emissions, this graph again shows Canada in second place, with some of the highest reduction at minus 18.9%. Only Costa Rica is higher at minus 24.8%. When you look down, the Netherlands is near the bottom at minus 13.1%, and OECD median is minus 7.5%. So again, Canada is right near the top as far as greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. Europe's farm to fork strategy is pretty much dead after the Dutch farmers protested their government's proposal of forcing 3,000 farmers out of business. The farmers would have been compensated, but most did not want to shut down their operations. And we don't want anything as drastic as that to happen here in North America. The fertilizer emission reduction talk has actually quieted down here in Canada as well. But make no mistake, our government has not backed off climate change policies directed at farmers yet. It is important for Canadian farmers and the whole ag industry to step up and tell the good story we all have to tell. Let's talk about the good Canadian farmers are already doing. This is a picture of our farm today. You can see we have made several equipment upgrades. As far as seeder, we are now using a single disc drill that places seed precisely in the ground. It allows us to mid-row band fertilizer and apply fertilizer right at seeding. It also allows for a variable rate technology to happen where we vary the fertilizer application within the field from zone to zone. It allows us to place fertilizer with the seed, some mid-row banded, and it allows for a lot of different options. So all these changes have come about without government policies. We have changed farming practices, went from conventional tillage to minimum tillage, and many areas actually zero tillage. We've asked for technology in our equipment to become more efficient and gather more data to help us grow more grain with fewer inputs. We have changed or added new crops, such as soybeans, corn, and other crops to our rotation. Here's another slide of the technology on the left-hand side of the slide. This is what's going on inside our tractor at seeding time. There are four monitors controlling the operation of the drill. You can see a picture of the drill seeding wheat into canola stubble, standing canola stubble. It hardly creates any soil disturbance, and we seed in between the last year's rows. And these are pictures of some of our crops. The picture on the left is a canola crop. The picture in the middle is a soybean crop, and on the right is actually soybeans up close. So climate change is happening. It is real. Farmers are adapting to it, though, by growing different crops. And I am very happy to report that we are actually achieving soybean yields that rival the average of US soybean yields right here in the Red River Valley. Canadian farmers are always looking at ways how to adapt to the changing environment that we work in. And this is a graph of change in cereal production, yield, and land use. The graph shows how population, cereal yield, and cereal production has steadily increased in the last 60 years, except land use. That is the little graph on the very bottom, if you look close. Land use peaked from the mid-70s to the 80s, and then it fell in the early 2000s, and has since increased again because of the influx of Brazil and the upsurge of converting pampas into actual grain growing area in Brazil. But it should level out now at the current acreage. Production, however, is still increasing, and all because of science and farmers' unstoppable quest to become more efficient while embracing new technology. So, as some of the previous presenters have said, that it will become problematic to keep up production to feed the world. I don't believe that will be the case, and this graph clearly shows that. So far, production increases just have not stopped. Population growth, I believe, will level out. And so if anything, we could be faced within the next 30 to 50 years with excess production. So you might wonder why I have this slide up. And the people who live in the picture on the left are far removed from agriculture, but quite often they want to tell us in agriculture how to run our business. Is that the reality check, though? Or is it the people who govern all of us who scare the urban people into some false narrative about agriculture that we farmers have to do better when we are actually already doing a lot better and always have? I want our scientists, ag professionals, commodity groups, and the ag industry to push back against the unrealistic climate change policies proposed by our government. That being said, I am not a climate change denier. I am also always looking at ways to become more efficient, use less fuel, use better technology to leave our world a better place. And I want everyone to point out how farmers are very responsible to climate and climate change, especially here in Canada. We always look for ways to streamline productivity, increase yields, right-size input use, utilize technology, grow different crops, and look for ways to make things better. Canadian farmers are at the forefront of producing high-quality, affordable, and safe food for Canadians, consumers, and our international customers. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Gunter. That was great. And certainly puts things into context. One of the things we always love to have a farm representative at the Fields on Wheels to remind us all that this is where the supply chain starts. And the health of the farm sector determines the health of the food sector, period. One of the things, and it's a question that sort of came up, and is, well, why is the government seem to be so blind to this? I mean, we hear a lot about net zero. Well, farmers are certainly already at net zero. So why are they not accepting the notion of the sequestration that farmers are doing?
Well, that's a good question, and I wonder if the government quite often listens to special interest groups, and it a lot of the climate change hysteria has been perpetuated not necessarily by scientists, but it was started with Al Gore and other celebrities, and they have a remarkable way of telling their story and how to further their cause. And so it really begs to differ why governments buy into this. So I don't have a clear answer. There are plenty of scientists out there who are actually not of the mindset of where our government is going. And we should look towards those scientists. And we should use science to combat climate change and adapt to climate change, just like farmers are. And we have to use science and be able to use genetically enhanced crops, GMOs, and yeah.
Well, there's no good answer, Gunter. You're absolutely right. You know, one of the things that strikes me this morning, we're talking about growing more crops to reduce emissions in jet airplanes, and yet we're growing more crops presumably is going to put more pressure on farms, perhaps releasing more carbon. Do we have a contradiction in terms of these policies?
At times it does seem so, and we are. I think we always put carbon as, which is a building block of life, and we put it on a pedestal as if it's a culprit, as if it's a pollutant. And when I want to say here, it actually is not. The same with carbon dioxide. Plants love carbon dioxide. I mean, there's scientists out there who will say that hundreds of thousands of years ago, heck, at the time of dinosaurs, life was prolific here on Earth, and the carbon dioxide content in the atmosphere was a lot higher than it is now, and life went on. It was actually global cooling that almost wiped out life here on Earth, and so there's a lot of conflicting ways to look at it. And which scientists do you believe? It is hard to say. So with the current policies, I think if the government wants the farmer to follow those really stringent policies, and farmers work on a very tiny margin, how are we supposed to work within that frame? And does the taxpayer have to step up? Because government doesn't really have any funds. It's the taxpayer that funds those initiatives. And yet we already hear about taxpayers not being very happy with inflation right now with the cost of living. So how do we balance that out?
Yeah, it's interesting. In fact, one of the comments coming in the chat suggests farmers should be rewarded with carbon credits that they could sell to other areas as opposed to being penalized. And that certainly is something I'm sure your members have talked about too.
Absolutely. And especially when we have graphs and the government has access to those in the National Inventory Report, it clearly shows that in especially Western Canada, we do sequester a lot of carbon. And we're actually sequester more carbon and store more carbon than we emit. And yet uh, nobody wants to step up and pay us for that carbon. There isn't really a mechanism in place right now. However, the government was very quick to put a mechanism in place to charge us in tax, but not reward us for the work we do.
You know, it's interesting. You mentioned the plants love carbon dioxide. Of course, greenhouse growers have known this for years and add extra carbon dioxide to the greenhouses to increase yields. And I don't know if any studies are out there that really definitively tell us whether or not the rising carbon dioxide has increased yields. I mean, that's, I guess, very difficult to do on a global scale. But you know, maybe maybe future generations will look back and say, well, we were carbon deprived at this point, and once we adjust to it, we may not want to go back.
Right. Yeah. You know, nobody can forecast the future. I will also be here and say and say it out loud here. The carbon, the world will not be on fire in 50 years. It will not burn up. Life will go on. And I don't think humans can stop global warming at 1.5 degrees. So I also don't believe that. The climate will get warmer. There will be shifts in where we produce agriculture. Canada is the second biggest country. Russia is the biggest country, and there's lots of landmass north of where we currently farm that would open up to be farmable. Yes, there will be areas that will suffer and maybe dry out. But in the past, and I'm talking hundreds of years ago, maybe even thousands of years ago, every time something drastic like that happened, people just moved. So that opens up a totally different can of worms with migration and so on. So and climate change or global warming will not be necessarily bad for Canada.
Yeah. Well, again, living in Winnipeg, I used to joke that I can take a couple of degrees, but it's also the issue. I want to eat every day. So that previous talk also strikes home to me. But one of the comments in the presentation or the chat deals with this idea of global. You know, we conserve here, we do what we do here, but it doesn't matter that much. And I know this is one of the arguments people have made. We account for maybe 2% of global carbon emissions, but countries like, well, in the Southeast Asian countries that are still developing, building coal plants to this day. So, you know, how do we balance these efforts at the farm level with what's going on in the global market?
Yeah, that's very difficult to get around that. And again, yes, Canada's overall output in greenhouse gases is very small. That doesn't necessarily mean that we don't want to do a better job than we do right now. But I still want to stand with my comment that at the farm gate, we are doing very well already. How do we get those other countries up to speed? That's that's a tough call. I have no idea. That is for minds smarter than me to come up with solutions. For example, I think nuclear power is important, and I can't believe that my home country of Germany phased out nuclear power, and they are in a bit of a pickle as far as power availability. And I think nuclear is one way of helping the energy shortage that we're about to face.
Yeah, the problem with that always, as with many of these changes, is just how long it takes to put them into place, and how much time do we have? And that, I guess, is one of those questions that COP28 didn't exactly answer for us, but I guess we'll find out shortly whether we do have enough time. Gunter, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. As I said, it was very interesting, and also interesting just to see the progression of agriculture. We all know that there's been tremendous advances in productivity in agriculture, but your pictures help to display what those are and how it works, and very much appreciate you being with us today. So thank you. And I'm going to move on to our next session, which is going to be chaired by my colleague, Naranda Moledek. I'm sorry, Naranda. I never seem to have a success pronouncing your name, and I apologize. But Naranda is going to look at one of our more traditional topics at the Fields on Wheels, which is agriculture and food trucking. So, Naranda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prentice. And thank you, everyone, for attending throughout the day. We've had some great sessions throughout, ranging from food inflation, climate change, sustainable aviation fuels, and just now we had a great presentation of what really the farmers are going through in Canada. So this was really an interesting thing that we have been doing today. So I think we are getting ready for two interesting presentations within this hour. One is going to be related to both are related to agriculture and food trucking. And do we have the presenters available? Bill?
Yes, I'm available.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Bill, I'll give a brief introduction about Bill. So Bill is the CEO of Steve's Livestock Transport and Group of Companies, responsible for overseeing all aspects of the business, including development and execution of long-term strategies aimed at increasing shareholder value. Prior to becoming the CEO, he held various senior positions within the same company, including Chief Operating Officer. Before joining Steve's, Bill spent nearly 20 years in the poultry industry, where he served as the director of live operations for Granny's Poultry in Winnipeg. In that role, he had responsibilities for live transport, hatchery operations, and managing producer relations. As a part of Steve's strategic initiative to expand operation within Western Canada, Bill and his family moved back to Manitoba after spending 5 years in Alberta. Bill and his wife Lori, and of course their children, now reside outside Steinbach, Manitoba. Bill is a graduate with honors from Red River College in Winnipeg, holding a degree in business administration. Bill, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Naranda. And thank you for the presenters this morning at 1 o'clock here. I get the honor, I suppose, of having your lunch digest, and I'll try to keep you awake and alert, and I won't bore you with too many slides. I'll try to keep it moving. I'll go through a bit of history on Steve's Livestock Transport, some of the history in livestock transport itself, some advancements, and then really the impact of the pandemic and how we had to adjust and are adjusting still adjusting through it. Steve's livestock, I've got to get to the next slide here. There we go. Steve's Livestock Transport was started in 1987 by an individual entrepreneur by the name of Steve Brandt, and the business is still owned today by the Brandt family. It was started in southeastern Manitoba in Blumenor, just outside of Steinbach, Manitoba. Has grown to become the largest for-hire commercial livestock carrier in North America. We typically transport about 2,000 head of cattle a week and about 200,000 pigs each week. So predominantly we are in the hog sector and in the cattle. We historically used to move a lot of horses around, some sheep, and then also in the freight. And the freight is more tied to backhauls and conversions where we're hauling livestock and dry freight commodities. Our terminals are in eastern Manitoba, western Manitoba, and then in central Alberta. Related more so in the eastern Manitoba is a lot of the farming operations where a lot of the animals come out of. Western Manitoba is the end destination for processing facility, and same with central Alberta. The reason we have a footprint there is it's the processing facility, so that's kind of our end point. The business started, first of all, as an individual earning a living, and then grew as an entrepreneur, grew the business as different needs arose, not only in the trucking side of it, but also in the washing and in the maintenance of the equipment. Our lanes are, as I mentioned, predominantly in Western Canada, but we are with multiple units, a dozen or so units typically in Eastern Canada, and then all over the United States. We move processed finished animals and then some small young animals where Western Canada raises has a fair bit of sows, and the small pigs, isowean pigs, move into the grain belt into the United States, and we move significant amounts of those animals into there. And then there's a healthy genetic stock in Canada that gets moved globally into different airports. So we do a fair bit of out of Western Canada, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, into historically into Chicago O'Hare, Miami International, and recently more into New York instead of Chicago for some logistical reasons. And there are some that do go out of the airports in Western Canada as well, but it's fairly costly to get a plane if it's not a full load into those airports, where New York, Miami, it's more cost effective to truck them and then to fly them from there. The model of the company, as different challenges came along, we went more into the biosecurity services. We're washing all of the trailers, and so today we have a group of companies that's Blue Water Wash, and then we have our own shops at multiple locations, and then we have a regional freight carrier along with a driver training school that has 3 locations. All of those were really necessities that we needed to continue to grow our business and meet the demands that were out there. So today we run a payroll, typically that's about 460 employees, and we run a trucking business that's made up of company trucks, and then a segment that is lease operators, which is individuals owning their own trucks, and then they're contracted exclusively for trucking for us. We run 155 trucks with a tight trailer ratio of 1.25, meaning we have just under 200 trailers. That's a little bit of history on the company. The biosecurity changes and requirements and the spread of the disease really developed in 1997, is where we built our first cleanout facility, and has really grown from there to have isolated facilities where we park our equipment that's has minimum distances from any other livestock, and that's for moving the breeding stock. So we do everything from washing to sanitizing, to washing the undercarriage, to drying trailers, and also heat treating, and then isolating that equipment to go to high health barns. So we have facilities that are at our terminals, and then we also have isolation places like on the Trans-Canada Highway. We have two facilities that are off the highway where we move our equipment, and then often referred to as baking trailers. That brings the temperature of the trailer to 168 degrees Fahrenheit for minimum time to kill all of the bacteria in the equipment. The business itself is really rooted in adding value to the industry that we do business in. We want to add value to the people that we work with. We want to add value to our customers and the industry as a whole. So from the early start of the picture on the top left is where our first wash bay, first office, first logistics, that's where it all started, to today where it's spread out across Western Canada. There's we'll go back to how animals have moved over time. Depending on the age of the people in this room, some might recognize this picture, but you got to go back quite a ways. Historically, animals were moved to assembly sites, auction marts, and this is the Winnipeg stockyards going back a few decades, almost that's going back about 70, 80 years ago, where most animals would get brought to an assembly site, to an auction mart, and some of that still happens today on the cattle side and a few other commodities, but the rest of the animals, particularly in the hog sector, is very integrated and would move barn to barn and then to a processing facility. And a lot of the trucking that was done in those early days, or the transport that was done by rail, and particularly the longer distance. Almost everything was done by rail, and a lot of the legislation and regulations often today still refer to rail cars, although today there's very little, if anything, moved by rail in North America. A lot gets moved over the road with trucks and then by air and by sea is the most common today, and by far the majority of it over the road on trailers. And as the infrastructure continued to develop, more went off the rail and then went onto trucks. And where, as I mentioned today, most of it gets moved on trucks. As I was preparing for this, you Google quickly a couple of things on animal transport and what the perception is out there. And these were within 10 seconds, these were 3 quotes that were in the news from Canada, that our transportation regulations in Canada are the worst in the Western world. Animal transport often transported thousands of kilometers without any food, water, shelter, or protection from the elements. And there's also no protection from the elements, so there's no minimum temperatures in Canada. So some of that is taken out of context. Some of it is just blatantly not true. There's a lot of regulation that has developed over the years. As I mentioned, there were some very old regulations that have been in place for some time that often reference the rail movements. But the Health of Animals regulations was first passed in 1977, and there's been many versions that have come after that. There's been Health of Animals Act, which included regulations in and around animal transport. The most current amendment to the Act was in 2019, which saw really a revamping where you had to elevate the knowledge and the skills of people transporting animals. That really involved everything from training on animal behavior, training them, and anybody that transport has to have the skills to assess an animal's capacity. It's about handling, it's about a contingency plan. If you're going on the road, you have to have a contingency plan on every load. There's an element of monitoring that you have to be trained on, and there's space requirements. And after that, there was different amendments that came out related to even ramp angles. So if you're loading animals, they're walking up and down ramps, there's ramp angle requirements and ventilation. There was upgrades to that. There's most certainly requirements on temperatures and densities. I mean, historically, there was I remember working with my dad going back into the early 80s, where we trucked pigs to Marion Street in Winnipeg on a 1-ton box. So, I mean, there's some of that history, but as far as how animals get moved today, it's very different than it was back 30, 40 years ago. There's definitely a lot of investment and research that has been done in the last decade even. And I would say our business has completely revamped how we train and equip drivers. So we own a part of a driving school that is just on the driving training itself. Once an employee and a driver enters our organization for driving and hauling livestock, there's another 6 weeks or 244 hours of in-cab training, and that's related to animal handling. So there's been a lot of transition in the last few decades on how animals are transported and how animals are handled. And there's been a lot of advancements in transporting animals, so the equipment that gets used. So the top left picture, that is the company's first truck and trailer. And since then, there's been many different variations for different applications, for different size of animals that get used today. So the top middle is a traditional liner, often referred to, that we haul cattle and hogs with. The one on the right-hand side, the black one, those are small pigs get hauled by that. And then in the bottom middle is a trailer with no ramps. It's solid 53-foot hydraulic lifting floors, and animals walk straight on and they walk straight off. And then the one on the bottom right is a fully insulated, ventilated trailer. Those are for genetic movements, long distance movements. It has drinkers inside, has generator backup, so that if the truck stops, the fans are controlled and will have variable speed fans in there to move air into the trailers. So there's been a lot of advancements in the last decade on the animal transport. The far majority of them still get moved by the trailer that you would see in the top center. So the commodity base, the animals that are going for processing, the mature animals, which is the majority of what gets moved, would be moved with a trailer like that, but then specialty animals would get moved with a variety of different trailers. There's a lot of planning that goes into each and every load. This is, for example, a system. This is automated to our logistics software that we use. So any order that comes in, there's an estimated weight of an animal that goes into the system. A unit number gets applied. It automatically draws out the temperature forecast for the duration of this trip, because it has a start and an end date with times in it. So it draws the temperatures into it, and then it makes a calculation on how many animals you're going to put into each and every compartment. So by the time the driver shows up, the driver logs into a screen in his truck, same as you log into any other computer. It has all of his information there. It has his load assignments there and exactly where he's going with directions to the farm, and then the exact loading schematics. And it includes exactly how much bedding to put into each trailer. So a lot of that, this has been in place for a decade, and there's been a lot of advancements in animal transport over the last number of years. The changes, we move a fair bit of animals into international airports where they get transferred into crates and then loaded on planes and flown into international destinations. We're not the ones that transport them by plane. That is another organization that looks after that, but we bring them to the site, we transfer them into the crates, and then they get loaded onto planes for international markets. Really the shift and the transition that we went through during the pandemic and after, we saw, first of all, the uncertainty created people were nervous, and it took an emotional toll on many people as they're going through it. A lot of the uncertainty and the rapid change from day to day, we certainly noticed that, and we had to pay more attention to that as we came out of that. People working from at home, people transitioning back into the office, and then the uncertainty that went through all of that. In the midst of that, we made a decision to, our repair shops doubled our inventory on parts to repair our equipment. All of our businesses, our shops, our wash bays, we do our own, but we also do about 55% of it is also full retail work. So we service other customers as well. So there was a significant cost impact because of the supply chain disruptions. We doubled our inventory levels that we had for all parts, tires, replacements, simply because of the uncertainty that we started to see. On top of that, as we were rolling into it, about a year into it, started to see really the rolling stock, the trucks and trailers, price fluctuations. And I use the term 20 to 40%. That's kind of where it settled out at. There was times where it was even crazier than that, where you couldn't buy a truck if you needed to buy one, and the cost was substantially higher than that. What it settled out at is on the truck side, we see for sure a 20% increase from pre to after, and on trailers, it's a 40% increase. So to apply that throughout the system and to try to keep your margins in that has been quite a challenge. The carbon tax certainly had an impact on fuel price today. That would be about a 20% impact that it has on our diesel costs today. And we saw an up run as well during the supply chain disruption. There was all kinds of wonky things happening with on the transportation over the road with pricing, that the driver rate increases, pay increases went up, and ours ranged depending on what lane it was. Some short haul regional would have been more in the 12%. Some long haul US destinations, we were just over 20% that we increased our driver pay on. And then the cost to borrow in the last year has substantially impacted our business. So in all of those things, we've had to make some tough decisions along the way. From during the pandemic, on the left-hand side is one of our trucks, which we typically wouldn't buy trucks like that, but that's what was available to us and that's what we bought. So we bought a bunch of used trucks that weren't necessarily spec'd ideally for what we were looking for, but what was available and what we could afford, that's what we ended up buying. So that wasn't an ideal plan, and it's not part of our long-term strategy. Our long-term strategy is to be very specific on the equipment that we source, that it meets our requirements for specific for the application, that it has certain fuel efficiencies built into that, and where we can control and predict our cost a little bit better. Then we made a significant adjustment and a decision to extend the life cycle of the equipment. So in the middle there, you see a truck that is the engine is being rebuilt. That's typically not something that we did. We typically rolled our fleet faster, but because of the increased cost, we made the decision to retool our shops and hire some additional mechanics and to extend the life cycle of those trucks. That has some consequences, and you can only push that so far because of the commodity that we haul. And then we continue to purchase new equipment, and particularly now that we're through that, we're trying to get back into a cycle of having regular replacement scheduled. But in the midst of that, we on the truck side, we made those decisions, and on the trailer side, we did the same thing. You see a shear, a press in our shop that we invested and replaced, and decided we were going to extend the life cycles of our trailers as well. So if there is a certain age, we start to see maintenance and downtime go up, then we made a decision that we were going to, at about, typically it's in that year 8 or so, we refurbish our trailers for typically of a cost of about a quarter to a third of the cost of a new trailer, and then we can extend the life cycle of another 7-8 years for that piece of equipment. So it's a business decision based on the uncertainty in the cost and the ability to recover that cost. When you have a large fleet, to rotate that through, you don't notice it when you have some higher priced equipment going in early on, but as you rotate through that, you have to be real careful that you don't drive your whole baseline cost if you can't pass it on. And then it's about what the competitiveness in the market is. So that is the one key decision change or process change that we made. And then the other one is we've historically always invested in innovation, and we do a lot of washing. This is something that we've worked on for some time, and that's to automate the livestock trailer washing, which we are now in the process of ramping up. So it's in our system today, and that's a piece we will continue to invest in. The other pieces that I know for certain that we're going to continue to invest heavily in technology. We invest heavily in having business analysts along with technology to optimize our lanes, to optimize our routes, and the speed of change is going ever faster. And I don't think that that's going to slow down. I think the next decade, we're going to see it change even faster. And that's a brief overview of our business and some of the adjustments that we've made in our business. And I'm gladly answer questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Bill, for the great presentation. So we do have one question in the chat that's from Dr. Prentice himself. Does the number of hot summer days make it more difficult to transport animals? And
yeah, the short answer is yes. One of the quotes that I had on there on cold temperatures, that there was no regulation on that. To haul animals in cold temperatures is much easier. The trailers can be closed off, they heat themselves, that's not an issue. It's the hot temperatures that is an issue, and we use the temperature and humidity forecast in our route to scale back. But the capacity is reduced and the cost to the shipper increases as temperatures get warmer.
Following up on that question again, what about the drivers? Is it difficult to find drivers who can handle loading, unloading procedures? And if you change animals like into bisons, are they more challenging? How does it fit to your?
Yeah, so finding drivers has been a challenge my whole career, so I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. That has typically been a shortage of drivers in the North American trucking industry, and we see the same thing. We have multiple ways that we recruit. So we've invested everything from training schools so that we have new entrants. So we spend time in the high schools and different job fairs to bring them into the training school. Then we do a lot of internal promotion. So we have so employees working in our wash bay, we give them financial incentives to go through that and then to go into different parts of the organization. It doesn't have to be driving, but we will pay for them to go for training, and we will help them to get their class ones and then develop them further. So there's a heavy internal recruiting from our own people. And then we also do some LMIAs that come through our business that we hire from there, and then the traditional routes of advertising and hiring drivers that might be in other sectors. So all of those have given us the ability to grow the business, but it's still challenging, and it's typically a minimum of a $20,000 investment to get a driver trained in our business. And if they're 3-6 months in and they decide, hey, you know what, this is not for me, you got to respect that, and you can't recover that cost.
And we have another interesting question coming from Ross. It's about the carbon tax. How do you think it will impact your business, and what do you think it's going to create upon the industry?
Well, it adds cost. So it adds cost to our business, and it adds cost to the industry as a whole. Today, it's about a 20%. I think certainly some of the things that it is driving the whole piece on how do you drive that cost of a liter of diesel out of the business. So how do you become more efficient? The new technology that's coming to the market, and certainly there's improvements every year, but then it's about optimizing that. And it is driving some of that for sure. There's much greater motivation than just the carbon tax for that. Idle time in a truck, every revolution of a combustion engine has wear. So that cost in itself is a far greater motivation than 20% of diesel today. But it adds cost. It drives that out of your margin.
And do you have any plans in mind to overcome these challenges?
Yeah, we have a number of different activities and certainly metrics in our business that get watched day to day. The biggest factor is idle time and technologies in the truck, so that enables us to, if a driver is starting at 7 o'clock, that there's an engine heater that starts to warm the engine a certain amount of time before the truck gets started, so you reduce your idle time. And then, yeah, we've looked at several other alternative power plants versus the traditional combustion engine. That's cost prohibitive for the size of the company that we are today.
Thanks, Bill. And we have one more question. What type of investment would the trailer on the bottom right of your slide, the one with the backup generator?
Yeah, so I'll go from kind of the traditional trailer. The price tag today is $170,000 for a traditional livestock trailer. That would be a 53-foot, what would be referred to as a tri-axle pot trailer. And then it would go up from there to the one that with the fans in there would be sitting at $430,000.
All right. Thank you very much for your great presentation and all the information that you brought forward to this event. And with that, I'll let you go. Thanks, Bill. So moving on with our next presenter. So Daniel Santos has a passion for leveraging technology to drive business innovation. And he has spent over 25 years in logistics, and his experiences spans into warehousing, distribution, road transportation, and rail. Today, Daniel is the CEO of Evo Trucks. This is a game-changing freight management platform that Daniel helped found in 2018. With Evo Trucks, Daniel is driving continuous innovation, transparency, and efficiency into one of the world's largest and most important sectors. Outside of his profession, Daniel is a father of two, a basketball coach, and a golfer. So, Daniel, over to you.
I'm pretty sure that said mediocre golfer, not just golfer, but thanks, Narendra.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, let me bring up my screen. Okay, so I'm just going to jump straight in. And I want to give everybody just a high level view of the trucking industry within Canada and the US. So first off, there's about 3 million semi-trucks operating between the two countries. Over 70% of the freight that gets moved between and within Canada and the US gets moved by truck. So the computer you're looking at, the chair you're sitting on, the clothes you're wearing, the food that you ate at lunchtime, likely all got to you by a truck. Those trucks drive about 180 billion miles every single year, so it's a high activity industry. And in 2022, over $1 trillion was spent to move freight by truck within Canada and the US, and that's growing every year. So I just wanted to start with this to express just how big and impactful of an industry this is. It touches our daily lives, touches our lives every single day. So in such a large, impactful industry, we would hope that it would be highly efficient. And in some ways it is, but in other ways it's not. Bill talked about idle time. I'm going to talk about empty miles. So there's 36 billion empty miles driven every year. It's about 20% of the total miles driven. Empty miles are when a truck drives without freight in or on the trailer. So it could be going from one delivery to the next pickup. It's just kind of a lot of, we call it poor asset utilization, a lot of wasted time and effort. The cost to trucking companies for those empty miles is about $81 billion. Whether they have freight that's paid on the trailer or not, there's still a cost for every mile they got to move those trailers, about $81 billion. So that's a cost to the carrier, but ultimately that gets absorbed by the shippers who need to move their freight. And then ultimately beyond that, it gets absorbed by us, the consumers, with the price on the shelf. And those empty miles produce about 123 billion pounds of CO2 every year. So huge industry, massive impact, and the inefficiencies within our industry have significant economic and environmental costs. So hopefully I have your attention. As Narendra said, I'm Daniel Santos, CEO and founder of Evo Trucks. And today I want to talk to you a little bit about reducing the cost of trucking freight and specifically how we're hoping to help businesses do that with Evo Trucks. So since we're at an ag conference, I wanted to relate specifically Evo Trucks and truck transport costs to food costs. And so take this graph with a little bit of a grain of salt because I had to take two different graphs and superimpose them on top of each other because this data is hard to find. But what I was surprised by is just how tightly tied in the two things are. So as we can see is when freight costs go up, food prices go up, and they're so close, it's kind of scary. So as Narendra mentioned, I'm a father of four. My two children are teenagers. They eat all day, every day. Going to the grocery store is scary right now. It costs a fortune to feed our families, and we're certainly not the only ones feeling that. So in the logistics industry, I feel a responsibility that if it's pretty clear, if we can lower the cost of freight, that we can then lower the cost of food, which is good for all of us. So we're hoping to drive towards that. So again, high level, what impacts the cost of truck transport? If you want to go lower level in this, you can talk to Bill. He'll give you much more detail. I'm going to stay high level. One is capacity. Are there trucks available where you need them? Is there one truck, two trucks, 200 trucks? The amount of capacity will impact the price. A seasonality, peak demand. If you're looking for a refrigerated trailer out of Georgia during peach moving season, you might have a hard time finding one. And if you find one, it's probably going to cost you a lot because there's a lot of demand for that equipment out of that area at that time. Operating expenses, Bill just talked about it. Cost to buy a trailer is outrageous. What's the price of fuel right now? What's the price of driver wages? All of these things impact, obviously, the operational cost of a truck and therefore the cost to everybody else to move the transport or the freight. Weather, hurricanes, blizzards, earthquakes, tornadoes. Pretty obvious these things can have a big impact on price. Strikes will be relevant to probably a lot of people on this conference. You can remember a few years ago, one of the rail lines went on strike. I can't remember which one it was, but it was right at I'm going to say harvest time, probably the wrong term, but right when farmers needed to move their goods to market, and farmers had to rely heavily on truck during that time. Well, that increases demand, lowers capacity, increases price. Truck was already a little bit higher than rail. Wasn't a great situation for them until that got sorted out. And of course, massive impactful things like wars or pandemics, and obviously pandemics is still fresh in all of our minds coming out of the COVID pandemic. And so I want to stay on the pandemic conversation a little bit and talk about what we saw happen during the pandemic. And just for a little context, Evo Truck's been around since 2018, but we actually pivoted during the pandemic and relaunched in 2022 based on what we saw. So the first thing we saw was extreme cost increases. We were talking to manufacturers, retailers, distributors, and they're saying we're paying 500%, 600%, 700% more to move loads today than we were in the previous period. You know, they were going broke trying to keep up with it. As Bill mentioned, the price to buy trailers and get parts went through the roof as well. So carriers were feeling it too. We also saw a lot of fear and uncertainty, specifically talking around pricing. Nobody knew what the right price to pay or charge was. I'm paying $10,000 to move a load today that was moving $2,000 3 months ago. Is that right? Should I be charging $10,000? Nobody really knew. And because of that, vultures swooped in and took advantage of a vulnerable market. And I want to be careful here because in any market, there are, air quote, vultures on all sides. What we saw primarily during this time, though, was some trucking companies gouging their customers, but it wasn't a huge percentage from our observation. What we saw more was the third parties in the middle, freight brokers, that are relied on by both shippers and carriers as the experts in the industry. They really took advantage. So shippers were paying way more, carriers were making a little bit more, but it wasn't really keeping up with their costs. So both were kind of going broke during the pandemic, and freight brokers were posting record profits over and over and over again. And so we really didn't like what we saw, and we saw a lot of vulnerability that we wanted to address. And so the question was, how could this happen? How do we get in this situation? And the first thing that we concluded was that customers, shippers, and carriers have limited visibility. Most of the shippers we talk to deal with 1, 2 trucking companies, maybe 3. They maybe have a broker or 2 they deal with, very small networks. And so if you're looking for a truck in an area and you have 2 people you can call, but there's 200 trucks available in that area, you don't get a real picture of the market. And so when things like pandemics happen and there's this exposure and this vulnerability, if you can only talk to 2 people instead of 200 people, do you really know if you're getting competitive market pricing? Do you understand how much capacity is actually available? These limited networks, this limited visibility really put people into kind of, I'm going to say, hostage situations. That was combined with a lack of data, and more specifically, a lack of universal data that everybody trusted. So most companies on all 3 sides, shipper, carrier, broker, they'll have their own data, right? They keep spreadsheets or it's in their operating system. They can look back historically and say, last year we charged $4,000 in that lane. Let's increase a little bit for inflation. We'll charge $4,200 this year. But it's not representative of what's happening in the market. And I'll give you an example that's specific to what we see day in, day out at Evo Trucks. We'll get a load posted by a shipper and it'll get, let's say, 10 quotes from carriers. The same load, right? All going in the same lane, needing the exact same equipment. And we'll see variance in pricing by thousands of dollars. You can go from $2,000 to $8,000 on the same shipment. Why is that? These trucks all have roughly the same operating costs. They're all moving in the same lane. Why is there such a difference in price? And the reason is because nobody knows what's the starting point. Is the price here or is it here? It's a lot of guesswork. And so those 2 things combined create an environment in our industry that is akin to the Wild West. And what I mean by that is in the Wild West, it was the fastest gunslinger that was top dog, right? Billy the Kid. In our industry, it's the fastest talker, the best negotiator. Rates are simply decided today primarily by who is the best negotiator and who has the most leverage, not by data or any reality. And I'll get some people that will challenge me on that, but we see this day in and day out. So it's a pretty scary situation when you consider just how big and impactful our industry is. And so the question is, how do you fix it? Well, there's really two things from an operational level. One is you've got to create more efficient tools so people can expand those networks, can increase their visibility. And again, I'll give you an example. If you and I are on the phone for 5 minutes negotiating a deal in an industry with millions of moving parts, how many opportunities do we both just miss? The answer is almost always probably at least a few, and we may have both just missed better opportunities than when we negotiated. So we have to make a communication system that allows people to communicate broader, faster, more efficiently. The second thing we have to do is create a universally trusted data source so that when the shipper and the carrier are going to negotiate that rate, they can see how it's been trending over time. They can see where it's at this period, within a range, and there's a starting point that they can agree on of where they want to be within. If we can do those two things, we can take a lot of the inefficiency out of our industry. Pardon me. So with all that said, I'd love to introduce you to Evo Trucks. Evo Trucks is the all-in-one freight management system where we combine a transparent, efficient freight marketplace with business intelligence tools that provide key insights to our customers to help them make data-driven decisions. Shippers that use Evo Trucks access more providers, more visibility, as I mentioned. They're able to easily vet new carriers and track carrier performance. They streamline communication by eliminating phone calls and emails, and they make better decisions using those data-driven insights that I mentioned. On the carrier side, we're not just one side focused, we focus on both sides. Carriers are able to work with more direct shippers, limiting their reliance on expensive third-party services. They're able to reduce their empty miles. They also streamline their operations by eliminating those time-consuming tasks. And they're also able to use that data to make more profitable decisions. So we're pretty high on our data. We feel that it's a very unique data set that has a lot of value. I just want to express maybe why a little bit. So first is that the data on Evo Trucks is uninfluenced. We're not a freight broker, a shipper, or a carrier. We don't own any side of the marketplace. We don't decide what the rates are. We don't decide what the rates are going to be booked, what carriers are quoting. Every transaction on Evo Trucks happens between independent parties. So the data on Evo Trucks is a true market representation of what's happening in the industry. It's not Evo Trucks saying this is Evo Trucks data. This is what we've achieved in the industry. Second thing is it's unsolicited. We don't buy third-party data from outside sources in any way. All the data that we have is captured internally through our platform. If you buy outside data, you can get a lot of it pretty quickly, but it's really hard to validate that you're getting the full data set, that it's accurate data, that it's real data. And so we don't combine that with ours. We don't want to corrupt the data that we have. And the last piece is that it's actionable. We take that data, we repurpose it, and we provide our customers with actionable insights they can use to make those better decisions for their business and ultimately better for all of us. So these are some results I just wanted to show you from one of our customers. This is a customer that moves ag equipment. This particular example is them moving truckload freight out of Saskatchewan to Iowa. Not a super busy lane for them, but over this period, they moved 14 loads. And the difference between the price that they booked their loads at, or they booked the trucks at, and the average price they were getting quoted, the asked price, was about $6,800 over those 14 shipments. I think it's $500-ish per shipment, something like that. So if you're only dealing with two trucking companies, maybe they're on the blue line all the time. Maybe you're getting the best price and service every single time. But maybe they're at the green line or higher. If you're only talking to two, you never know where they are because you don't have a picture of the market. So if you're able to use Evo Trucks and reach more providers, access more data, you have a pretty good idea of where you stand. And by the way, 65% of the shipments on Evo Trucks book above the lowest rate offered. So it's not just the lowest price that matters to shippers. They care about service and price. It's the best combination of both. Stepping back, just looking even a little bit higher, this is just an example of the difference between front haul and back haul rates, so east to west and west to east for dry van loads within Canada. Difference about 36.5% over a period of time. And I show this just because we're using this data to provide, to create understanding so we can create predictive models so we can help businesses forecast forward. And also if you have to build out that next processing plant or something like that, you might want to be able, or you might be able to use this data to help decide geographically where you want to put it. So this is what my life looked like before Evo Trucks. It's why I built Evo Trucks. If you feel like this, or your employees feel like this, trying to manage your day-to-day logistics, we'd love to have you visit evotrucks.com. Give me a call, send me an email, schedule a demo. Would love to talk to you and help your business find some efficiencies, and ultimately, hopefully, we can bring those food costs down together. That's it. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much, Daniel. We have any questions for Daniel? You can please type it in the box, in the chat. So Daniel, talking about your trucks, what do you think are your challenges? Like, what do you think it's going to look like in the coming future? Like, any major challenges to be thinking out?
Yeah, oddly, I would say the biggest challenge for us being a small, still young startup is getting in front of enough people. The businesses that are on our system achieve great results. We just need, in 2024, we are looking to hit some significant growth so we can bring more of these results to more businesses.
Are you completely, which type of countries are you like approaching, or are you just trying to focus on staying here, or what's your
We're primarily focused on manufacturers on the shipping side. We have distributors and retailers on the platform as well, but we tend to focus on manufacturers, just limited resources. That's where our focus is right now. And we have customers all the way from businesses that ship 1 pallet a month to bringing on some customers here shortly that ship 20 loads a day. So kind of scales across the whole spectrum.
We have a question from Prentice. How do the freight rates compare within Canada versus cross-border into the US? What are your thoughts on that?
Your microphone cut out while you were saying that.
Sorry. How do the freight rates compare within Canada versus cross-border into the US?
Interesting. So typically, I'll speak for the prairies going south. That would be your backhaul rate. So those rates are typically lower than US coming back north. I don't have the data right in front of me, but I think if you're going Eastern Corridor, it might be closer to almost being like both ways are front haul. They're very equal. So middle of the country, going south to north is more expensive than going north to south.
We have another question from Bad Friend. What is your opinion of the convoy shutdown?
Great question. Did anybody know that they raised like $850 million last year, went out of business? Yikes. My opinion on that is a lot of these tech companies decided to try and become digital freight brokers, within the last 5 years, because they saw an opportunity to use tech to not improve, but increase the volume of freight brokerage transactions. The challenge is that there's nothing really special about their technology. And so you can get a Convoy or an Uber Freight that spends billions of dollars trying to secure a market, right? They get in there first, they spend a bunch of money on marketing and sales, and they capture most of that market. But the second another company comes in that does the exact same thing and offers a slightly lower price, what holds you back from losing that? And so Convoy decided to try and buy a lot of assets. They wanted to also be a big trucking company. So whenever one of the third-party trucks couldn't service something, they would just send a truck into it. And I think they realized pretty quickly, trucking is not an easy business. Logistics is a very complex business that requires experts running it, and you don't just get to do it. By the way, nothing against Convoy. The guy who started Convoy went to a truck stop for 24 hours, talked to some truck drivers, and decided he was going to start a business. Not exactly somebody with a ton of industry experience. So they spent a fortune on assets, and they bought them during the pandemic when the prices were through the roof, and then when the prices started dropping, they felt it. And you can burn a lot of cash really quickly in the trucking industry, and they did, and they couldn't recover from it. So I think that I think technology in our industry is important. I think the broker model has some inherent challenges where you're focused on the broker value before the customer value. And I think that there's not anything really separating them technically that protects them from other people coming in and just charging less. Good question.
Any more questions for Daniel?
Perfect. Maybe that means I did a good job. All the questions are answered.
Narendra, you do have one there I see from Bill. The question is, how does Evo Trucks get paid?
Great. I've seen those in my chat. I don't know what's happening. How does Evo Trucks get paid? Two ways. So carriers subscribe to a membership. So we wanted to make sure that it was transparent and predictable for trucking companies. Trucking companies, Bill, as you know, tend to have pretty low operating margins. So we wanted to make sure we weren't digging them with another margin cost on every shipment. And on the shipper side, depending on the kind of shipments they want and the access to the data, they can use it all the way from free, or they can subscribe to a transactional called membership, where they pay a very small transaction fee on top of the cost for every shipment. So trying to create a value based for them and predictable, predictable and transparent pricing for the carriers. Narendra, I don't know if it's just me, but your mic keeps cutting out on like crazy. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Sorry.
You sound like you're in a tunnel 100 miles away. Am I the only one? Somebody give me the like.
No, Narendra, no, I think a number of us can't hear you as
Okay.
well. So, but you know, one of the questions I would have for you, Danny, is, you know, we are an agricultural area. There's a lot of grain that gets moved around, and canola is going to be moving to those crushing plants. Is that something that's in your future for Evo Trucks?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a few. I'm not going to list their names because they're working towards being active on Evo Trucks, but a few companies that move a lot of commodity like that. And so we're now working at bringing on more of the trucking companies that also manage that type of freight. So I think there's two things. One is there's using the marketplace, as I said, to just get more access, you know, reduce the time spent on phone calls and emails that would benefit them, but also the data that you're able to capture and use to make better decisions in your activities moving forward. So we're really excited about seeing them on there, and really excited to see what we're able to produce for them and what insights we can gain from them.
Narendra has asked me to take over because his computer, I think, or internet has died now. In any case, I would also open this back to Bill. Bill, if you have any other questions or comments, or to each other as panel members, I would imagine that the animal transport is so specialized that this wouldn't be something that really is in your bailiwick, because you're a pretty unique service.
Yeah, not necessarily on the livestock side, but we move freight as well. And particularly if we move livestock south, we move freight back north. So there's a segment of what we move that would be applicable. Danielle, what is so the carriers that are using it? What space are they typically looking for? Spot market, or is using this for all of their movements?
So great question. Evo Trucks started out focused exclusively on the spot market side of things, but there's now tools to help shippers and carriers work their contracted freight as well. So shippers can post private shipments with instant booking prices. So if they already know what they want to pay and who they want to work with, they can send it to them. And the benefit to them is, one, they use the system instead of an email and it's putting in a spreadsheet, and then that data is collected. We're also going to be working on adding RFP tools in the near future as well.
Okay. And then how many transactions would you would you have normally? I don't know how you measure yours, whether daily, weekly, or what kind of volume do you do? Do you transact?
Yeah, there's about 120 bookings per month right now. But as I mentioned, 2024, we're in the process of raising some funds to hit some significant growth goals in 2024.
Certainly, from an economic perspective, I'm interested in this because we don't have a good source of trucking price data. You can get price data for a lot of things, but because of the dispersed nature, and also, of course, I guess each type of trailer would have a different sort of price. So a dry van versus a tanker, a flat deck, and so on. And could you speak to that, Daniel?
Yeah, I think that's, I'll reference back a few years pre-pandemic. We were working with Transport Canada, and they were really interested in our data because they have data coming from the ports and borders, but they don't know what happens once freight gets into Canada or leaves Canada. So it's a big gap for them, and it goes across all the different equipment types. You can also move LTL, truckload, over-dimensional freight on Evo trucks. So the data set is quite broad in what we're capturing. Should be pretty interesting this year to see some of the insights we're able to pull from it. On that note, pulling insights, we are also working on an AI tool that will allow customers to engage with a bot on our system and ask questions about their data and in terms of benchmarking, stuff like that, which we're having a lot of fun with on the back end right now. So I think customers are really going to like that when it's available. Pretty cool.
It certainly seems like there's lots of directions to go and opportunities, given that the system has not really seen the kind of transparency that's there. The price discovery mechanism itself, we take that for granted in the grain industry. The futures market's there, and everybody can more or less know what the world price is by opening the paper. Whereas in the case of transportation, we don't get that kind of clarity. And I suppose it also deals with the specificity. As you pointed out, loads going west from Manitoba tend to pay more than loads coming back this direction. So each traffic lane is kind of unique as well.
Yeah, I can speak just from my experience, 25 years in the industry. Some of you have been around longer than me. I spent a lot of time connecting freight to truck and truck to freight. And if I talk to 5 trucking companies in a lane, I'd say, oh yeah, I understand the price, I get it. But we see it every single day. Like I said, these just wild variances of pricing that were shocking to us and continue to be shocking to us about, like, how can they be that far apart? And they're that far apart because nobody knows where they actually should be or where they could be. And so it's a guessing game. I'll throw this one out, throw that dart, and hopefully something sticks. It's not a great way to run such a big industry.
Maybe onto your future, how much of your business is actually outside Canada? I mean, are you running any loads within the US? Is that also part of the program?
Yeah, there is a few intra-US. It's certainly a small piece of what's happening today, probably 2.5–3% of the activity. And the other, call it 97%, is split almost 50-50 between cross-border and intra-Canada shipments today.
Right. Well, I think we're almost out of time, unless there's last comments you'd like to make in terms of your business. This has been really enjoyable. We sometimes gloss over trucking because I guess it's because it's so hard to generalize. You don't have the same kind of focus and study. And of course, it's also very specific. I mean, each sort of trailer type is an industry of its own.
Yeah.
And so you tend to have a very splintered sort of market, even though it's, as you point out in your opening statements with the size, it's huge, critically important to all of us. And so on that point, I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us today and giving us some great presentations. It really does illuminate some issues, and I think Fields on Wheels is going to have a lot more of this as time goes on. So thank you very much for joining us. And I'm now going to turn the program over to my good friend Derek Bruin, who is the head of the Department of Agribusiness and Agricultural Economics I would like to point out that the Fields on Wheels is a joint effort. This is managed between the Faculty of Agriculture and Food and the Business School, the Asper School of Business. So it's one of those, I think, well, maybe somewhat unique efforts on the campus where we actually do get the disciplines to pull together in the same direction. And with that also, I suppose we get to share the load. And in that case, I'm very happy to hand off the load to Derek to chair the next session. So thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Barry. I want to start by thanking you for all your efforts, Barry, over the years. This is 28 years of this conference going on, and it's been a source of insight on crop and transportation for that whole time. I hope it keeps going for another 28. For me personally, the conference has been a major trigger for my own research and learning, and just want to thank you, Barry. And you say it's a fair load, but everyone knows how much of this is your sweat and tears, and for years. And so just want to say thank you to that again. And Mark Hemis, I think, is online. I'll let him start sharing his slides. I think I first saw Mark in a few years ago on this conference, and his background is not in the guide to the speakers on the website, but it probably is from one of the older ones. But it's interesting that you were just talking about data and trucking and how much easier it is for me as a researcher to think about railways, because Mark Hemis and Quorum Corporation has put some of that data out there. So I hope, Daniel, that you get something, in line with the federal government, because if you can figure out what the trucking costs are from different points, especially as we start to look at a canola crop that's mostly going to domestic crush, this could be a really interesting and important time to figure out what those real costs are. But I'll move on now. And thanks everybody for attending this session. And our first speaker is Mark Hemis. He's president of Quorum Corporation. And Quorum Corporation has been responsible for monitoring Canada's prairie grain handling and transportation on behalf of Transportation Canada and Ag Food Canada since 2021. Quorum reports on government and industry to the government and industry on changes in efficiency, reliability, structure, and operation of the grain handling and transportation system, as well as the impacts these changes have on producers. They've also helped develop studies in the area of container movements and the role of inland container terminals in Western Canada, the provision of analytical and research services for the review of rail freight service, and then an examination and the assessment of the overall Canadian grain supply chain. Mark has extensive experience in the transportation industry, 23 years with the rail industry. He had a variety of senior positions in the fields of marketing, intermodal operations, and he attended schools in Edmonton and the University of Alberta and Western Ontario. And with that, Mark, I'll let you take over. Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too, Derek. Small correction, we've been doing this since 2001.
Oh, I'm sorry I said that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like yesterday. Don't say that. I'm just going to kind of give a bit of an introduction to the section on movement to Eastern Canada and through the St. Lawrence Seaway. What we do is gather data and analyze it and talk about it. So I'm going to start off just by get my some facts about grain moving into the Eastern Canada. From Western Canada to Eastern Canada, there's about 11 million metric tons that moves on average every year. 7.7 million metric tons of it is going over the Seaway through Thunder Bay. 3.3 million metric tons on top of that goes by rail, and about 1.9% of that, or 1.9 million metric tons of that, 3.3 is being used domestically. A lot of it is wheat going to the flour mills that are in Eastern Canada. Montreal exports are about 2.6 million metric tons. And about 37% of it on average is containerized. So a big portion of the grain that goes through the Port of Montreal is actually going in containers. Just last year, that number was a little bit closer to about 45%. So when you compare that against Vancouver, we're only about 9 to 10% of the grain that goes through there is in containers. It's a big difference. So it's a little bit telling about the traffic that's going east. And for the better part of the past 100 years, the Thunder Bay port had the largest grain exporting port in North America. And it had the greatest amount of port grain storage of any port in North America. Just recently, Vancouver, with the addition of 2 more terminals in Vancouver, they just exceeded Thunder Bay. So now they're number 2. So just really quickly about production. You can see from this graph that, and it kind of, it follows along with the graphs that Gunter showed at lunchtime, where production is gradually increasing. And we really saw that kick off in 2013. Where we went from an average of about 59 million metric tons of grain being grown for almost 20 years. And all of a sudden, we started to see that number creep up to, 70, 72, 75 million tons. When you add in the carry forward stocks from the year before, we went for a long period of time there up until a couple of years ago when the drought hit. Of around 80 million tons a year of what we were moving. Now, 2021, of course, I think everybody knows that story. And we bounced back a little bit last year. This year we were back down again because of the drought. I won't belabor that, but just let's talk about some of the grain port terminals that are on the St. Lawrence Seaway. There's 6 very large ones in Thunder Bay, and they handle 70% of all of the grain that's going to Eastern Canada, and they're moving it on the Seaway. There's 3 big ones in Hamilton, and also large facilities in Montreal, Trois-Rivières, Quebec City, Baie-Comeau, and Port Cartier. So a lot of the traffic that's running out of Thunder Bay, the vast majority of it is going into those transfer facilities in the lower river. And that is a big portion of the eastern export through Eastern Canada. So where is it going? And that little picture in the background that you might see there is Russia. And for many, many years, probably 30 years in the post-World War II period, one of the big buyers of Canadian grain was the former Soviet Union countries and Western Europe. And you can see that in that graph, that portion that starts with the black, that was the dominant buyers of Canadian grain for many years. But as we kind of move forward in time, the former Soviet Union became self-sufficient and our markets really started to change. And you can see with this blue section, that's the Asia Pacific countries. And we started to see a growing amount of traffic moving into the North or the American market and South American market, Western Hemisphere. So that really kind of started to drive some changes. Now, if you went back into the 80s and in the 70s before that, the major port terminal that was moving grain out of Western Canada was Thunder Bay, of course. They are the green section there. And you can see as we went through time, kind of following that same change that we've been seeing in the destinations and the buyers of Canadian grain, it started to shift. And at that same time, that shift started to move more and more grain through the West Coast because that's where the buyers were. So by the time we got to the last 5 or 10 years, over 75% of all of the grain that's being exported now is moving through the West Coast ports, Vancouver and Prince Rupert. So why isn't there a greater use of the eastern route? This is a question that really started to come up during the pandemic because the western ports were slammed. Then we got the environmental river that came in 2021. There was a question that floated around prevalently, a lot of it from the railways. Why aren't we making a greater use of the eastern route? And so we've been following this, or we've been doing an analysis on the cost of the two routing alternatives going east through Thunder Bay. And then the example that we used was Montreal. We picked 6 origins across the prairies and 6 global destinations, each through Vancouver and Thunder Bay, Montreal. We tested both routes. And what that told us is that, first of all, the cost to port position can equal almost 65% of the total cost. Thunder Bay to Montreal is rail plus the seaway cost of an average of about $70 a ton. Vancouver is only rail, but its average cost is also about $61.44 per ton. But the big thing about this is that the rail rates are the largest proportion of the total logistics cost. So when you think about what the total logistics on average of all of the places that we looked at through the Thunder Bay Montreal routing, it was about $129 a ton. The Vancouver average was about $95.50. And that's just getting it to the port plus what it costs to move it on the water. So rail rates very seldom, if ever, go down. And if they do go down, it's only a fraction of a bit. But ocean rates fluctuate drastically. In the last 5 years, we've seen ocean rates range anywhere from about $5,000 a day all the way up to $45,000 a day for a Panamax vessel. So that kind of fluctuation can really make a difference on some of the logistical decisions that people make. And it moves the line, and I'll get to that in a second. So when we look at just running it through Thunder Bay to Montreal and then to destination, the biggest part of that has an effect on it is getting it to the port position. So the Saskatoon to Thunder Bay, as an example, runs by rail, and then it's got to go from Thunder Bay all the way through the Seaway. And Montreal is the example that we use. When you compare that to moving it to Vancouver, it's a shorter period, shorter length of haul, and therefore it is a lower cost just to get it to port position. And one of the things that we see that when we're trying to figure out at what point in time does it make more sense to go east or more sense to go west, and what we found was there's kind of a gray area right there on the Saskatchewan border. And depending on what the ocean freight rate is, will depend on where that little gray bar moves. Does it move east? Does it move west? So if the ocean rates are low, then it actually starts to move closer to Thunder Bay. If they get higher, it moves closer to Vancouver. And a good example of that just happened in the last month to month and a half. When we did our last run of these numbers, it was about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And during that time, from when we did the analysis, the number was about $16,000 a day for ocean freight. In the period of time since then, that number has now climbed to over $29,000. And it actually moves that gray bar over a little further into Saskatchewan, which is kind of interesting. So where is the grain coming from that's going to Eastern Canada? Well, if you're talking about what's going through Thunder Bay, the vast majority of it is coming out of Manitoba and Eastern Saskatchewan. Matter of fact, there's been a lot of talk about the fact that Thunder Bay is actually Manitoba's port. And it's not far from the truth. 52% of all of the traffic that goes through Thunder Bay is coming out of Manitoba, and it is a vast majority of what's getting produced there. And of course, it's going to stretch into Saskatchewan. Alberta, it's 1%, hardly enough to mention, and BC isn't even really there. When you look at Vancouver, for instance, Saskatchewan is the big provider, and that's because Saskatchewan is the biggest producer of grain in Canada, and then Alberta. But Manitoba really doesn't play into the Vancouver market, 5% maybe. And how it goes to the east is kind of interesting. I mentioned the fact that a lot of it is going by rail, but the vast majority of it is going by the seaway. And you can see it in these two graphs. It's on average about 70% of everything that goes through Thunder Bay and by the seaway, and then the other portion of it is going by rail. And there's a big portion of what that eastern domestic number of 1.8 million tons that is actually going to Montreal to be transloaded into containers. And where this really became prevalent was during the COVID period, where Vancouver transloaders and the industry as a whole was really starved of empty container capacity. But Montreal didn't suffer that much. And so what we saw going through Montreal in terms of volume really wasn't affected even by the drought in 2021. It was really well used, and the volumes stayed pretty static, whereas every place else really came down, Vancouver especially. So what's it all mean? First of all, despite the change in destinations and who's buying Canadian grain, the Eastern Corridor is still integral for the Western grain industry. It's an optimal route for certain commodities and origin-destination pairs. Good example is anything coming out of Manitoba or Eastern Saskatchewan. It's a primary route for much of Canada's grain movement in containers. It's stayed that way, and that's because of the availability of empty container capacity and where we're selling a lot of those products. A lot of the pulse market, for instance, is being sold into the Mediterranean countries, the Northern Med, as well as Northern Africa and into the Middle East. And it's a very effective logistical route for serving primary and domestic markets. Second point is Thunder Bay and the Seaway are the first route of choice for a majority of the grain in Manitoba, as I've already mentioned. And the economics of the movement is paramount. In the CWB days, allowances were made, but now math dictates the decisions. Basically, the bottom line is it's all about the money. And I'll close it off there. I hope that gives a bit of an introduction for when Chris and Bruce have their comments. Bill, it's back to you, and I can take questions after. I'm sure that's how you want to play it.
It's Derek, but
Derek, what did I say?
Given I'm getting the years mixed up too, so we'll be fair to each other.
Okay.
But Mark, on the equalization across that where the line is moving towards Thunder Bay and back, is there an assumption that we are meeting in the global markets from somewhere between, like I think the Middle East, where Thunder Bay can supply that on one side of the Suez Canal and Vancouver can supply the other side? Are you assuming some equalization in terms of the price of the commodity?
No, it actually has to do with the actual logistical cost. And oddly enough, there are times, depending on what the ocean freight rates are, is that it makes more sense to serve the Med out of Vancouver. And that's when that line starts to really move towards Manitoba. But when your ocean freights start to go up higher and higher and higher, because of the length of the ocean voyage, that's when it starts to trend towards the east. and it was interesting to watch it. That's why we picked 6 very, very dispersed destinations to test this model against. And even I was a little bit surprised as to how some of the numbers panned out. And we when we started seeing the ocean freight rates go up in the last 3 to 4 weeks, we tested that again, and it actually slightly moved that higher ocean freight rate. It slightly moved that line further into Saskatchewan. But I'm sure that, you know, when we get to January, February, the number is going to come back down again, and we'll see that line move further east.
I just remind everybody that's online, it'll be easier for me to kind of track things if you send questions into the chat. And Mark, we did get one from Scott on what do you think the Panama drought will have on catchment areas in Canada or movements in general?
We actually factored that in when we were running the scenarios through the Panama Canal. We used 3 days initially, but what we've been seeing lately is there are some vessels that are sitting there sometimes up to 10 days to wait to get through. And of course, the clock is ticking on those. So it does have a slight effect. But when you think about it from a pure cost perspective, running a Panamax vessel through the Panama Canal, round numbers, is between $250,000 and $300,000. So the effect of the Panama Canal is really boils down to something in the order of $3 to $4 a ton. Where it starts to get problematic is in times like these when you're adding another $10,000 a day onto your vessel cost, and then having that vessel have to sit there for another 10 days. So on top of that, you're adding another $100,000. And so it does have an effect on it, but it has an effect on it both ways. When you think about the dominant markets that we're shipping off of Vancouver, for instance, Panama Canal doesn't come into play, but it does if you're trying to ship to Asia Pacific markets out of the Montreal alternative. Conversely, trying to get into the Med from Vancouver, you have to go through the Panama Canal, and so it really disadvantages that.
Good, thanks. Okay, I'll leave room for, I don't see any other questions yet, so I'll leave room for, sorry, one just came through. And it's long.
Oh, that's Warren in our shop. He's
helping answer. Okay.
He's helping me answer, yeah.
Okay.
So, well, but Warren's point is that even at the current delays, the Panama Canal is about $200,000 cheaper than routing around South America to reach an Atlantic destination. It's well worth the cost if you leave off the West Coast, and it's largely, it all comes back to that destination to port cost.
Yeah, and that was about $30 difference.
Yeah.
So that
you
washes out a lot of that cost. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I will now I'll ask great. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for being here. And I'll let you take over on terms of sharing your slides. And while I do that, so Chris is another person that we didn't get a bio from, but he's a recently appointed, so his announcements in the Maritimes magazine, if you want to learn more about him, I'll just go through a little bit. He's the new CEO as of October of the Port of Thunder Bay. Chris started his post in October, and after first serving most recently as the Port's Director of Business Development and Terminal Operations. He was chosen for his record of strong leadership and consistent development combined with industry knowledge and the institution of the port. And he holds an honors Bachelor of Commerce from Lakehead University and is a chartered professional accountant. He joined the Port of Thunder Bay in 2010 and has progressed through the organization over that time. So Chris, I'll let you take over now.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate you digging up that information that I didn't get a chance to forward to Barry. And also appreciate Mark's previous talk. It's always great to see how the economic factors play into how the decisions are being made by the shippers that are utilizing our port and our system. So that's great. And some of my comments today will echo what Mark had to share as well. Can everyone, are my slides visible? Great. So I titled this presentation Port of Thunder Bay Fields on Water. I thought that was good topic given the title of the program. And really what I'm here to do is to share a little bit about the role of Port of Thunder Bay and supporting the Western Canada's agri-food sector. Mark gave a really nice overview in terms of numbers, and I think I'll drill down a little bit more in terms of what the port really is. And I know I'm being followed up by a carrier and also the seaway, so I think it's going to really round out the panel nicely. Brief agenda for my presentation here is just a little bit of an overview of what the Port of Thunder Bay is. It was nice that Mark broke the seal and called it Manitoba's port before I had to, but that's certainly what we like to consider ourselves here in Thunder Bay. Demonstrates some trends that we've observed in Thunder Bay as of late, and I'd like to end off with some interesting sort of open-ended future considerations. So of course, Thunder Bay is located 3,700 kilometers inland. So the port is the gateway. It exists because of its geographic location, strategic location for shippers in Western Canada to access markets in Europe, Middle East, Latin America, and North Africa. And so historically, grain has been number one for Thunder Bay, and that continues to this day. So Thunder Bay, when you kind of break it down, it's quite a large port in terms of its geographic size. That's partly the nature of the fact that Thunder Bay, the city of Thunder Bay, was previously Port Arthur and Fort William, and there was interest in both of those cities to develop ports. We're a natural harbor in Thunder Bay, which is beneficial because we don't have to do a lot of dredging in Thunder Bay. So as Mark mentioned, there are 6 large operating grain elevators in the Port of Thunder Bay, and those terminals are joined by some dry bulk facilities. There's some excellent dry bulk shipping capacity in Thunder Bay. These are used primarily to export potash, also coming out of Western Canada. Historically, coal, which is obviously a dwindling commodity, and then just some other sort of locally used products as well. We have liquid bulk facilities. The port organization that I head up is in charge of the general cargo facility here in Thunder Bay. and that facility is named Kiefer Terminal. And we also have a shipyard with a dry dock facility, and there's a cruise ship terminal that's run by the city of Thunder Bay. We're a full service port with any of the standard services that you expect in any coastal port. So this gives an idea of the magnitude of what grain means to our port. This is year to date 2023 makeup of our cargo that has been shipped through this port. 76% grain, and that's actually a relatively low number in terms of a share that grain makes up. Usually it's in the 80 to 90% range, but we've had some strong gains in potash this year and last year. And there are a number of other cargoes that are shipped through this port, but really grain and potash are the bulk of it. Yeah, I'm going to get into those cargoes a little bit further down the road here. So this is a great map graphic that was developed a number of years ago, not internally. We borrowed it from someone, and it demonstrates the significance of exports from Thunder Bay on the seaway system. So you can see just based on the little half circles, the blue represent the export cargo and the orange represent import cargoes at each port. So Thunder Bay is far and away the largest export port on the seaway system, and of course that's significantly attributed to those grain products coming from the west. Grain, as mentioned by Mark, is shipped out of Thunder Bay on both Laker, where it's taken to the seaway for re-elevation and further loading to a larger salty vessel, and also direct export on salties right out of Thunder Bay. Salties that are coming out of Thunder Bay are limited in the volume of cargo that they can carry, and that ends up usually maxing out around 23,000 metric tons, and that's the constraint is the seaway lock capacity. So this is, it's always nice to show what the infrastructure looks like for those who may not have a chance to drive by it on a daily basis. So Thunder Bay has significant historical grain elevator capacity. The grain elevators have been modernized over time. And as you can see, what you can see here is more than 6, but if a couple of these are not operational. And we do have most of the big players in Canada's agribusiness are strategically operating grain facilities in Thunder Bay and in the seaway system. I wanted to show just what else we've got in Thunder Bay briefly. These are two, it looks like the same site if you look quickly, but if you look a little more carefully, because the ship, it might even be the same ship. Anyways, it's 2 different potash export facilities. These facilities both have loop tracks, and together they have about 13 million tons of bulk throughput capacity, and they utilize a very small fraction of that currently, but really good infrastructure here in Thunder Bay. And these are some of the other commodities that we're handling in our port. These are all cargoes that we handle at Kiefer Terminal. And this is our general cargo facility where we, the strategy has been to bring as many import cargoes as we can to track them to the seaway system to counter all this export commodity that we're shipping outbound in an effort to make the system as competitive and efficient as possible. So you'll see we handle a fair bit of wind turbine and wind farm components. So the blades, the nacelles, and the tower sections. This year we handled, we had this, I believe, 7 shiploads of that commodity. We're handling ever-growing volumes of steel products coming in from Europe, including what you see here is some steel pipe, and in addition to steel rail and structural steel. And so I wanted to give just a few of the high level stories on the trends in the cargoes that are related to agribusiness, because grains obviously are number one commodity, but a very interesting story over the last 2 years in Thunder Bay and on the Seaway has been the increase in potash shipments coming out of Western Canada. And we have another interesting little story regarding import phosphate fertilizer. So this is how things have been going with potash exports through the port of Thunder Bay. So for many, many years, the port handled sort of a typical volume of potash that fluctuated anywhere from maybe 300 to 500,000 tons on an annual basis, and this has seen quite an extreme departure, beginning with an increase in 2021 to levels around 600,000 tons or so. This began, there were supply chain disruptions on the West Coast, and the powers that be decided to funnel a little more product through the port of Thunder Bay. And then this was followed by the big game changer that seems to have been the conflict in Ukraine with Russia, which really has constrained the supply of that commodity globally. And so you saw that commodity through Thunder Bay double in 22, with further gains this year in 23. There's a number of other factors that have led to these numbers or this level of cargo being shipped through Thunder Bay. It does seem invariably you seem to see more and more supply chain disruptions caused by environmental or weather issues. And consistently we're finding that when those issues occur in other supply chains, Thunder Bay and the Seaway are being tapped as what some may refer to as a bit of a relief valve for these commodities. So that's a fascinating story to have seen happen in our port in the last couple of years. And next, I wanted to just go over a brief update on what we've seen in terms of grain over the last number of years. And the biggest trend, and this really speaks to Mark's economic study on where that line is, where the shipper makes the decision to ship through Thunder Bay or through Vancouver. And this graph that we developed. It actually comes obviously from the data that Mark and his team put together. And this is the volume of Manitoba grain that is shipped through Thunder Bay. This is based on the crop year, but it is really interesting to see how that number has grown over the years. Obviously, there was the dip in 21-22 because of that poor crop, but we're certainly finding that that line is becoming more defined, and obviously those decisions are being made, and the Manitoba grain is moving this way, more regularly or on a more voluminous basis. And my last, the last trend or update that I wanted to share was our phosphate fertilizer story. And this is an opportunity that we as the Port Authority, we seized. It was late in 2020 that it kind of began coming together. We had the opportunity to collaborate on moving some phosphate fertilizer from Morocco, direct import into the Port of Thunder Bay. And this commodity is railed and trucked to Western Canada to market. And we took a bit of a risk with the first shipment that we handled in 2020. We have in our general cargo terminal, we've got some older clear span brick buildings that certainly they were designed to handle package freight when they were built in the 60s. And one of them was available, and we made it work, and we've been utilizing that facility to store and load out this phosphate fertilizer product that's been coming in from Morocco ever since. We're not handling massive volumes by any means, but in 2023 we handled more of this product than we had done in the past. And these are some pictures of how we've made it, or how, I shouldn't say I didn't participate in designing how this comes off the ship, but it was a situation where the product, there was motivation to move this product through our port, and we didn't have the perfect system to deal with it, but we decided to give it a try. And so our teammates, Logistec Stevedoring, they brought up some of these conveyor belt systems and the hopper, and this is how this product's been moving through our port ever since. Here's another look of how the product gets into the shed. And so that's just another sort of interesting way that the Port of Thunder Bay is participating in this industry. So all in all, this leaves us in 2023. We say we're having a decent year. We're well ahead of last year as the grain has rebounded, and ahead of the 5-year, particularly as a result of those increases in potash. This 20-year cargo tonnage graph, probably the most telling story that you can sort of get out of this is if you look at the dark blue blocks, that's our grain shipments annually. And prior to about 2014, for at least a decade, maybe a decade and a half, we were hard pressed to see 6 million tons of grain on an annual basis, with the with the removal of the wheat board, we're seeing shipments more on an average of about 7.5 to 8 million tons of grain on average. So finally, I thought I'd just kind of leave off with some open-ended considerations about Thunder Bay and the Seaway. What the story of the potash does is it demonstrates that the Seaway is a system that can turn on a dime and has available capacity for things like coastal supply chain disruptions. One thing I don't think I mentioned is that our port and our system has that same type of available capacity on the grain side. So the infrastructure that's here is capable of shipping much more, probably double what the port handles on an annual basis in terms of grain. So in the future, as grain production, if it does continue to grow here in Canada, this is a system that can be further utilized to diversify your supply chains. Market shift is another future potential factor. So you hear and the evidence or the forecasts show that there's going to be significant urbanization continuing in the next century or so, and also continued significant population growth in Africa. So any number of factors could lead to market shift, and again, this available capacity could come into play. I thought it'd be fun to throw in there just a little teaser about potential future longer seasons on the Seaway system. I'm sitting in Thunder Bay today, and I checked just before I got on the screen here. The temperature hit 13.2 Celsius at 2 o'clock Eastern time, which is 1 degree hotter than any December day we've ever had in the city of Thunder Bay. So that's I understand that that's an extreme and everything like that, but it does beg the question, if these types of winters continue, could we see longer seasons on the Seaway system? I'm not going to answer that question, but it's certainly something that's intriguing to consider. And finally is just the as we continue to consider the shift to carbon neutrality, which is a national, international push. Will that lead to modal shift, or how will that shift look? It could be, it could not, but it's something that's compelling, because marine transportation is an environmentally it's can be more neutral in a lot of ways than other modes. And so I will leave my my presentation at that.
Thanks, Chris. Once again, I'll ask folks to send any questions into the chat. Chris, I got one. I mean, I am a person who's been looking for sort of a delivery point for canola that we could use as a spot price in some of our, and I think the ICE contract would be improved if they had a, actual thread of delivery in one export market. Do you think that's a possibility for Thunder Bay? Do you learn anything from Duluth's experience with spring wheat?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
The futures contract in Minneapolis has, at least it used to have, the Duluth delivery point as a.
Okay.
Is that a possibility for canola? Are we moving enough canola that it's a regular price in Thunder Bay?
Well, Thunder Bay certainly has the canola volumes have increased. I mean, they've probably been standardized in the 1.5 to 2 million ton sort of volume for the last, it could be 10 years now. That's the amount of information that I can give you on that. I'm more of an observer of these trends than so that's the depth of the answer that I can give you on that, Derek.
So okay, that's fine. On the longer seasons, have you like on recent years, what has been the date it closed the Thunder Bay port?
So that's a complex question. So, and it's a good question. So Bruce may have more to share on that, but so the salties obviously need to get out of the full system, right? So they're coming into this Great Lakes system, and they are constrained by the date that the seaway locks close. So the Montreal Lake Ontario portion of the seaway and the Welland Canal. And those historically close towards the end of December. So you'll see the last salty departing Thunder Bay, you know, give or take the 20th of December. This year there's an extension on that. There was an extension last year as well. So we'll see how or if any of the foreign ships take advantage of that extension. On the Laker side, Thunder Bay sees lake vessel traffic right through till mid-January. So the Soo locks don't close till the 15th of January. And so you'll see Lakers carrying grain to some destinations in the lower lakes right up till the 13th, 14th of January.
Yeah, Derek, maybe I can just comment a little bit further on that.
Sure.
In terms of season extension. And that what we've done, we started 4 years ago, we started a 5-year trial program with the Welland Canal, whereby we've extended into the end of the first week of January. So this year we're closing January the 7th for the 4th year in a row. As Chris mentioned, we've also now extended the MLO section, where we'll be closing this year on January the 5th. So this is the first year for the MLO that we've extended beyond December 31st. So our view on this, our approach on this is that we will be extending, but we'll be extending gradually. You're not going to see us jump 2 weeks, for example, all of a sudden to match the Soo locks, but we will do it gradually. Bearing in mind that we always have to factor in our winter maintenance, and that the more we shorten that period, the tougher it gets for us to get the maintenance done. But we're coping with that. So that's just a little bit of where we're going with that. And it's been very successful, by the way. We've had good response on the Welland, and we're hoping that by opening up the Montreal Lake Ontario section, that'll help even more in terms of additional volume.
Thanks for that clarification, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce.
We can take lots of questions at the end as we're, but I don't see any other questions in the chat, and I'll start with our next presenter, Frank. He's the Director of Transport Services and the Global Fuel Strategy for the Montreal-based worldwide ship owner, the Canada Steamship Lines. He has over 25 years of experience in the shipping, oil, and energy industries. And his current role, he spearheads commercial fleet operations for the Canadian fleet of the CSL. He also supports sustainable alternative fuel initiatives at the group CSL Inc., which includes the biofuel testing program, which is one of the largest ongoing B100 biodiesel trials on marine engines in the world. And with that, Frank, I'll let you take over as your...
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be speaking to you guys today about post-pandemic supply chain adjustments and decarbonization of the marine supply chain. So maybe before we get in, a little bit about CSL. and who we are. We're basically a Canadian-based company, privately held out of head office out of Montreal. We mostly transport dry bulk cargoes. We're the largest owner and operators of self-unloaders. And the types of cargoes as we transport are include anything from cement, iron ore, obviously grain, coal, salt, aggregates, among others. We own 48 vessels, which are 100% owned by CSL, another 48 that are co-owned with partners, when we employ over 1,500 employees across our divisions. So obviously we move a lot of, we move cargo, but we'd like to think of ourselves as extremely green. Our owners are extremely green, CSL is extremely green, and we've led a lot of initiatives worldwide in terms of sustainable shipping. As you will see later in the presentation, we're currently leading the largest biodiesel trial in the world presently on marine engines. Main hubs, Canada, where we operate 17 vessels inside of the Great Lakes. So these are all strictly Lakers and cannot leave the Great Lakes. We then have 28 vessels out of Boston, which operate across the US and the Caribbean. We then have 16 transshippers in West Africa, in Guinea more specifically. We're extremely strong on transshipment. And then Europe and Australia is also one of our other big hubs. Maybe another mention here is that we are really a niche solution provider, right? So we do a lot of dry bulk, yes, but we do a lot of niche solutions to complex problems, such as in Monaco, where we did a shore expansion, similar to what was happening in Dubai. So with our self-unloaders, we worked with the city of Monaco in order to expand its shoreline. Those are the type of solutions that we've provided internationally. So again, zero harm, we strive for excellence, innovators, and integrity. So if we get into the thick of things here, grain handling, nothing new to this crowd, but basically, in order for grain to move in Canada, we need a lot of collaboration, right? So from whenever the crops are farmed, to the bin, to the truck network, to elevators, to the rail, to the terminals, which puts it on board of our Lakers, and then in terms of ocean shipping to get to a final customers. This needs to be a seamless coordination of efforts and collaboration. And the point that I'm trying to make here is the importance of the supply chain. The importance, as we've seen in the last couple of weeks, we've seen post-pandemic, we've seen a series of actions that have impacted our supply chain. And as we said, there was a strike in the Seaway most recently. And this strike is probably exacerbated by the pandemic, where there's been a shortage of labor, right? So how is this affecting us and our marine supply chain? Mostly due to the uniqueness of the Great Lakes. So if there was a strike in the Panama Canal, if there was a strike in Gibraltar or anywhere else, right, there would probably be a financial impact. In the Great Lakes, we're a little bit different, right? Come December 25th, come January 7th, eventually the lakes will close. And once the lakes close, whatever was not delivered will not be delivered, right? So our shipping season is finite, whereas somewhere else, well, that cargo will just get delivered a little later on. So what we're seeing presently happening is that the impact of the various interruptions are tangible in the Great Lakes. And this is quite big. When we start a shipping season with our various customers, whether it be on the grain, whether it be on the sugar, whether it be on the salt, we plan for a certain amount of cargoes based on water levels, in order for our customers to meet their exports to their customers. But when there's a stoppage, the cargoes that were planned are being delivered, or the tonnage that was planned on being delivered is irreplaceable, is not being able to being delivered. So we need to see what is driving this, right? So obviously post-pandemic, there's been a shortage of labor. We're definitely feeling it on board our ships, specialized labor. We're seeing it across the supply chain. And we need to see together, how do we mitigate this? Obviously, this shortage of labor is having more labor negotiations. We do have systems in place to make sure that grain is moved despite the shortage rate, right? So we know that there's the Canadian Industrial Relations Board, whom we have systems in place to ensure that grain moves in an expedited manner. In this present case that we currently had, for strategic reasons through the negotiations, that system was not launched. But again, we need to make sure, because of the uniqueness of the Great Lakes, that we are able to implement and work with the tools that we have to make sure that grain keeps on moving, or other goods of first necessity. Other things that affect movements of our cargoes and affect the supply chain is water levels in the Great Lakes. As was mentioned earlier by Chris, is we have a draft restrictions, right? So salties can go in. We are limited by draft of the locks, but same thing with the Lakers. We're affected by draft. There's a certain amount of cargoes that we can lift based on water levels. So if the water levels are lower, as is currently the case, we can lift less. When we lift less, obviously the total amount, if you multiply 3,000 tons or 4,000 tons of cargo that we're short lifting due to lower water levels, this will impact the final amount. If we're having 50 or 80 or 100 trips of grain or of whatever the commodity, this will impact the total amount of grain that was expected to be shipped by the end of that season. Other things that affect us when we're looking at marine transport is obviously regulations, right? So there's more and more stringent regulations that are being introduced, such as ballast water systems. Ballast water systems are systems which are very important, which basically, when a vessel navigates through the waters, it needs to be at a certain depth in order to have optimal propulsion. In order to do that, when, let's say, we have unloaded a cargo in Montreal, we may be ballasting back to Thunder Bay in order to load, so then we'll take on water. The concern is that potentially a salty brought in microorganisms to Montreal from another region. When we take on water to ballast the ship at the appropriate depth, we may be taking on these microorganisms, bringing up them all the way to Thunder Bay. And when we deballast to take on the cargo, we may be releasing these microorganisms within Thunder Bay. The issue with that is that these systems are forcing us to slow down the rate at which we're either ballasting or deballasting. And this, again, having to slow down multiple hours during a load is having an impact to the amount of cargo that we're able to carry, or the amount of trips that we're able to perform within a season. So all of these things are points that the marine supply chain is trying to work through, and that we're closely monitoring in order to mitigate the risk of not meeting our customers' expectation in terms of exports of the grain. If we now look at the decarbonization of the supply chain, so this is quite big, and as I said earlier, CSL has been leading this. Let's maybe look first at why. Why should we be decarbonizing? Well, as we know, Canada, the G10, and multiple countries around the world have agreed, who have committed to decarbonize, one, to reach net zero, so zero carbon emissions by 2050. And we have targets to reach by 2030, 40, and 2040, right? So by 2030, we would like to decarbonize 40 to 45% less emission from the 2005 targets. There's also CII, so carbon intensity indicators that will be into play inside of the Great Lakes. And currently, we're working with agencies in order to better define what CSI will look like inside of for Lakers. As Lakers are what we consider short sea shipping vessels, they are currently not recognized as a separate class of vessels and therefore penalized in their ratings. So in order for us to meet CII or EAXI, we would need to slow down the fleet. Hence another factor that would penalize the finite shipping season that we currently have in the lakes. So an alternative would be for us to go to a less emitting fuel source. So 5 years ago, CSL decided to test this out of our own. There was no test ever done on marine engines with marine biodiesel. We started that. We launched in collaboration with Transport Canada, the US Coast Guard. We basically established the standards in order to test these marine biodiesels. And the marine diesels that we have been testing are basically made out of waste soya. So it should be noted that we are not competing with a food source. This has to be made clear from CSL, and also this is something that we will never compete with. So currently we're using waste source. Eventually we'd hope to be reaching renewable diesel, but we are looking at both. If we look at how biodiesel reduces greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%, well, basically the plants are, when the plants are planted, the crops are planted, they absorb CO2 from the air for growth. The carbon is then sequestered in soil during the growing process. The crops are farmed and processed into sellable products. We then take the waste from these agricultural and forestry products and process those waste to make biodiesel. That biodiesel is then used as a combustible or a fuel inside of our ships, and it could be inside of rail or it can be inside of truck as well. The ships use the biofuel, and this is an important point. When we burn biodiesel, we emit the same amount of CO2 as a fossil fuel. The difference is that when we planted the crops, we have captured the CO2. So then we are considering that this is a carbon neutral fuel. Why do we say that this is a 92% carbon neutral and not 100% carbon neutral? Is because we're taking into consideration the trucks that are required to transport the crops to the bins, so on and so forth. So the emissions from the trucks and potentially the rail and other modes of transport are taken into consideration inside of this whole process. If we look at comparison of carbon emissions, so grams of CO2 per tons of kilometer, if we look at a ship that is running on 100% of biodiesel, which is what CSL is doing. So we're not running on a blend. And this is the uniqueness of our test and why we are the biggest trial in the world, is that we are running on a B100, pure biodiesel, where most of the Europeans are running are B20, between B10s and B20s, some B30s. You've seen some other shipping lines, Maersk, Hapag-Lloyd in the news that did one trial on B100. We have half of our Canadian fleet, so 8 vessels, running 100% of the time on pure B100. If we look in comparison, so 1.2 grams of CO2 on a bio ship. If we were to run on MGO, so marine gas oil, which is basically the only other fuel that we're allowed to burn in an ecozone, so in the Great Lakes, you're looking at almost 12 grams of CO2. If you compare that to rail, so rail running on diesel, you're looking at 14.2 grams. And if you're looking at a truck, again, running on diesel, that would be 75 grams of CO2 per ton per kilometer. So there's definitely a huge advantage and huge hope. Not hope, I mean, it's been proven that we can decarbonize, to Chris's point on his last slide, that we can decarbonize the marine supply chain and the entire supply chain, right? There's nothing stopping the rail or the trucks to also convert to biodiesel and decarbonizing the Great Lakes or the supply chain. So we've started these trials since 2019. Obviously, this was done gradually as the engine manufacturers had no knowledge, did not back these trials back then. So we had to do this on our own. So we gradually started this in 2019. And in 2020, we had some tests on generators. Then in 2021, 2022, and 2023, we had half of our fleet running 100% on biodiesel. Super positive. We've basically have the most amount of data on engines running on biodiesel, which we've shared within the industry. So again, our goal is to decarbonize the Great Lakes and decarbonize the industry. So we are sharing all of our technical data with engine manufacturers, like we said, Transport Canada, Great Lakes, US Coast Guard. Up to now, we've done 55,000 tons of, replaced 55,000 tons of fossil fuel by biodiesel, over 75,000 hours on marine engines. We've tested, because this was a requirement from Transport Canada, for both NOx, so nitrous oxide, the sulfur emissions, and particulate matter. As we know, what we are most concerned about in terms of emissions is particulate matters, which is basically the smallest amount of particles that we breathe in. And due to the fact that they're so small, our body is unable to expulse them out of our body. So we are extremely concerned with particulate matter, and the test resulted that biodiesel had lower concentrations of particulate matter, SOx and NOx than marine gas oil fuel. 92% reduction of GHGs on B100, and over 156,000 tons of CO2 avoided during these trials. Other things that we are doing in order to decarbonize the marine supply chain is basically artificial intelligence. So we've, over 5 years ago, we've equipped our entire fleet with a multitude of sensors. So what we've done is we've basically made our ships extremely intelligent. And what happens with the goal of reducing or increasing efficiency and reducing fuel consumption. So what we do is basically with those sensors, the ships generates live data, right? What load are the engines operating when they're in currents, when there's bad weather, how much are they lifting, where is their traffic coming up. Once this data is retrieved, the data is sent to the shore, and with a software that we've developed in-house, creates rules and alert, right? So then the dispatch team, the ship, have a set of dashboards that they see, and alerts are generated. From these alerts or from this data, recommendations are made to the dispatch and the technical operations. The recommendations are then sent to the vessel for analysis, as we need to remember that the vessel have the ultimate decision, right? So we can make a recommendation, but the vessel, for the safety of the vessel, will always have the final word. And then the commanding officer, the captain, will deem if the recommendation should be implemented or not. So basically what this does is that with the amount of data that we've accumulated over the last 5 years, scheduling decisions are made, right? Is the best ship in the trade? How much cargo should we be lifting? Should we be taking on more cargo versus more fuel, or more fuel versus on more cargo? Is there going to be traffic during the locks? What if we expect to arrive in the locks in 8 hours? Will there be traffic? Should we slow down to slow down consumption, or are we going to hit a weather front and we should speed up in order to miss that weather front? So all of this is the amount of data that we're being able to generate right now on board our ships. And after the voyage is completed, we analyze the additional data that we've got in order to have an even better decision-making process for the next vessels. We can look here at a typical voyage, right? So Thunder Bay or Duluth to Quebec. This is what was vessel planned. So, right, what is the best ship for us to put in this trade based on the cargo, based on the ship's availability, based on the ballast leg, so on and so forth. Historically, what was been the water air temperature? What were the water levels? What have sister ships lifted or done or taken in terms of time to complete this route? What are the customer limitations at their facilities? Do they have a hopper? Can we send a bulker, or should we send a self-unloader? So these are the types of decisions that are made. Then we look at just in time in order for fuel consumption at locks or at customers' facilities in terms of traffic. Bunkering decision, how much, based on the value of the cargo, based on the value of the fuel. Due to the draft restrictions, we always have this decision, should we carry fuel or should we carry cargo? Speed optimization, should we speed up and consume more fuel but arrive faster, or should we slow down, consume less fuel, but take more days? So all these are the types of decisions that are currently being done by our O2 system that we've developed in-house. Lastly, what we look at in terms of efficiency we're always looking at developing new vessel designs. So our latest ship, which was delivered end of 2022, was the Nukumi. Nukumi has won in 2023, this year, the most amount of awards for its designs. So Nukumi is a dedicated ship that's currently operating on the salt trade. The types of designs that she has is basically a diesel electric engine, which allows us to have a much more fuel efficient consumption and propulsion system. It has a twin fin shafting arrangement, which basically you see here are the fins that allow us to, one, maneuver. We are able to turn the vessel on a dime. We're also able to shut off one of the engines or one of the fins in order to conserve energy or to conserve fuel efficiency. She has a shuttle boom. This allows us to, this is a self-unloader, which allows us to move her boom over 250 feet, over 180-degree span. She has also a single point of loading. So this is huge, where traditionally a self-unloader, we would need, when loading, we would need the shifter at the customer's facility in order to disperse the cargo evenly within her cargo holds. This vessel has a single point of loading where there's a conveyor in her hatches, which distributes the cargo without the vessel having to shift. So we're therefore saving an enormous amount of time. And then obviously other environmental compliance features with the paint and so on and so forth. So in terms of marine innovation, cargo decarbonization, this is where we are currently headed in the marine space in the Great Lakes.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks for your comments. I want to send an apology to Reg and Harry. I'm sorry I was not tracking my chat properly and I missed some questions there, but I actually think that Frank answered part of Reg's question, that there was post-pandemic labor problems, and those disruptions were especially expensive in a port where time was so important. And then the other one by Harry, that this comment was about kind of relating to, if you guys weren't here at the beginning of our sessions, there was talk of sort of the biodiesel processing plans of COPA, but also a producer's view that if we face regulation regarding fertilizer use, that we might not be able to produce as much. And then Frank, you just said, you're just pointing to the fact that the whole supply chain might move to biodiesel. Even if it's used oils, it was grown once somewhere. Don't we need to send some incentives to the ag sector to produce that much oil worldwide so that it can kind of meet the needs?
So great question. Definitely we need incentives. Right now, first of all, from a commercial perspective, it's not viable. The price difference between a biodiesel and a fossil fuel, that gap is still too big. There's also a misalignment between the US and Canada in terms of carbon credits, which does not make this a fair playing field either for Canada or for the US. And again, with the uniqueness of the Great Lakes, where we're basically one big body of water, even though there is a border between the US and Canada within the Great Lakes, where the ships are always in and out of US and Canadian waters inside of the Great Lakes. So theoretically right now, if I was to purchase biodiesel in Detroit, which is right across from Windsor, I can swim across, I would have to retire RIN credits from the US, which make the bio fairly competitive, but that doesn't make sense. And then on the Canadian side, if I was to buy biodiesel from Windsor, It's a private credit system, which is not the same as the credit system in Quebec or as the credit system in the US. So we're not basically working on a fair playing field. So we've currently launched the Green Shipping Corridor, which basically runs from the Port of Thunder Bay all the way up to Montreal. We've had multiple preliminary meetings. One of the positive outcomes from that meeting is that due to the various restrictions that we have on the Great Lakes in terms of storage capacity for fuels and our lower demand because of draft restriction, right? So salties, when they come into the lakes, they will maximize cargoes versus fuel. So the demand for fuels in the Great Lakes is somewhat restricted. So we need to make sure that we maximize that demand between the various shippers, and I would even include rail and truck. So we have agreed that probably the short-term fuel, alternative fuel, and what does short-term mean? Nobody knows, but probably 10 to 20 years would probably be biodiesel. This is a drop in fuel, zero capex. I don't need to change anything to the engines. I just take the fuel, put it in the tanks, and the engine is able to burn it. So this is a great solution as it leaves us extremely flexible. If there's a miracle fuel that comes up in 5 years, 10 years, then we have nothing to do, right? We can just, boom, empty those tanks. I have no capex to amortize because I invested in engine retrofit of 10 million for LNG or something like this. I don't need to do that, right? So most of the shippers in these green shipping corridors have agreed that biodiesel is probably our fuel of choice for the short term. The big question is, what will it be for the longer term, right? For the new build. So when we're building a ship, I'm building a ship today, I'm going to get it delivered by a shipyard in about 2 years. And that ship in the Great Lakes, because it's freshwater, will probably last for 25 to 35 years. We're trying to guess what that fuel is going to be in 20 years, but obviously it's very difficult to guess that, right? So we're making it ready for multiple fuel types, but we don't know what that is, right? Is it going to be electrification? Is it going to be methanol? Is it going to be hydrogen? I would be highly surprised hydrogen, but methanol is a likely candidate.
Thank you. So if I do see someone waving a hand, is that for a question, Harry?
He's on mute.
But every time I unmuted, they talk to me. Listen, you guys are all in little silos, and you've got to bring some continuity in discussion together because you're frustrating the hell out of me. Mr. Duan, build a bloody atomic engine and put it in your bloody machine. Let's move back to the future, for heaven's sake. It's no guesswork. The Germans are doing it, for heaven's sake. And the guy who gave us real talk from the farm should be encouraged to be in agroforest and use the trees for a carbon offset and pick up and stabilize the soil like they do in Eastern Canada, for God's sake. We've got to come together for a solution that induces Indigenous people to spend $15 billion that they're going to get in building their economy up while we help our other economy. Where's your brains, for God's sake? Barry, help me here. I'm going nuts.
I think the panel is more than capable of defending themselves.
Well,
Talk to anybody. I'm so bloody frustrated.
I will speak in favor of Western farmers. They hold more carbon in their soils than the Eastern farmers do.
Of course they do, and no credit's given for it. It's a crazy world. It's upside down.
Okay.
It's bloody well upside down.
I'll ask Frank to answer the atomic one if he's got an answer.
Well, why not, Frank? Why not? We do it all the time. Yeah, you've got a 30-year horizon, but let's get busy with it.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a great point. I'll be honest with you. We have a whole team looking at future designs, right? So has atomic energy been a part of our list? Yes, but it needs to be.
Frank, we're building vessels that kill people.
Let him answer, sir.
Build a vessel that feeds people.
Again, we need to be mindful of a lot of things, right? One, the supply chain. We need to be mindful also about the uniqueness of the Great Lakes. So is it possible? Yes. Are we looking at it? Yes.
I'm not in charge of the muting, Harry.
Hey,
I'm not muting you, just so you know.
I
But
know
can you
you're
make
not.
your question quick?
No, I'm happy to listen and learn from this event, but I think there are solutions that exist in other sectors of our economy that we're not deploying. Everyone is in a silo-driven outcome, and it's wasteful of capital. We've got to find a way of, look, fighting for peace is the same as fighting for war, except nobody dies.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. We need to mobilize our global thinking. And we need to work together across all sectors.
Yes, I think even all of us listening to all of the stuff that's coming up in by the way, previous presentations, I think, Barry, will be posted. If you didn't catch everything today, in case we did get too silo focused on our conversations.
No, I'm not complaining. No,
I'm just
I'm
saying
not
it for everybody that's here, I think they will be posted. But I will ask our last speakers to start to get ready. Sure.
It's the quietest I've been in my life.
I appreciate your feedback, sir. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Derek. Yeah.
But I would like to move on to
I'm not
our
angry at anybody. I'm just glad to be speaking.
But honestly, that might be the investment that saves Canada Steamlands.
I really think the other theme was the government's imposing too much from its thinking level, and we need to reimpose something from our level back on government. They are our servants after all. They're
Yes.
not the bosses of me or you.
Yes, we
Come
have to
on.
participate in that whole process, like you say. Okay, I will. So Bruce, are you here? Bruce Hodgson? Yes, you were answering questions before. But
I am here. I am here.
thank you. And by the way, I think your output put out the great visual on Highway H2O that shows sort of the Seaway as its own map, and you get a perspective of water going downhill from the Great Lakes. And just as a person who has to teach kids about the nature of all that, it's a really great tool. So thanks for that.
Well,
but I will say Bruce Hodgson is director of market development for the St. Lawrence Seaway Management Corporation. He's responsible for initiatives to attract more traffic, including both traditional and new cargoes into the Great Lakes Seaway system, and positioning Highway H2O as a key component of the North American intermodal transportation system. I'll let you take over now, Bruce.
okay. Let me see if I can get. I'm probably going to go fairly quickly this afternoon because our previous three presenters actually covered a fair amount of my material, and I'm glad to say that our numbers are in agreement. So, but I will start off by just a kudo to Chris and his team. He mentioned phosphate, and that was a move that Chris and his team and our Highway H2O team here in St. Catharines had been working on. That move was previously going via the Mississippi. So certainly a job well done in bringing that through the system. So I'm going to start off today just with, again, an overview of our historical grain volumes. And I do have some slides on market share as well. I know there were questions around destinations and market share. So I have some information on that to share with you today. Along with, I'll talk briefly about technology. It's been a big part of the Seaway, both in the past and moving forward. So just overall, if we look at our Canadian grain exports that move through the system, our 5-year average is about 9.6 million. Of that, 65% is Western Canada grain. As you can see, 65 and 35. So just in terms of a forecast, we've got our forecast to finish off the year. We're looking to finish off the year at around 9.4 million tons for this year. I know Chris was talking about the total volume. I've just here to touch on the major commodities being wheat, canola, and soybeans, and then you'll see that there's also corn, flaxseed, peas, beans, and lentils, which Mark had touched on as well. But you can see certainly wheat is the major moving forward. So how does that work? And Mark was talking about direct out of the system versus transshipment. We track it based on, does it move for a domestic into the St. Lawrence, and then following that, would it be transshipping? So that's what you'll see there in the green, and then you can see that in terms of direct, we've got the dark blue. I've also highlighted the main countries in terms of our exports that the product moves to. There is, as Mark mentioned, a fair amount of product that also moves for domestic consumption within the system from Western Canada. So we had a look at market share, and so I've got 3 slides to share with you today around durum, wheat, and canola. So what you'll see, just to explain what we're looking at here, is you have Thunder Bay is the dark blue. The very light blue is the St. Lawrence. So that would be your transshipment cargo that moved on domestic vessels into the St. Lawrence and then transshipped onto the larger vessels for delivery to destination. And then they're also included in here are the bay. We're showing it as bay and lakes, but that would be primarily Ontario grain. But you can see the majority of what you're seeing there is going to be Thunder Bay and the St. Lawrence based on destination. So that gives you an idea of just where the product is moving in final destination and the actual volume. So you can see North Africa is a big one, obviously Italy and Europe in terms of durum. In terms of wheat, again, a little bit different breakdown, but you can see that it's primarily Europe and Africa. Again, with the St. Lawrence being the key there. So obviously moving in larger vessels. Direct movement, again, into, we're seeing direct movement into Italy. Whoops. And then canola, a little bit different mix there. You can see that St. Lawrence and Thunder Bay are the keys there. So when we look at and I know Chris touched on it, when we look at supply chains, what are shippers looking for? And you've got everything from available capacity to strategic location. Certainly in terms of available capacity, we as the Seaway, and Chris mentioned it, we have 50% greater capabilities in terms of our capacity that's available. And just to put that in perspective, we typically, in a 24-hour period, would handle about 24 vessels through the system. After our 8-day work stoppage, we cranked back up, and within the first 24 hours, we handled 57 vessels through the system. So that just gives you an idea of the capability that the system really does have. We were really pleased with the bounce back. So what we thought was going to take a week and a half, we were able to clear in 3.5 days. So strikes are never a good thing, but certainly the impact was minimized. Just in terms of Green Corridor, again, I'll comment on that a little bit more when we're talking about technology. But we did talk about the longer season, which we think will help going forward. our goal, our longer term goal, is to align with the Soo locks on January the 15th. That's what we're aiming for. So again, we measure what we call system availability, which is our reliability standard. So we measure if the system goes down because we have a mechanical failure or there's a problem other than say we're waiting for pilots or whatever. But in terms of availability, we're running at 99%, where we're able to keep our system up and running. In terms of capacity, as I mentioned, we're certainly have the ability to be 50% more. In terms of enhancement, and we'll work. I'll flip to that in a second, because that's really our technology that we're moving forward with. So in terms of technology, our latest endeavor is what we're calling Voyage Information System. And that's really a system to bring all of industry together with a data sharing, where we're able to collaboratively share the data. And it's really an extension of our traffic management system that we have in place. And our goal is to be obviously optimizing schedules and working with our partners. So we see that as being quite critical moving forward. And I think it points to what Frank was also talking about in terms of scheduling, lock availability. We do not have a lock schedule right now. It's a free flow system. So we operate 24/7, but we service the vessels as they arrive. So this will be a departure from that as we move forward in terms of enhancing our scheduling. We actually have used technology a lot in the past. We implemented a draft information system quite a number of years ago, which allow our vessel operators to maximize their drafts. So just as a rule of thumb, for every additional inch that we can give them in terms of draft, that allows them to load another 150 tons, just as a rule of thumb. That will vary by vessel, but that's the average, and it's probably maybe gone up a little bit with the newer class of vessels. So DIS was a very big advancement for us, and along with that, of course, we had our hands-free mooring that we implemented a number of years back, which has allowed us to have a much safer environment and reduce our costs. So just in terms of our schedule, when we look at VIS and where we're going for the 2024 navigation system, we're looking to have lock schedule availability, maritime traffic visualization, data exchange capability, which we've started working on with our various partners. Moving forward with 2025, we hope to have pilot availability forecasting in place, along with port call traffic and lock schedule optimization. We will continue to offer canal and waterway information. And then 2026 will be implementation of voyage optimization tools and reporting tools. And I should mention, as Frank was outlining, that we've been working very closely with CSL and their team as we've moved forward on this initiative. So just in concluding where we are, grain is obviously a big part of our commodity mix. As we've mentioned, it's probably 25% plus of our volume. Our key partner, of course, is Manitoba, that we've all commented on. We've got great connectivity to rail and the Port of Thunder Bay. And in terms of our natural markets, we really are looking at the EU, and we trade in over 50 countries. So we're strategically positioned with available capacity and reliability, and with an environmentally sustainable model.
Thank you, Bruce. I would like there is some chat going on that might want more of the people to come in. I think we've lost Chris, and I did ask him to actually answer one of Harry's questions if he could. But I've got a specific question for you, Bruce, from Dr. Prentice. Does the warmer climate and hence less ice coverage affect the level of lakes and create any bottlenecks in the system?
Overall, no, in terms of what we've been watching, in that we haven't had any, I would say, bottlenecks as a result of lower water levels. So I nothing that we've seen so far.
And I think the other question regarding sort of total tonnage, is it a concern for your group that if the farmers are forced to farm differently and we end up with less total production, and that could lead to less movement through the ports? Are you worried about it? Yeah.
Well, I mean, grain is a staple for us, absolutely. So if there is a negative impact on the volume, then yes, that would be of concern.
There was so Frank, is that your thumbs up? It says a question from Headley. What is your assessment of the federal clean fuel regulations? No, not your thumbs up. Could you answer that? Sorry, and if any of the other speakers want to ask questions of Bruce or Frank or Mark, I think we could open it up now. But Frank, there's a specific question to you. What is your assessment of the federal clean fuel regulations?
Listen, it's a good start, but there's still a lot of work to be done, and which we're currently working on, right? So we're lobbying. We've been very proactive at lobbying the government, at the various governments, explaining to them what are the current challenges that our industry faces. And I've mentioned some of them, right? The lack of alignment between Canada and the US, especially in the Great Lakes, being that we're so closely intertwined. Also, they've asked us to decarbonize. We've looked at various options for the short term, and we're able to do so. But now there's so much that we can do on our own, right? Right now, the only way that this will be viable is for there to be parity with fossil fuel. So we need subsidies, and we need the governments to come in and help us decarbonize, right, as an industry. So how do they do this? Is we need to look at various things, right? Either carbon multipliers or subsidies. But we know that it works. So we know that overnight, if we wanted to, we can decarbonize the entire chain. It works. But now from a commercial standpoint, the difference is so big that it would increase freight rates, which would increase the cost of grain, when sugar, salt, so on and so forth, and simply not viable today.
Is it even feasible if you use every oil seed in the world and palm oil to supply the
So total demand, no. There will be multiple solutions. Probably not in the Great Lakes, right? So again, because of various factors in the Great Lakes, probably we need one solution, at least for the short term. So is there enough supply for the Great Lakes? Absolutely. For Canada, absolutely. When we look at the total world, no, and nobody will go to one solution, right? There will be multiple solutions. Some people will be going to green LNG. Some people will be going to methanol. Maybe some people will be going to nuclear. So there will be multiple solutions, but the biggest hurdle that we have here in Canada, but everywhere around the world, is shoreside storage capacity, right? So if you go to, let's say, the US, to New York, East New York, or Houston or New Orleans, right, that they have certain storage capacities, but certain ship owners will be coming to see an MGO. So other ship owners will come for a VLSFO. Other ship owners will come for a biodiesel. Some others for LNG. There's not enough tanks to store all of this variety of products, right? So this will could potentially change trade routes based on the type of fuels that a certain ship burns. And if we bring this now to a micro level to the Great Lakes, we have even less storage capacity in the Great Lakes for fuel types. So hence the importance of agreeing on one fuel type. And this is, I think, what we've been very successful with the Seaway and the Green Shipping Corridor in achieving that, right? In recognizing what are our hurdles in the Seaway, in the Great Lakes, and how do we mitigate that, at least for the short terms. And like I said, short term, we're looking at probably 20 years, which is the current life of the existing ships.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, now I do have questions for Bruce. These are coming from, again, Barry. The container ship service has been established for Cleveland. How do you see the future of container services on the Great Lakes?
We see an opportunity. The service into Cleveland has been successful in that because it's a longer haul service coming out of Europe. They're able to amortize the costings over a longer voyage. The challenge is going to be in the short term, in the shorter haul trade lanes. Let's put it that way, in terms of competing with the railways, because of the costs. That's going to be where the challenge is, and I think that's an area that obviously the government could be helping us in terms of incentivizing the opportunity to move to water as opposed to being on rail or on road.
Okay, I got one more question from Alan Dawson. Please clarify West grain traffic as a percentage of total Seaway traffic. He thought it was 65% on one slide, but then you mentioned 25% of Seaway volume.
Total, grain of our total volume is 25%. The breakdown on that grain, of course, is 65 Western Canada, 35 being other.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
Well, those graphs of where that was very interesting from an economist point of view. That was another great visual from you.
Thank you.
I'll give it another chance for a final. Well, no, we got lots of time, I suppose. I won't rush things, Barry, but is there any more questions?
Looks like Harry has a question.
Yes. Yes, sure. You have to unmute yourself, Harry. Sorry.
That's it's almost like my granny's watching me talk too much and cuts me off. But here's what I'd like to request of the panel. This Sunday, the government voice of the West will be meeting with us on Sunday evening. So for each of you, if there are 3 things you would like to say to them, I will be your voice and deliverer of those 3 things. If you could send me an email of what the 3 things most important to you over the next 5 years in government's actions, and I will drive it home for you on Sunday night. The power of the Lord will be with me. So my email is HK Harry Kelly, numeral 28 at gmail.com. And as Barry knows, I do not shrink from standing up for my people.
Great.
You are my people. I've adopted all of you.
Thank you very much for your citizenship.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you. I've enjoyed this very much. In fact, the imposed silence, I know it was accidental, but I actually listened to everybody and talked over them. No, I enjoyed it very much so.
It's hard to get a better recommendation, but I think in the interest of time, because it is getting to be a long day. If there are no more,
oh, it's been a very wonderful day. I've learned so much about things which I'm on the fringes of, and think I'm pretty well a key informant. But I've realized there are tremendous gaps in what I know, and I've learned a lot. Thank you, gentlemen, very much so.
Thank you, Barry. I think that's happened to me 20 years now. Thanks for all that effort.
Well, let me thank the speakers because they're the ones who did all the work, preparing their slides and their information and taking the time to be here. And thank you all speakers and also our chairs who did a great job in keeping things on track. I would also like to point out that we are taping these sessions, so they are going to be available after the fact, as are the other ones. So you can go back and compare what was said before and look at that. I also would like to thank our sponsors again. You know, this is critical for us to have the Fields on Wheels, is we've been able to have sponsors and they've been very loyal to us. CN Rail, the Port of Thunder Bay, Port of Vancouver, and the CPKC Rail have all been traditional sponsors, as has the Seaway. And I would point out that the Seaway was the group that sponsored this session. So thank you, Bruce, as well to the Seaway for your sponsorship. Of course, you know, I may be front and center, but behind me, there's some really key people, Colleen and Crystal and Rohan, who have made the effort to get the website organized and get the message out and keep things organized and keep me organized. And so thank you to them as well. So that's it. Would bring to a close the 28th annual Fields on Wheels. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you'll join us again next year, where we're planning to already have the 29th annual Fields on Wheels. So thank you, everyone. And I wish you, I guess most of us don't have to travel very far, maybe just to the kitchen. But for those who are driving, drive safely. And thanks again for being with us today. And I'll, at this point, say thank you and we'll close off.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.